Individuals in this world who walk a different path, souls that carry an unexplainable light, strength, and resilience. They are not born to fit in, but to stand out. They are not defined by society's rules, but by a divine purpose that calls them to awaken others, protect the innocent, and elevate humanity. These are the chosen ones, those marked by divine energy, chosen by the universe, by God, by destiny to carry out a mission far beyond the ordinary. They are often misunderstood, attacked, envied, and even betrayed. Yet, they rise every time. They're not just lucky, they're protected by something bigger than themselves. If you've ever been mistreated, betrayed, or underestimated despite your pure intentions, you might just be one of them. And to those who mess with a chosen one, the universe doesn't stay silent. Today, we're going to uncover 9 powerful things that will happen to someone who dares to mess with a chosen one. This video is a warning, a revelation, and a lesson wrapped into one. Call to action and divine connection. Before we begin, if this message found you at a moment you needed it the most, whether you're chosen one yourself or someone who resonates with this energy, type 111 inches, the comment section, to activate divine blessings into your life. That number is no coincidence. It's a sign of alignment, awakening, and purpose. And if you haven't already, make sure to subscribe to this channel for more empowering spiritual and life-transforming content like this. Now let's begin. 1. They will experience sudden misfortunes. Messing with a chosen one is not just a careless act. It's a direct challenge to the natural flow of divine energy. A chosen one walks a path that is guided, guarded, and supported by forces far beyond human comprehension. These individuals are not ordinary. They carry a frequency that resonates with truth, healing, and higher purpose. So when someone attempts to hurt or deceive them, whether emotionally, mentally, spiritually, or physically, they aren't just attacking a person. They are disturbing a sacred balance. The universe has a way of course correcting, and this correction often comes in the form of sudden misfortunes that appear almost out of nowhere. Deals that once seemed guaranteed fall apart. Once loving relationships turn sour or toxic, financial stability begins to slip away. Physical and emotional health might deteriorate for seemingly inexplicable reasons. It's not revenge. It's the law of cause and effect in motion. The energy one sends out, especially towards someone spiritually aligned, always returns. Chosen ones are like mirrors. Harming them only reflects the harm back with multiplied intensity. The universe doesn't overlook these transgressions. It responds swiftly and justly. Those who interfere with a chosen one's journey unknowingly sign up for chaos because divine protection does not sleep. 2. Their secrets will be exposed. You can lie to many people and even get away with it for a while. But when someone tries to deceive or manipulate a chosen one, the truth inevitably rises to the surface. Why? Because chosen ones are aligned with divine truth, and their presence alone begins to dismantle falsehood. They don't need to expose anyone directly. The universe does it for them. Those who attempt to slander, deceive, or backstab a chosen one often find their own masks falling off. What they've done in the shadows, whether it's betrayal, infidelity, corruption, or manipulation, starts becoming visible to others, sometimes in unexpected and dramatic ways. Secrets leak, lies unravel, and people begin to see them for who they truly are. The chosen one doesn't need to speak a word. Their energy vibrates at a frequency that cannot coexist with deception. That energy triggers a universal unveiling, revealing what was once hidden behind smiles and sweet words. This isn't just coincidence. It's spiritual law at work. The deeper the betrayal, the louder the truth echoes. And once the universe has started unveiling secrets, there's no stopping it. The lesson is simple. You can't pretend or play games around divine energy. Eventually, all falsehoods come to light. 3. Their energy will be drained. Chosen ones possess an inner light, a divine frequency that naturally attracts people. Many are drawn to them because they radiate peace, strength, and authenticity. But while some come to receive healing, others come to take advantage. They see the chosen one's energy as something to exploit, hoping to siphon it for their own gain. However, what these individuals don't realize is that the energy of a chosen one is protected. It's not something that can be stolen without consequence. When someone tries to manipulate or harm a chosen one with the intent of draining their light, they find themselves unexpectedly depleted instead. Their own energy begins to fade. They may experience mental fog, chronic exhaustion, emotional imbalance, or a persistent heaviness in their life. It's as though their inner battery was drained just by standing too close to something too pure for their intentions. The reason is energetic alignment. Divine energy cannot be manipulated or absorbed by someone vibrating at a lower frequency. When such people attempt to tamper with that sacred energy, they create a spiritual imbalance that disrupts their own field. It's like trying to plug a corrupted wire into a sacred current. It short-circuits everything. That's why messing with a chosen one never ends well energetically. 4. They will attract negative karma. Karma is not just a concept. It's an energetic law that governs the universe. Every action carries a frequency, and every frequency returns to its source, amplified. When someone interferes with the life, mission, or peace of a chosen one, they aren't just causing harm. They are initiating a karmic ripple that grows stronger with time. These ripples can manifest in countless ways. Failed business ventures, broken relationships, legal troubles, inexplicable setbacks, or emotional turmoil. The reason is simple. Chosen ones are on divine assignments, often serving a higher purpose that goes beyond individual benefit. When someone tries to sabotage that mission through lies, betrayal, manipulation, or aggression, they're not just offending the individual. They're violating universal law. The consequences may not come immediately, but they always come. And when they do, it's rarely subtle. The karmic debt is often paid in areas that hit the hardest: health, money, reputation, peace of mind. The universe doesn't forget or overlook these transgressions, especially when they're directed toward those walking a path of light. This is why interfering with a chosen one can result in a spiritual backlash that reshapes the offender's entire life. It's not punishment. It's cosmic justice delivered without bias or delay. 5. They will be haunted by guilt and regret. Even if someone seems to win after harming a chosen one, their victory will be shallow and short-lived. Deep down, their soul knows what it has done. Guilt, like a shadow, begins to follow them quietly at first, then louder with each passing moment. The mind may try to justify the action, but the heart will ache, no matter how many distractions they chase. Money, relationships, attention. The emptiness lingers. The chosen one by nature embodies truth and spiritual justice, and violating that presence often leaves a psychic scar. This scar becomes a source of inner unrest. The offender might find themselves unable to enjoy the very things they once desired. Achievements feel hollow. Love feels incomplete. Peace feels unreachable. That's the weight of spiritual guilt. It doesn't shout. It whispers persistently, reminding the soul of the betrayal it committed against something sacred. And the more spiritually attuned the person becomes over time, the heavier that guilt grows. Eventually, regret becomes their silent companion, eating away at their joy, disturbing their sleep and planting seeds of self-doubt. Because harming a chosen one isn't just a betrayal against a person, it's a betrayal against light, truth, and the divine path. That kind of wound leaves a permanent mark. 6. They will miss their blessings. The greatest irony of messing with a chosen one is that the offender often ruins the very blessing that was sent to help them. Many people don't realize that the chosen one who entered their life wasn't just another person. They were a divine opportunity. Perhaps it was someone who offered unconditional love, guidance, support, or healing during a difficult time. These are rare connections, and when they're damaged through betrayal, neglect, or abuse, the spiritual door they opened quietly closes. What follows is stagnation, confusion, and a subtle but persistent sense of something missing. The offender may go on to meet new people and chase new goals, but nothing will quite compare to what they lost. That connection was more than emotional. It was energetic. It carried divine favor, protection, and abundance. And when they pushed that presence away, they unknowingly blocked the blessings that were meant to flow through that connection. The flow of divine opportunities halts. Synchronicities dry up. Life begins to feel like an uphill battle. The spiritual energy that once uplifted them is gone, and until they acknowledge their mistake and seek redemption, they remain outside the stream of divine grace, yearning for something they can't quite name but once had. 7. Their life will be spiritually blocked. When someone interferes with a chosen one's path, they don't just cause damage, they accumulate spiritual debt. This debt doesn't just affect their mind or emotions, it seeps into their entire life. Suddenly, they begin to feel stuck. No matter how hard they try, nothing seems to move forward. Relationships falter. Career paths feel blocked. Spiritual practices yield no fruit. Even their prayers may begin to feel like they're hitting a ceiling. That's because the universe has initiated a form of spiritual quarantine. Those who oppose a chosen one are not punished out of anger, but out of divine protection. It's as if the universe erects invisible barriers, ensuring that no forward motion occurs until that person confronts the harm they've caused. Every step they take feels like walking through mud. Every door they knock on remains shut. The light they once basked in now feels distant, cold, until they acknowledge their misdeeds, seek forgiveness, and make peace with the divine energy they disrupted. Their life will continue to spiral in circles. It's not coincidence. It's consequence. The universe doesn't forget when someone obstructs a soul chosen for a mission, until amends are made. Spiritual progress remains stalled, and the soul wanders lost in its own self-made fog. 8. They will lose their influence. When people try to mess with chosen ones, whether to control them, silence their voice, or dim their light, they often end up sabotaging themselves. The irony is clear. In attempting to suppress someone destined to shine, they lose their own power and influence. Followers waver. Support dwindles. Credibility falters. And respect fades away. Energy is cyclical, and negative attempts to block a chosen one are like trying to cover the sun with your hand. Impossible and futile. The brighter the chosen one shines, the more obvious it becomes who is truly powerful. Those who try to diminish them end up fading into the background, forgotten and irrelevant. It's a natural law. Light cannot be contained or controlled, and those who try only lose the battle. 9. They will be forced to learn a lesson. Every harmful action carries its own consequence, and the universe never lets these lessons slide. Those who interfere with chosen ones are ultimately forced to face their own reckoning. This lesson may take time, sometimes months, sometimes years, but it always arrives. Life humbles them, breaking down their ego and false sense of control. When the dust settles, they often look back and realize the truth. They tangled with someone who was sent to uplift, heal, or help them grow. The pain they caused returns, transformed into wisdom. This process, though difficult, is necessary for their awakening. It reminds us that the universe balances itself, ensuring that no harm done to a chosen one goes unnoticed or unaddressed. This is the Chosen Seer channel. If you're a chosen one, you don't need revenge. You don't need to fight back. Just walk in your truth. Stay aligned and let the universe handle the rest. Divine protection surrounds you. And if someone hurt you, betrayed you, or underestimated you, they will see in time exactly who they were dealing with. Comment 11 to 11 below if you feel this message was for you. You are seen, you are chosen, and you are not alone. Thank you for watching. Most people think lust is only about looking at the opposite gender, but the Bible shows that lust is deeper than what your eyes see. It is a whole system inside your soul. It hides in your eyes, your mind, your emotions, and even your body. If you only fight one type and ignore the others, you will keep losing the war even if you win small battles. In the New Testament, the Greek word for lust is epithumia, which means a strong desire to have something that is forbidden. It is when something good or neutral or even sinful becomes so strong in your heart that it is willing to do anything to have it. That is why lust is not just about sex. It is about a desire that is out of order. In this video, we shall be revealing 4 types of lust every person faces. The first type of lust is known as visual lust. This is what is also known as the lust of the eyes. It starts with when you look at someone, but it does not end there. You process what you have seen in your thoughts and desire to have that person in an illicit way. Jesus was very clear about this. In Matthew chapter 5, verse 18, he said, "Whosoever looketh on a woman to lust after her, hath committed adultery with her already in his heart." Notice, he did not say, "whoever accidentally looks at a woman." He said the man who looks with the intention to lust, or who stares, imagina, and feeds on the image. In other words, you can genuinely look at someone in an innocent way, but when you look at that person with the intention of analyzing their body, you have actually begun to cross the line. Visual lust is when your eyes become a camera for sin. You are not just seeing a woman as a person. You are using her as a picture. This is why pornography is so violent in the spirit. It trains your eyes to turn people into products. Job understood this. In Job chapter 31 verse 1, he said, "I made a covenant with mine eyes. Why then should I think upon a maid?" He knew that what his eyes did would affect what his mind thought. And the enemy knows this. 2. That is why he attacks your visuals all day long. He will try every way possible to put the wrong things in front of you. Magazine covers, adverts, music videos, social media feeds, billboards. Sometimes you could be watching a clean show, and suddenly a scene appears that you did not ask for. You could be walking peacefully on the street, and an indecently dressed woman walks by. That is not just a coincidence. That is an attack on your visual gate. Satan wants to plant images that he can use against you tomorrow. Visual lust is not just about half-naked images. It can be innocent social media scrolling, that quick second look on the street, that habit of searching for certain types of content. Little by little, the eyes keep feeding a fire you later cannot control. What you stare at today will own you tomorrow. To fight visual lust, you do not only pray, you also cut supply. You set boundaries on what you watch, where you scroll, who you follow. When you stay up late, You treat certain scenes as spiritual arrows, not just entertainment. You learn to look away quickly, not because you are weak, but because you are wise. The second type of lust is mental lust. This is one of the devil's favorite forms of lust because it attacks from within. Here, the enemy does not need a new picture every time. He tries to plant images before, so he can use them later. A scene you watched years ago, a picture you scrolled past, something you secretly searched for. He stores those images like weapons. Then, when you are weak, lonely, or bored, he brings them back and fires them into your thoughts. James chapter 1 verses 14 and 15 explain this process. But every man is tempted when he is drawn away of his own lust and enticed. Then, when lust have conceived, it bringeth forth sin. Notice the language. Drawn away. This is pregnancy language. Sin is conceived in the imagination long before it is born in the body. Mental lust is when you replay old memories, porn scenes, or imagine scenarios, and use them like spiritual entertainment. Sometimes the body is still, but the heart is busy. You can even be in church, on a bus, or lying in bed, and your thoughts are in another world. This is why the Bible does not only tell us to control our actions, it tells us to renew our minds. Romans chapter 12 verse 2 says, "Be ye transformed by the renewing of your mind." Your life moves in the direction of your most repeated thoughts. What you will not cast down in your mind, you will eventually act out in your life. 2 Corinthians chapter 10 verse 5 says we should be casting down imaginations and every high thing that exalteth itself against the knowledge of God. That means you do not sit and enjoy fantasies that fight your purity. You interrupt them. You replace them. You refuse to let those movies play freely in your head. How to fight mental lust is to fill your mind with the Word, not just empty space. You speak Scripture out loud when thoughts come. You ask God to uproot the images the enemy has planted and to plant His Word instead. You change what you meditate on when you are alone. You cannot stop every thought from arriving, but you can refuse to host them. The less room you give those images, the less power they have. The third type of lust is emotional lust. Many people think they are not lustful because they are not sleeping around. But they move from chat to chat, inbox to inbox, flirting, collecting emotional reactions, using others as emotional fuel. Very often the enemy uses loneliness to trigger this. You start to feel empty or left out. You feel like you need someone to talk to, someone to notice you, someone to make you feel desired. That is when he sends a flirtatious person, a message from an old crush, a "Hey stranger" at midnight. Your emotions are already low, so your guard drops. You tell yourself, "We are just talking." But slowly, emotional lust takes over. Your heart becomes weak, and you start crossing lines in conversation that you would never cross with a clear mind. In 2 Timothy chapter 3 verse 6, Paul warns about men who creep into houses and lead captive silly women laden with sins, led away with divers lusts. This is not only physical, it includes emotional manipulation, using charm, spiritual language, or attention to pull people around your desire. Emotional lust can also be the craving to always be wanted, always be admired. It can make you jealous when another man is honored or angry when you are not the center. At that point, you are not just desiring a woman. You are desiring worship. When attention becomes your oxygen, lust will happily hold the pipe. How do you fight emotional lust? You let God deal with your loneliness, not just people. You talk to Him honestly about feeling unseen. You stop using others to fix a hole only God can fill. You become honest about your motives. Am I chatting because I care about her soul, or because I like how she makes me feel? You build real covenant friendships with men who can check you, not just admirers who feed you. And you set clear boundaries with the opposite sex so that your emotions do not drag you into something your spirit does not want. The fourth type of lust every man faces is physical lust. Physical lust is when desire moves from eyes and thoughts into the body. It shows up as touching, flirting, and physical acts outside God's boundary. This includes fornication, adultery, masturbation, and any form of sexual expression God did not design for covenant marriage. 1 Corinthians chapter 6 verse 18 says, "Flee fornication. Every sin that a man doeth is without the body. But he that committeth fornication sinneth against his own body." Notice the instruction. It does not say, "Debate fornication." It says, "Flee." Physical lust weakens your authority. It opens doors to shame, confusion, and spiritual dullness. Many men wonder why their prayers feel powerless, why their discernment is low, why their fire has gone. Often it is because the same body God wants to use on the altar is being used in secret for sin. Lust does not just steal pleasure from your future. It steals power from your present. How do you fight physical lust? You repent. Not excuse. You break secret habits in the presence of God. You get real accountability. You change your patterns. Where you go. What time you stay up. What conversations you keep. You ask the Holy Ghost to restore your fear of God. And when you fall, you get back up with humility, not with hard-hearted excuses. You remember that the blood of Jesus is strong enough to cleanse, and the Spirit of God is strong enough to change you. So, when we say lust, we are not just talking about one thing. We are talking about a system. The good news is that Jesus did not die just to forgive lust. He died to free you from its power. The same Spirit that raised him from the dead lives in you. You are not called to be a slave to your eyes, your fantasies, your neediness, or your urges. So, there you have it. Thank you for watching. If you love our videos, please feel free to subscribe to our YouTube channel, Chosen Ones. There's a reason you've always felt different, like something about your life never quite fit the ordinary mold. That feeling, it's not imagination, it's revelation. Because your birth was not just a moment in time, it was a moment that shook eternity. There's something your mother never told you, not because she didn't want to, but because even she couldn't understand it. But heaven did, and heaven has kept record. And today, the veil is being lifted. You're about to learn the truth about the moment you were born. Your first cry was more than sound. It was a signal, a divine trumpet blast that echoed into the heavens and into the pits of hell. Angels heard it, and demons trembled. Because what arrived wasn't just a baby. It was a calling wrapped in skin, a soul with fire in its bones, a child marked for purpose. Before I formed you in the womb, I knew you. Before you were born, I set you apart. Jeremiah 5. There were two unseen figures in that delivery room. One stood radiant in light, wings outstretched to the corners of the ceiling. The other lurked in shadow, whispering lies, trying to abort destiny. But God had already spoken, and no force in hell could rewrite that decree. Thunder rolled, even though no storm was forecast. The wind whispered your name before any doctor ever did. A silver-haired woman appeared, touched your mother's shoulder, and vanished. A nurse with glowing hands interrupted what could have been a stolen future. These weren't coincidences. They were interventions. Because heaven was guarding what hell tried to hijack. You were not just born, you were sent. Sent to finish what others could not. Sent to break what held your bloodline bound. You were born under assignment. An answer to a generational cry. This is not about mystery. It is about mercy. It is about the man Jesus Christ who calls you by name and writes your story in light. Before we go any further, take a slow breath. Open your heart. You are standing on holy ground. Arise. Shine. For your light has come and the glory of the Lord rises upon you. Isaiah 6:01. If your spirit recognizes this, whisper in your heart, Lord, I receive what you appointed for me. And now the time has come. Stay with me until the end, because what has slept in you will be awakened by the word and sealed in prayer. There are moments in history that don't make headlines, but shake the heavens. Yours was one of them. You see, your birth wasn't just a beginning, it was a collision, a moment where timelines converged, where heaven, earth, and hell turned to face a single crib. And that crib held you. They told you it was a normal delivery, but nothing about it was normal, because in that room, unseen to human eyes, hovered a scroll sealed in golden light, inscribed with words not meant for this world. Only 3 beings saw it. One wept, one smiled, and one shouted before vanishing into the wall. Their reactions weren't random, they were prophetic, because what came into the world that day was not just a child, but a disruption in the spiritual order. Your father was there, but there's something about him no one's ever told you. His blood carried 2 rivers, one of blessing, one of curse, and your arrival was the tipping point. The curse rose that day, hungry for dominance, but the moment you took your first breath, it shattered like glass beneath a lion's roar. It couldn't hold you because you weren't born to continue the line. You were born to correct it. He brought me out into a spacious place. He rescued me because he delighted in me. Psalm 18:19. Your tiny hands were clenched, but something else stirred. Light. A warm glow radiated from your fingers, a light that faded quickly from sight, but never from memory. One nurse assigned to you by chance, or so it seemed, never forgot. To this day, she recalls the child with the golden fists. She was warned not to speak of it, but she did. In a diary buried in her attic, she wrote of that day. How light bulbs flickered, how monitors froze, how machines paused for exactly 3 seconds, as if even technology bowed to the arrival of what was holy. Every spirit in that room held its breath because your soul carried ancient authority, not inherited, but appointed. Archangel Michael once made known through divine message, the day you were born, your name was echoed in 3 realms. One rejoiced, one resisted, one trembled. That's why you've always felt watched. That's why you've sensed something waiting not to harm you, but to test you. Because the day you entered this realm at a spiritual crossroad, a place where destiny and danger intersect and only one can rule. 2 nights after your birth, a radiant figure of light returned. She stood by your cot as you slept and whispered a word not to your mind, but to your spirit. A phrase of activation spoken not to your mind, but to your spirit. That word is still inside you, dormo, but now beginning to stir. And while your mother tried to move forward, the supernatural refused to leave. For the first 7 nights at home, she heard footsteps. They came softly, then stopped beside your crib. She searched, but no one was ever found. Eventually, she gave up trying to explain it and began to pray. She didn't know why the air above your crib burned like fire, but felt like peace. She only knew that you didn't sleep like other infants. You stared up, unblinking for hours, listening, waiting, receiving, as if still tethered between realms, getting your final instructions before stepping fully into this world. Months passed, and then a knock. A stranger appeared at your door. He didn't ask for your mother by name. He asked, "Is the starborn child well?" She was confused, alarmed. She sent him away. But when she opened the door later, a single feather lay on the porch. Not ordinary. It shimmered with a soft light for hours, then faded. You see, your cries were never just cries. They were summons, signals. There was a night. Your mother may not have told you this. When your cry shattered a vase across the room, no one was near it. But something in the frequency of your voice rattled the physical world. The very next morning, she received an envelope. No return address. Inside was a map and a message written in handwriting she didn't recognize. Hide this child in light. Ever since then, you've wondered why your life has felt like a paradox. Why one moment you feel divinely protected, and the next you feel attacked, rejected, or betrayed. Why your path has been anything but straightforward. It's not because you're cursed. It's because the battle that began at your birth never fully stopped. It still echoes. The blessings sealed over your life created resistance in every realm. Chaos has followed you, not to destroy you, but to reveal you, because pressure reveals the shape of the vessel. And yours is holy. No weapon forged against you will prevail, and you will refute every tongue that accuses you. Isaiah 54:17. There was someone in your family, someone older, someone wounded who didn't want you to be born, not because of who you are, but because of what you threatened. They tried to intervene spiritually, hoping to block your arrival. But they didn't count on heaven fighting back. They didn't count on your light burning through their barriers. Ever since that day, they've avoided you, not out of hatred, but because your presence reminds them of the moment their grip broke. That moment, the one no one talks about, was the beginning of your rise and their unraveling. The authority you carry, unspoken, quiet, but heavy, dismantled. The power structures that sought to hold your line in bondage. And though you may not remember it, your spirit does. The moment you cross the veil to shift atmospheres, to confront ancient altars, to walk through fire and not be burned. That's why your peace has always been hard-won. That's why your clarity comes after wrestling. The day you entered this realm for battle, but covered by glory. Your story didn't start in a womb. It started in eternity. When God wrote your name into a storyline meant to outlive you, you are not random. You are not late. You are right on time, carrying pieces of deliverance that no one else in your bloodline had the strength to hold. What was whispered over your crib is waking up now. What was buried is breaking the surface. The world called you sensitive, strange, too intense. But heaven called you strategic, a holy disruption, a spiritual game-changer. The light shines in the darkness, and the darkness has not overcome it. John 1:5. This is why you've always felt like you didn't quite belong, because you weren't made to blend in. You were sent to break through. You are not a mistake. You are not too late. You are not forgotten. You are a living scroll, a carrier of revelation, a walking answer to someone's desperate prayer. What you've survived was not by accident. It was by assignment. So if the wind has ever felt like it was whispering your name, if silence has ever felt crowded, if your dreams have felt more real than your days, it's because your story has always lived on the edge of two worlds. And now it's time for you to know why. They gave you a name when you were born, but it wasn't the name heaven had spoken. The name your parents gave you was chosen under pressure. Spiritual pressure, the kind of pressure that builds when generations of silence finally crack and a soul steps into time that was never supposed to sleep. Your earthly name was necessary for this world to receive you. But your real name, your heavenly name, was declared only once, It broke into the atmosphere with your very first cry, and since then it hasn't been heard by human ears. But it still echoes, not in sound waves, but in the folds of time, in the corners of memory, in the silence that follows every storm you've survived. To the one who overcomes, I will give a white stone with a new name written on it, known only to the one who receives it. Revelation 2:1-7. A heavenly messenger declared, the moment your eyes opened, the veil began to tear over a story waiting many lifetimes to continue. You weren't sent to fit in. You were sent to interrupt. And you have, even in your silence, even in your pain. Your very presence has disturbed cycles. Your existence has delayed curses. You are not a footnote. You are a turning point, a divine disruption placed in a bloodline that was spiraling. The hardships you faced early in life, they weren't random. They were spiritual landmines. Traps set before you ever took your first steps. Darkness tried to manipulate the environment around you, bend it, tilt it, but something inside you always pulled back toward the light. Even when you doubted yourself, your inner compass stayed true because you were built with truth in your bones. You've been told you're too sensitive, too deep, too emotional. But the truth is, your soul never fully closed its eyes. You see what others ignore. You feel what they bury. You sense danger before it manifests. And you often know what's coming before anyone speaks it. That's not a flaw. It's evidence. Proof that the veil never fully sealed over your spirit. The moment you cross the veil, awake. And it shows. There was a night long ago when your mother found a small scroll beside your pillow. It was unlike anything she had ever seen. Handwritten, glowing faintly. But fear convinced her it was evil. She burned it. She thought she was protecting you. But in truth, she postponed something. That scroll was a prophecy, and its firebound ashes delayed your awakening by years. But heaven never forgets. The holy clock has resumed. The gears are moving. And what was once buried is now returning. Not all at once, but in pieces. Echoes, vision, emotions from nowhere, memories you never lived, but somehow feel like your own. These fragments are your inheritance coming back online. And with every remembered piece, your strength returns. Each day, give yourself 5 minutes. Recall a moment when something divine stirred in you. A moment you stood strong when everyone else wavered. Write them down. These are not memories. They are spiritual evidence. Proof that your power was never lost. It was only waiting to be remembered. Say it out loud. My spirit remembers who I am. The moment you cross the veil to reverse spiritual contracts that plagued your bloodline, that's why the resistance you faced has been so illogical, so relentless. Truth-bearers terrify false systems. And the moment you wake up, the whole structure begins to shake. That shaking has already started. The medical records won't have the full story. The witnesses may not recall it all. But heaven's record is flawless, and it's about to be opened. During your first bath, the water temperature changed. It warmed unnaturally. No one said anything. But the nurse who held you asked to be transferred the very next day. She couldn't explain what she felt when she held you, but it never left her because your energy activated something in her. It called out something dormant. You may have a birthmark on your body, something small, perhaps overlooked, but it is more than skin. It is a seal, a spiritual lock placed on you, not to hide you, but to protect you. Only light can unlock it, and the time for that unlocking has come. Your mother may have forgotten these signs, but her spirit hasn't. That's why sometimes she looks at you silently with eyes full of unspoken thought. She knows she's been entrusted with something sacred, something she cannot guard forever. And the guardian of your birthright, the radiant one who first appeared at your arrival, still watches from beyond the veil, waiting for your remembrance. Lately, your dreams have shifted. They feel heavier, more vivid, but they are not dreams. They are rehearsals. You are practicing in your sleep for battles you were born to fight awake. You weren't born into a family. The day you entered this realm into a battleground, and this war, it doesn't end in blood. It ends in light. When you awaken, others will too, because what's been buried in you will rise, and what rises in you will awaken what's asleep in them. You are a mirror to others' locked potential. The warrior of light once whispered, "Your very presence shakes foundations." That's why your voice carries unusual weight. That's why people notice you even when you say nothing. It's not charisma. It's spiritual gravity. Your presence shifts the atmosphere. Your spirit confronts lies just by existing. Is not my word like fire, declares the Lord, and like a hammer that breaks a rock in pieces? Jeremiah 23:9. The darkness that tried to steal you that night, it still lingers, watching from afar, waiting, not because it's strong, but because it's afraid. Afraid that you'll remember, because the moment you do, the chain it wrapped around your family's neck will snap. You've never been alone. Your true guardians have been with you all along. One stands guard while you sleep. One clears paths before you walk them. And one has been whispering in the rhythm of your life. In signs, in numbers, in strange timing and quiet nudges. Every coincidence you've ever noticed was on purpose. Every accident was divine redirection. Every loss you've mourned was not rejection. It was delay. You're not behind. You're not broken. You're not late. You are exactly on time. The memories of your birth may seem distant, but your soul has kept a perfect record. The curtain is thinning. The veil is weakening. And what was once hidden is preparing to rise. You were not forgotten. You were not forsaken. You were not cast aside. You were placed intentionally into hands stronger than human ones. Hands that never dropped you, never misunderstood you, never gave up on you. That's why your soul refused to quit when everything in your life told you to. That's why you kept breathing when the pain said stop. Because the things that tried to destroy you weren't accidents. They were tests. And what they feared was you. Not everything begins when the body arrives. Some stories start in the spirit long before breath touches lungs or eyes learn to blink. And your story, it began long before you entered this world. Everything changed the moment you were born. And I don't mean in a metaphorical sense. I mean literally. Something ancient was shaken. Something hidden was exposed. Your birth was not just an event in time. It was a divine interruption in a conflict that had been raging for generations. You didn't stumble into this life. You were cleared to enter. Sent with heavenly permission to intervene in a timeline that had gone off course. Unlike others who came before you, those who walked with purpose, but were never fully awakened. You came with clearance, with covering, with fire sealed in your bones. For you created my inmost being. You knit me together in my mother's womb. I praise you because I am fearfully and wonderfully made. Psalm 139:13-14. But let me tell you something. Few are ever brave enough to say, the day you entered this realm into war, a conflict not of flesh and blood, but of ancient agreements, spiritual authority, and generational bargains. One of your ancestors out of desperation made a deal in the dark, a spiritual exchange, the compromise, and that pact allowed something wicked to walk the family line unchecked until you. The moment you entered the world, that agreement began to unravel because you carried a seal that could not be touched. Your spirit bore a mark that resisted corruption, and when you screamed your very first cry, It wasn't just a cry of life. It was a declaration. That sound pierced realms. It interrupted a hidden meeting of dark forces who had plotted your arrival, believing they could twist your purpose. But they didn't count on your light. They didn't expect your purity to burn their scripts. Your presence set fire to their blueprints. From the beginning, their plan was simple. Delay your awakening, make you question your intuition, cause you to distrust what you sensed in your bones. But they underestimated you because your soul had already made a deal with heaven. There was an agreement sealed in glory that at the right time you would remember who you are. And now that time is arriving. For with you is the fountain of life. In your light, we see light. Psalm 36:9. The impact of your birth wasn't limited to your family. The ripple shook everything around you. That night, 3 other children were born in your area, not by divine design, but as a side effect of the energy misdirected from stopping you. You were untouched, but the world around you felt the shift. Maybe you've noticed people either feel drawn to you or strangely opposed. You walk into rooms and the atmosphere bends. Some feel peace, some feel tension, but none remain unaffected. Your energy reminds them of something they once had, or something they never dared to reach for. You carry truth in your frequency. It's why your silence speaks, why your presence disturbs. You were never meant to blend in. You were meant to reveal what's been hiding. And that silver-haired woman, the one who appeared at your crib, she left behind more than presence. She left light, a strand of divine power embedded in your aura. It flickered once when you were a child, when you stood up for someone who was hurting. You didn't know why, but something in you refused to remain silent. That same strand is glowing again now, activating, preparing. You don't fight like the world fights. You don't carry anger the way others do. You weren't built to destroy. You were sent to transform. So when tension rises, when conflict surrounds you, don't react. Reign. Breathe deeply and whisper peace. Be still, not just for the room, but for the realm around you. Because the light inside you isn't made for battle. It's made for breakthrough. Do not be overcome by evil, but overcome evil with good. Romans 12:8. A message attributed to Archangel Michael reminds us that on the day you were born, a message was sent across the globe, a single line delivered into the spirit of a chosen one. The one has arrived. That person, they've been preparing ever since. They are not your enemy. They are your mirror. Their assignment is connected to yours. One holds the memory of what was. The other carries the blueprint of what will be. And you carry both. When your paths cross, and they will, what you've forgotten will return, and what you never knew will rise. There's a spiritual dossier written on your life, not medical, but prophetic. And inside it are listed 3 divine assignments tied to light restoration. One of those assignments has already been fulfilled. You didn't even know it. The second is drawing near, closer than you think. And the third, that one is reserved for the fullness of your awakening. Your mother's silence about your birth wasn't indifference. It was protection. There are things she knows she's never spoken, not because she didn't want to, but because she feared what would awaken if she did. And she was right. Telling the truth too soon would have placed you in danger. But what she didn't understand is that you were born wrapped in armor. Heaven's own defense clothed your spirit. That's why even now when she hugs you, her chest tightens. It's not just emotion, it's spiritual memory. Her soul remembers what it once held inside a holy key placed in human form. You've lived most of your life with a sense of pressure, a feeling like something important hasn't happened yet. Like a door that was supposed to open just hasn't. Not because you weren't ready, but because the moment hadn't arrived until now. The divine clock has shifted, and suddenly everything feels urgent. You were always meant to emerge during chaos. That's how your clarity works. It only shines when confusion is loudest. You were designed to be a lighthouse in the storm. That's why your presence carries weight. Why your timing has always felt strange. Why you never quite fit, but always felt positioned. You weren't sent to join what existed. You were sent to rebuild what was broken. Those from among you shall build the old waste places. You shall raise up the foundations of many generations. Isaiah 58:12. And so let this truth settle deep in your bones. You were never a mistake. You were not late. You were not overlooked. You were born on purpose, with clearance from heaven to break the cycle. Reverse the curse. And remember the name. The earth forgot, but heaven still sings. Your awakening isn't coming. It has begun. From the moment your eyes first opened, they didn't hold the usual softness of a newborn. They carried ancient light. Someone who visited you as an infant saw it and couldn't sleep for 7 nights. That person later confessed they saw their entire life flash before their eyes just standing near you. You were only weeks old, and yet your presence already revealed truth. That's the power you were born with. The ability to unsettle what's false and expose what's hidden. That's why liars avoid you. That's why manipulators get nervous in your presence. That's why those who are spiritually blind feel uneasy and can't explain why they whisper. There's something about you that scares me, but you weren't born to comfort darkness. The day you entered this realm, to cancel it. For God, who said, "Let light shine out of darkness," made his light shine in our hearts. 2 Coríntios 4:6. You entered the world during a rare moment. A sacred breach. When a gate between realms stood partially open, very few are ever allowed to pass through such a moment. That gate closed seconds after the day you entered this realm, and it was your arrival that caused it. Heaven made space for you. Earth received you, but hell trembled. You've always been drawn to certain numbers, names, colors, combinations that made no logical sense, but stirred something deep within you. That's not coincidence. Those patterns are residue from your last position before entering this world. Your soul still carries whispers from the realm it departed, tones of truth, echoes of divine geography, and those moments of grief that never made sense, the ones that felt too heavy, too misplaced, as if they didn't entirely belong to you. That's because they weren't. You inherited sorrow not to suffer, but to redeem. You were strong enough to carry pain that began before you ever arrived. Not because you were cursed, but because you were called. You're not just healing your own life. You're repairing generations. It has been spoken through heavenly messengers that your life unfolds like a living scroll. Each step releasing a revelation. That means every step you take releases a revelation. And those who walk beside you, they find their own healing just by witnessing yours. Your presence awakens memory in others. That's why people open up to you even when they don't mean to. Your light unlocks something dormant in them. You don't simply dream. You travel. You don't just sleep. You receive. That's why you wake up sometimes exhausted, inspired, or confused. Because in the spirit, you've already been moving. You've been collecting pieces of your assignment in the night, walking in unseen places, receiving divine downloads. And though your body lies still, your purpose keeps moving. He gives wisdom to the wise and knowledge to those who have understanding. He reveals deep and hidden things. Daniel 2:21 and 22. The signs on your body, the moles, the markings, the patterns that others dismiss, those are not random. They are spiritual inscriptions. Some are maps. Others are keys, and one in particular is a signature, a seal from the realm you came from, a signature from a place where your name is still spoken with reverence. And speaking of your name, The world knows one name, but your soul remembers another. A name not written in ink or recorded in documents. A name whispered in a spiritual dialect just once before your birth. A name that still responds to certain frequencies, places, people, and truths. This is why no label sticks. The world has tried to shrink you, box you in, name you according to its limits. But your destiny can't be domesticated. Your fate doesn't fit inside human language. Your essence is uncontainable. The name you carry on earth is a placeholder. But your real name, it activates when you're in alignment. You'll feel it in your bones. That's why your energy arrives before you do. That's why strangers dream of you before they've met you. You have a forerunning light, a presence that precedes your footsteps. It's not your imagination. It's the legacy of your birth still echoing in places your body hasn't even touched yet. You were never born to survive. You were born to rebuild what was broken. The divine record of your arrival was never meant to stay hidden. And though your mother may never speak the full truth, you now hold the whole scroll. It belongs to you. And when she held you for the first time, something supernatural occurred. Time paused. Lights flickered, and your soul released its first wave of light, a holy wave that shattered invisible chains. That light never stopped flowing. That wave never stopped moving. It's still being felt today. That's why animals pause when you walk past. Why strangers confess things to you. Why you shift the temperature in a room. You were observed from the moment you came, and now it's your turn to observe back. The veil is gone. The curtain is drawn. The world may still see you as ordinary, but heaven knows better. You never left heaven. You carried it with you. You were wrapped in time, disguised in flesh, born on a date the world would forget, but eternity never did. You are the light of the world. A city set on a hill cannot be hidden. Matthew 5:1-4. There is still a thread woven through your timeline that has been hidden until the right moment. That thread is heaven's contingency plan. It was embedded into your life to unravel the systems of oppression, fear, and confusion when the time was right. And the time is now. The atmosphere surrounding your birth wasn't just hospital air. It was charged. It carried tones no human ear could hear. Frequencies of truth, alignment, and royal authority. These tones imprinted onto your spirit. They marked your DNA. Not just biological, but spiritual. That's why you feel what others hide. Why you sense shifts before they're spoken. Why your spirit detects lies without needing proof. You weren't born in the curtain. You were born through it. And that makes you dangerous to deception. That makes you a weapon to darkness. That makes you a restorer of what time has tried to bury. You are the answer to prayers no one remembers praying. The solution to battles still echoing in your bloodline. The moment you were born, heaven didn't just celebrate, it activated. And now the world is shifting again because you're beginning to remember. You never had to go looking for purpose. You've been carrying it all along. Welcome back. Chosen one. You didn't come here empty. You came carrying fire, and the world is about to see it. From the moment your soul crossed the threshold into this world, something in the atmosphere shifted. The nurse who first held you didn't just feel skin on skin. She felt what she could only describe as lightning wrapped in serenity. Her hands tingled for weeks. She left her job not in fear but in awe. In her words, "That child shook everything I thought I knew about life and death." 2 hours after your birth, the hospital lost power, but not everywhere. Only in the wing where you were. And when the lights returned, one corridor glowed with a strange golden hue, like heaven had left fingerprints. 6 seconds of divine evidence. Even the machines in that room fell silent as if reality itself paused to bear witness. No footage remains. It erased itself. No accident. At 3:33 a.m., when your mother whispered your name for the first time. 3 birds appeared at the window of her hospital room. They stayed until sunrise. And to silent, unmoving witnesses, sentinels, your arrival disrupted more than just electricity. It disrupted spiritual systems that had been quietly operating in the background for generations. You were not born into chaos the day you entered this realm through it. Above it, to answer it. The wind blows wherever it pleases. You hear its sound, but you cannot tell where it comes from or where it is going. So it is with everyone born of the Spirit. John 3:8. There was a price for your arrival, but not paid by you. Someone in your bloodline stood in the gap. Someone perhaps forgotten by history offered themselves so that you could enter untouched. You've seen them in your dreams. You may not know their name, but your spirit recognizes their presence. That sacrifice wasn't failure. It was intercession, and it cleared a path for your destiny. After you came, some in your family endured strange losses, sudden downturns, unexplainable tragedies, not because of you, but because darkness had been unsettled. It lashed out, but you were not the cause. You were the key, the solution embedded in the bloodline. Your spirit is an anchor, a stabilizer, a truth activator. People can't lie well in your presence, not because you expose them with words, but because your presence forces honesty. Some feel peace and healing when you're near. Others feel agitated and leave. That's not rejection. That's alignment. This has always been part of your assignment. A divine message once revealed. Your awakening will align you with a promise spoken long before your birth. You're not becoming someone new. You're remembering who you've always been. And when that memory becomes clear, shackles will fall in places your feet have never even touched yet. That's how deep your impact runs. Have you felt it lately? The heaviness, the sudden need to withdraw, bursts of emotion without cause. These are not breakdowns. These are activations. Your body isn't failing. It's catching up. Your soul is preparing to shift into a version of you that's been quietly forming all along. And as this awakening unfolds, you'll notice patterns, repeating numbers, strange timings, lights that flicker, goosebumps that feel like truth touching your skin. These aren't coincidences. They're coordinates, God's signature on your timeline, the divine code stitched into the fabric of your life. Pay attention. When they appear, pause, breathe, and ask, Lord, what are you showing me right now? Because revelation is never random. Start recording these things. Keep a notebook or type them into your phone because divine guidance often comes like rain. Soft, steady, and sacred. And if you don't catch it, it disappears. Some will be threatened by your rise, not because you've harmed them, but because your ascent exposes their hidden alliances. When light expands, it reveals what's been hiding. Don't shrink. Don't apologize. Your light is not up for negotiation. Arise. Shine. For your light has come, and the glory of the Lord rises upon you. Isaiah 6:01. The darkness that once tried to derail your birth is still watching, but it can no longer touch you. The seal on your spirit is complete, and the guardian assigned to you has fully resumed their position. You are covered, you are guarded, and you are moving forward in authority. Each step you take tears the veil a little more. Each revelation you embrace weakens what once held your bloodline captive. And every time you choose alignment over distraction, truth over denial, you are reclaiming spiritual territory. This is the hour you were born for, not to fit in, not to please crowds, but to release sound, carry truth, and awaken what's been asleep for too long. Even now, your memories are being stirred not just of this life, but of the agreements made in the Spirit. Long before your arrival, the promise you carry is echoing through time. And the more you remember, the stronger you become. When people around you begin to shift, don't panic. It's not always attack. Sometimes it's refinement. Those who cannot walk in the light will walk away from it. Let them go. Their exit is not your failure. It's God's protection of your next phase. And those who remain, watch what unfolds in them. Because your light is catalytic, your obedience is contagious. Your presence stirs destiny in others. You were observed the moment you entered, and now you're beginning to see for yourself. This is what it looks like when heaven remembers its promise. This is what it feels like when a soul starts to burn again with the same fire it carried before it ever had a name. You are not broken. You are right on time. And the light you carry, it still scares hell. Because every time it glows, chains break, lies and people remember who they really are. This is your hour. This is your name, and your scroll is no longer sealed. Chosen one. Now that the veil has lifted and the truth of your origin has been laid bare, it's time to move from revelation into restoration. The signs have always been there. Flickers of memory. Childhood moments you couldn't explain. Feelings too deep for words. Those weren't imagination. They were residue from a life that never truly disconnected from the realm of spirit. You saw colors that others couldn't. You heard whispers that others dismissed. You spoke to imaginary friends who were never imaginary at all. You were never naive. You were tuned in, while others forgot. You remembered, and that remembering has always been your edge. You weren't built to blend into this world. You were built to shift it. Your difference is not your burden. It's your blueprint. You were never designed to imitate the noise around you. You were designed to resonate the frequency of truth within you. That is why even your silence carries weight. That is why your presence unears things in people they didn't know were still buried. And now that you know who you are, it's time to live like it. In your everyday life, start cultivating intentional solitude. Not isolation, but space where heaven can speak without interruption. Wake up 5 minutes earlier. Sit still and ask, what does my spirit already know that my mind hasn't caught up to yet? Allow that question to guide your mornings. Speak blessings over your hands before you touch anything because they were made to heal, to unlock, and to protect. As you go through your day, watch your responses, not your reactions. You are not here to mirror chaos, but to calm storms. When emotions rise, do not suppress them. Instead, ask, is this mine? Or have I just walked into someone else's unspoken war? Because you are a carrier of discernment, and that discernment is your shield. Keep track of your dreams. Every night, leave a journal or recorder near your bed. You're still being handed scrolls in your sleep assignments. Insights. Names. Places. Write first. Interpret later. And if you start to notice repeating themes, colors, or names, pay attention. These are not fragments. They are breadcrumbs leading you to what has been sealed until now. Revisit objects in your home that have always drawn your attention. A photo, a drawer, a sealed box. The last piece of your activation may be hidden in plain sight. Look for the elder, the one whose spirit has been carrying a burden. They've held silence for years. When they speak, listen. Don't ask for proof. You won't need it. You'll feel it when it comes. And most importantly, begin blessing others silently. When you walk by someone, speak healing under your breath. When you shake a hand, imagine fire passing through your palm. When you hear someone speak pain, don't always respond with advice. Sometimes your listening is the release. Because what you carry now is not just truth, it's atmosphere. You don't just enter rooms, you recalibrate them. You are a divine instrument, a living scroll, a spiritual earthquake wrapped in skin. The war you were born into has already begun to shift, because you remembered, and now everything that tried to stop you is watching you rise. Welcome back. Beloved, now walk like the heavens are watching, because they are. Before we close, beloved, I invite you into a moment of divine stillness. What you're feeling now is not emotion alone. It's a spiritual awakening. Don't rush past it. Let us seal this revelation with a holy prayer. Heavenly Father, we come before you in sacred awe, hearts trembling under the weight of truth. Remembered, we do not enter this moment casually, for we now know that our lives were never ordinary. Father, you authored a plan before the foundations of the earth were laid. You knit us together, not just in wombs, but in the womb of eternity, crafted for such a time as this. Today, we say yes to that design. Lord, we thank you that our story didn't begin with breath, but with intention, that before our names were whispered on earth, they were declared in the courts of heaven. Thank you for hiding us in plain sight, for wrapping us in mystery, for preserving us through the shadows and storms that tried to abort our purpose. You, O God, are the keeper of promises, and today we acknowledge that we are walking, breathing prophecy. God, for every place we doubted ourselves, for every moment we mistook pressure for punishment, we now declare alignment. We now understand that the weight was not to crush us, but to crown us. You didn't forget us. You were forging us. We remember now, and we repent for the days we shrank, silenced our roar, or masked our light to make others comfortable. No more. Lord, we choose to rise. Father, awaken what has slept inside us. Let the ancient word whispered into our spirit before birth be stirred once again. If it was a name, speak it. If it was an instruction, activate it. Let it come alive with clarity. Let us walk in it with courage. Let the scroll be opened fully in the chambers of our heart. We pray over the seals placed upon us, the spiritual markings, dreams, gifts, and mysteries, that they would now align with divine timing. Every part of us that has been labeled too much, too strange, too sensitive, we now call those parts holy, set apart, sanctified. God, we release the weight of inherited pain, not in avoidance, but in authority. We claim every assignment connected to light restoration. Every tear we've cried is now oil for our anointing. Every season of confusion is now a path to wisdom. What was once a burden now becomes a blessing. Send the angels appointed to us from birth to guard our going out and our coming in. Let the radiant guardian who watched over our birth return if it is time. Let every feather, number, vision, and sign confirm what you've already placed in our spirit. We rebuke every lie spoken over our life, every chain disguised as comfort, every delay pretending to be protection. We are no longer bound to former agreements. We step fully into covenant. God, thank you for every divine encounter we missed, yet was still covered through, for every hospital wing you lit with glory, for every demonic plan you shattered with a single breath from our lungs. Let us never forget that we were born not just to survive, but to reign. We bless our hands. May they heal. We bless our feet. May they carry glory. We bless our voices. May they echo heaven. We bless our names, both earthly and eternal. We thank you, Lord, that we didn't come empty. We came carrying fire. In Jesus' mighty name, Amen. Thank you for walking through this sacred moment with me. If this message stirred something in your spirit, don't keep it quiet. Share your thoughts in the comments. Sometimes your voice is the confirmation someone else has been praying for. Tell us what resonated. Tell us what awakened. And if you haven't already, subscribe now. This channel is more than content. It's a divine meeting place, a space where the veil lifts, truth is spoken, and destinies are reignited. Turn on the notification bell because the next word may be the one that unlocks your next chapter. Remember, you weren't born to fit in. You were born to shift the atmosphere. You weren't made to hide. You were created to carry fire. Until next time, chosen one, walk boldly, speak life, and remember who you are. Heaven hasn't forgotten you, and now neither will you, chosen one. Stop. Do not scroll past this. I am not suggesting, I am warning. God has a direct message for you tonight about someone you have been thinking of letting go. Do not dare to give up on that person. Not yet. Not now. Not when heaven is still working on what you cannot see. The enemy has been whispering that it is time to walk away, that the connection is broken beyond repair, that the silence means it is over, that the pain means it was never meant to be. But those whispers are lies designed to make you abandon your assignment before the breakthrough arrives. At exactly 3:33 this morning, I was pulled into a vision that shook me to my core. I saw a massive battlefield, and in the center of that battlefield, I saw two people standing back to back, fighting together, protecting each other, surrounded by darkness, but refusing to fall. Then I saw one of them begin to lower their sword, exhaustion on their face, doubt in their eyes, ready to walk away from the fight. And I heard God's voice thunder across that battlefield. He said, "Tell them to hold on. The battle is fiercest right before victory. The enemy is not attacking because the connection is weak. He is attacking because it is powerful. What I have joined together carries purpose that hell fears. If they give up now, they give up one step before the breakthrough. Tell them, do not dare to give up." That message is for you, about the person who has been weighing on your heart. Do not skip this message. Do not scroll away. If leave before the seventh warning is revealed, you will miss why God is fighting so hard to keep this connection alive. Stay with me until the end. This is not about emotion. This is about assignment. Before we go deeper, I need you to do something. Type, "I will not give up," in the comments below. This is not just typing. This is your spirit declaring war against the enemy's plan. You are telling God that you will hold on until His purpose is fulfilled. The angels are waiting for your declaration. Type it now and subscribe immediately. Turn on all notifications. What comes after this video will give you strength for the battle ahead. Miss it, and you fight alone without the reinforcement heaven wants to send. Subscribe now. You did not find this video by accident. You found it because heaven intercepted your scrolling. The person on your heart was placed there by God, and He is not done with what He started. Do not skip what comes next. The Spirit is about to reveal 7 warnings about why you must not give up on that person. Warning 1. The enemy only attacks what threatens him. The first warning is this: the intensity of the battle is proof of the connection's power. The enemy does not waste resources on insignificant relationships. God says, if this connection meant nothing, the enemy would ignore it. But look at what has been thrown against it: confusion, misunderstanding, distance, silence, pain that seems to have no source. These are not random occurrences. These are strategic attacks. The enemy recognized the divine blueprint in this connection before you did. He saw what I designed it to become, and he has been working relentlessly to destroy it before it reaches its purpose. Think about it. Why has this relationship faced so much resistance? Why do small things become massive conflicts? Why does the silence feel heavier than it should? Why does letting go feel like grief when logic says it should feel like relief? Because this is not ordinary connection. This is kingdom assignment. And kingdom assignments always attract enemy opposition. The thief comes only to steal, kill, and destroy. John 10:10 activates over your understanding. The enemy is not attacking your relationship. He is attacking your assignment. He is not fighting against your feelings. He is fighting against your future. If you walk away now, you hand him the victory he has been working for. But if you hold on, you frustrate every plan he made against you. Within 21 days, you will see evidence of what the enemy was really trying to stop. Something will happen that reveals why this connection was worth fighting for. Consider David and Jonathan. Their friendship was so threatening to the enemy that Saul tried to destroy it. Consider Moses and Aaron. Their partnership was so powerful that Pharaoh tried to separate them. Consider Ruth and Naomi. Their bond was so anointed that circumstances tried to tear them apart. Every divine connection in Scripture faced intense opposition because divine connections carry divine purpose. And divine purpose always attracts demonic resistance. The attack proves the value. This is warning 1. Do not skip. The second warning is even more urgent. Warning 2. God does not start what he will not finish. The second warning is this. The connection was not your idea. It was God's design. And what God designs, he completes. God says, I wove this connection into both of your stories before either of you existed. I knew the challenges you would face. I knew the pain that would come. I knew the moments when giving up would seem like the only option. But I also knew the purpose this connection would serve. And I do not abandon my designs. What I start, I finish. The question is not whether I will complete my work. The question is whether you will stay long enough to see it. You did not choose this connection randomly. Something deeper was at work. A recognition that could not be explained. A pull that logic could not justify. A knowing that something significant was happening that was not imagination. That was divine orchestration. God was connecting what he had already written together. And what he writes together, he does not erase. He who began a good work in you will carry it on to completion until the day of Christ Jesus. Philippians 1:6 activates over this connection. God is not done. The story is not over. The chapter that feels like an ending is actually a transition. If you close the book now, you will never read the pages God has already written for what comes next. Within 14 days, you will receive confirmation that God is still writing this story. A sign, a word, a moment of clarity. Watch for it. God finishes what he starts. This is warning 2. Hold on. Do not leave. The third warning explains the silence. Warning 3. Silence is not absence. The third warning is this. The quiet season you are experiencing is not proof that God has abandoned this connection. It is proof that he is working beneath the surface. God says, you have mistaken my silence for neglect, but I have been more active in this season than in any other. When the surface is quiet, the depths are moving. I am softening hearts that were hardened. I am healing wounds that were hidden. I am preparing breakthroughs that require foundation. The silence feels empty to you because you cannot see what I am building. But I am building, and what I am building will be worth every moment of waiting. The silence has been painful. The distance has been confusing. The lack of movement has made you question everything. But silence in God's economy is never wasted. It is the season of underground growth. The roots are going deeper even when no leaves are visible. Think about the seed buried in soil. It looks dead. It looks forgotten. Nothing seems to be happening. But beneath the surface, transformation is occurring. Roots are forming. Strength is building. Life is preparing to break through. Your connection is in seed season. And seed season requires patience. Consider Joseph in prison. 13 years of silence before the dream came true. Consider Abraham waiting for Isaac. 25 years of silence before the promise was born. Consider the Israelites in Egypt. 400 years of silence before deliverance arrived. God's silence has never meant God's absence. It has always meant God's preparation. Jesus spoke over your waiting. He said, "Unless a grain of wheat falls to the ground and dies, it remains only a single seed. But if it dies, it produces many seeds." What you perceive as death in this connection is actually the necessary burial before multiplication. Do not dig up the seed before it has time to grow. The harvest is coming, but harvests require patience. John 1:2-4 activates over this season. The silence is not the end. The silence is the womb. What is being formed in the quiet will soon be born into the visible. Within this season, the silence will begin to shift. A word will come. A door will open. Movement will return. Silence is not absence. This is warning 3. Do not skip. The fourth warning reveals the enemy's strategy. Warning 4. The enemy attacks from inside your mind. The fourth warning is this. The greatest battle is not what is happening between you and that person. The greatest battle is what is happening inside your own thoughts. God says, the enemy cannot destroy this connection directly, so he attacks indirectly. He plants thoughts in your mind. He whispers lies that sound like wisdom. He takes small moments and amplifies them into massive problems. He resurrects old pain and presents it as current reality. He makes you believe that the worst interpretation is always the true one. The battle has not been about that person. It has been about your perception of that person. You have been fighting the wrong enemy. You thought the problem was the other person, but the real problem has been the lies you have been believing about them. The enemy does not arrive with obvious attacks. He arrives with subtle suggestions, thoughts that seem like your own, conclusions that seem logical, fears that seem justified. He whispers, they do not really care about you. If they loved you, they would have done something by now. The silence means they have moved on. You deserve better than this. Walking away is the wise choice. You are wasting your time on someone who does not value you. The pain you feel is proof that this is wrong. God would not put you through this if it was meant to be. But these are not wisdom. These are warfare, designed to make you surrender what God has given. The enemy is a master of disguise. He packages lies as logic. He presents fear as wisdom. He dresses deception as discernment. But his voice always leads to abandonment. God's voice never does. God's voice may correct you. God's voice may redirect you. But God's voice never tells you to abandon what he himself has anointed. Archangel Michael declared over your battle, I have been assigned to this connection, and I have watched the enemy's strategy. He has not been able to destroy what God built. So, he has been trying to make you destroy it yourself. Every thought of giving up was planted by him. Every conclusion of hopelessness was his whisper. He knows that if he can corrupt your mind, he can control your decisions. But you have the power to take every thought captive. Use it. 2 Corinthians 10:5 activates over your mind. We take captive every thought to make it obedient to Christ. The lies must be identified. The thoughts must be challenged. The enemy's access to your mind must be shut down. Within 72 hours, a thought will come that urges you to give up. Recognize it for what it is. Reject it. It is not truth. It is attack. The enemy attacks through your mind. This is warning 4. Stay until the end. The fifth warning reveals what you are really fighting for. Warning 5. This is assignment, not just relationship. The fifth warning is this. What you have been calling a relationship, God has been calling an assignment. The stakes are higher than you realized. God says, I did not connect you with this person simply for companionship. I connected you for kingdom purpose. There is something I want to birth through this union that cannot be birthed any other way. Healing, restoration, generational breakthrough, testimony. There is a reason why the bond has been so intense. Because intensity matches assignment. Casual connections do not require this much fighting. Only divine assignments demand this level of warfare. Throughout Scripture, God used divine partnerships to accomplish his purposes. Moses needed Aaron to speak when his voice failed. David needed Jonathan to survive when Saul hunted him. Ruth needed Naomi to guide her to her destiny. Esther needed Mordecai to remind her of her purpose. Paul needed Silas to praise when the prison held them. Peter needed John to run to the empty tomb together. None of these partnerships were convenient. All of them faced resistance. But each one was essential to fulfilling destiny. What would have happened if Moses had given up on Aaron? What if David had walked away from Jonathan? What if Ruth had returned to Moab instead of staying with Naomi? The purpose would have been lost. The assignment would have failed. The destiny would have remained unfulfilled. You and this person are not together by accident. You are together by assignment. And assignments cannot be abandoned just because they become difficult. A soldier does not leave the battlefield because the fight gets hard. A soldier stays because the mission is worth completing. Jesus spoke over your assignment. He said, "Greater love has no one than this, that someone lay down his life for his friends." Sometimes laying down your life means laying down your right to walk away. It means choosing the assignment over your comfort. It means fighting for someone even when fighting is exhausting. This is what love does. This is what purpose requires. John 1:5-13 activates over your commitment. If you walk away from more than a person. You walk away from an assignment. You walk away from purpose. You walk away from what God wanted to accomplish through your connection. Within 21 days, clarity will come about what this assignment is really about, why God connected you, what he wants to accomplish. Hold on until you see it. This is assignment, not just relationship. This is warning 5. Do not skip. The 6th warning is about divine timing. Warning 6. Giving up now means missing what is coming. The 6th warning is this. The breakthrough is closer than you know. If you give up now, you give up on the edge of receiving what you have been praying for. God says, "I see the timeline you cannot see. I know what is scheduled that you do not know. If I showed you what is coming in the next season, you would not even consider giving up. But I require faith, not sight. I require trust, not evidence." The breakthrough has been scheduled. The shift has been prepared. The answer to your prayers is already in motion. If you quit now, you quit one step before receiving what you have been crying for. The enemy knows the timing. 2. That is why the pressure has intensified. That is why the urge to give up has become so strong. That is why everything inside you is screaming that it is over. Because the enemy knows the breakthrough is imminent, and he is making one final push to stop you from reaching it. Think about the Israelites at the Red Sea behind them, Pharaoh's army before them, an impossible ocean. Every logical conclusion said it was over. Every human calculation said they were trapped. Every reasonable voice said this was the end. But they were one moment away from the waters parting, one moment away from witnessing the impossible, one moment away from walking through what should have drowned them. If they had given up in that moment, they would have missed the miracle. If they had surrendered to what they could see, they would have died in what they could not see. You are at your Red Sea. The army behind you is the pain of the past. The ocean before you is the uncertainty of the future, but God is about to part the waters. Exodus 1:4 activates over your situation. The Lord will fight for you. You need only to be still. Do not give up at the edge of your breakthrough. Do not surrender when victory is one step away. Hold on. Within 14 days, you will see movement. Something will shift. Something will change. The parting will begin. Giving up now means missing what is coming. This is warning 6. Stay until the very end. The 7th warning is God's final word. Warning 7. What God has joined. You must not separate. This is the final warning. This is where heaven makes its position clear. God himself is invested in this connection. God says, "What I have joined together, let no man separate." And that includes you. You do not have permission to abandon what I have anointed. You do not have authority to disconnect what I have connected. This is not your design to destroy. This is my design to complete. I know the pain has been real. I know the waiting has been long. I know the battle has been fierce. But I am asking you to trust me more than you trust your exhaustion. Hold on to what I have given you. I am not finished yet. This is not just a relationship. This is a divine joining. A connection that was sealed in heaven before it was seen on earth. And divine joinings are not meant to be broken by human decisions. They are meant to be protected by human obedience. Jesus spoke the final declaration over your connection. He said, "I intercede for those who belong to me. And this connection belongs to me. I have been praying for it. I have been fighting for it. I have been working in both hearts. What the Father has given me, I will not lose. And I am asking you to hold what has been entrusted to you. Do not let go of my design." Matthew 1:9-6 activates over your union. Therefore, what God has joined together, let no one separate. What God has joined, not what circumstances suggested, not what emotions demanded, not what convenience allowed. What God has joined. This connection is God-joined. And God-joined connections require God-level commitment. The 7 warnings have been revealed. The enemy attacks what threatens him. God finishes what he starts. Silence is not absence. The enemy attacks through your mind. This is assignment, not just relationship. Giving up now means missing what is coming. What God has joined must not be separated. You have been warned not to scare you, to save you from the mistake of walking away. But I must give you one final warning. The enemy will make one more attempt in the next 72 hours. Something will happen that seems like confirmation to give up. A moment of pain. A thought of hopelessness. A trigger that seems final. Do not fall for it. It is the enemy's last attack before your breakthrough. He knows the shift is coming. So he is making one final push. Resist it. Hold on. The breakthrough is imminent. Now seal this warning over your life. Say this out loud. Your voice declares what heaven has spoken. Almighty Father, the God who joins and protects divine connections, I receive the 7 warnings you have spoken over my life. I declare that I will not give up on the person you have placed in my life. I will not abandon the assignment you have given me. I will not surrender to the enemy's lies. I will not mistake silence for absence. I will not walk away on the edge of breakthrough. I take every thought of giving up captive to Christ. I reject every whisper that tells me to walk away. I refuse to separate what you have joined together. I declare that I will hold on until I see your purpose completed. I declare that the enemy will not have the victory he has been fighting for. I declare that this connection will fulfill everything you designed it for. Thank you for warning me. Thank you for fighting for this connection. Thank you for the breakthrough that is coming. I will not give up. I will not let go. I will trust you until I see the victory. In Jesus' name, Amen. Heaven recorded the declaration. Your commitment is sealed. The warning has been received, and the enemy's plan has been exposed. Now, complete the commitment process. First, like this video. This is not about numbers. This is about declaration. When you press that button, You are telling heaven, you received the warning. Do it now. Second, subscribe and turn on notifications. More revelation is coming for those who are holding on. Strength for the battle. Wisdom for the waiting. If you are not subscribed, you will miss the reinforcement heaven wants to send. Subscribe now. Third, share this video with someone who is thinking about giving up. There is someone in your life ready to walk away from their assignment. They need this warning before they make that mistake. Send this to them. Fourth, type, "I will hold on" in the comments. Let other warriors see they are not fighting alone. Let heaven record your declaration. Let the enemy know you are not surrendering. Type it now. Chosen one. You came to this video exhausted and considering letting go. You are leaving with divine warning ringing in your spirit. Do not give up. Not now. Not when the breakthrough is this close. Not when heaven is fighting this hard for your connection. The battle has been fierce because the assignment is significant. The pain has been real because the purpose is powerful. The enemy has been relentless because he fears what this connection will become. Every tear you have cried has been recorded. Every prayer you have prayed has been heard. Every moment you have held on has been counted. And none of it has been wasted. All of it has been building toward the breakthrough that is coming. But you have been warned. And now you have been strengthened. Hold on to what God has given you. Fight for what heaven is fighting for. Stay in the battle until the victory arrives. The silence will break. The breakthrough will come. The purpose will be revealed. Do not dare to give up. You are too close to quit now. Go in strength. Go in faith. Go in the knowing that God is not finished yet. The best of this connection is still ahead. The purpose is still unfolding. And your breakthrough is closer than you have ever been. Hold on. Amen. They thought you were ordinary. They thought you were replaceable. But now the silence you left is louder than any word you ever spoke. Have you ever given your heart, your time, your prayers, only to be treated like you were invisible, as if your kindness was just expected, like your presence had no weight? But here's the truth. You were never just there. You were sent a divine placement, an assignment from heaven itself. They didn't see it. They didn't feel it until you left, until your absence turned the light off. And now they're stumbling in the dark, realizing that what they lost was not a person. It was a divine connection. This message is not for the crowd. It's for the few, the ones who were a blessing in secret but rejected in public. You didn't need a platform to change the atmosphere. Your spirit did the work. Your prayers built the walls of protection they didn't even know existed. And yet they treated you as disposable. But something shifted. The air got heavier. The peace disappeared. And now they are forced to confront the one truth they never wanted to admit. The chosen one is gone. And with that absence comes a spiritual drought. Because when you walk away, heaven's covering walks with you. You didn't lose. You didn't fail. You were removed by divine order. Protected, shielded, repositioned. And those who mistreated you, they're now learning the hard way that not every blessing is replaceable. Chosen one, if you feel this in your spirit right now, I want you to declare it in the comments. Drop a 99 because the 99 left behind will never feel complete without the one that heaven chose. And if you haven't done it yet, hit that like button, subscribe, and make sure this message reaches every chosen one who's been misunderstood, mistreated, and is now being elevated. Because what's coming next is a shift they never saw coming. Are you ready for it? They were waiting for something loud, something spectacular, a hero who would announce their arrival with power, titles, and recognition. But God doesn't operate like that. When heaven wants to shift an atmosphere, He doesn't send a celebrity. He sends a servant. And that servant was you. You didn't enter their lives with grand speeches. You didn't force your wisdom onto anyone. You simply showed up, heart open, spirit aligned, ready to give without expecting anything in return. But they couldn't recognize what was standing right in front of them. Why? Because the world is blind to quiet greatness. They only see what sparkles on the outside. But heaven wraps its greatest treasures in simplicity. While they were busy chasing noise, you were building peace. While they were looking for leaders on stages, you were leading through your actions, your patience, your quiet prayers in the background. You carried a light they were too distracted to see, and yet that light was sustaining them. Every conversation you listened to, every moment you chose compassion over ego, every situation where you decided to stay calm while others lost control, those were spiritual acts of warfare they never perceived. You were a barrier between chaos and peace. But they mistook your calm for weakness. They thought you were just being nice. But you were interceding. They thought you were too sensitive. But you were discerning. They thought you were passive. But you were carrying battles in silence that they would have never survived because God designed you to be a quiet storm. Soft in appearance. Unstoppable in purpose. They wanted a warrior with a sword. But God sent them a peacemaker with a shield. And because you didn't come wrapped in applause, they overlooked you. But you see, chosen one. Invisibility is part of the mission. God often hides his most powerful vessels in plain sight, only revealing their true weight when they are removed. You weren't there to impress them. You were there to transform the atmosphere, even if they never noticed. But now that you're gone, everything feels different. The peace has lifted. The light has dimmed. The stability they took for granted is crumbling. And only now are they starting to understand that your presence was never ordinary. It was strategic. It was divine. Because the way God uses his chosen is never how people expect. He hides diamonds in the dust. He places pillars inside people they think are disposable. You were a pillar holding up structures they never knew were fragile. But you didn't scream for recognition. You simply stood firm in the shadows, doing the work heaven assigned you. And now that your post is empty, the cracks are showing. The foundation is shaking. And the silence you left behind is shouting the truth louder than your words ever did. But here's the twist they didn't see coming. Your absence was not your end. It was your unveiling. Because what they discarded as common is about to be revealed as the very thing they couldn't survive without. Chosen one, stay with me, because in the next moment, you'll understand why the void you left is not just emotional. It's spiritual, and the weight of that truth is about to change everything. While you were there, it all seemed effortless. The atmosphere felt light. The relationships flowed. Opportunities opened. But none of them understood why. They thought it was coincidence. They thought life was just in a good season. But what they never saw was the hidden force holding everything steady. It was you, your presence, your spiritual alignment. You were the anchor beneath the surface, keeping everything from drifting into chaos. You weren't loud about it. You didn't advertise your prayers. But while they laughed, you interceded. While they complained, you covered. While they sought validation, you sought heaven's favor on their behalf. You were the invisible stabilizer, the quiet shield that absorbed the storms they didn't even know were coming. But now that you're no longer there to soften the blow, the impact is direct. The arguments they used to shake off now linger. The conflicts that once resolved themselves now escalate. The peace that used to just be there has evaporated. Because the truth is, you weren't just present. You were maintaining spiritual order. And they never noticed until you left. Suddenly, the air feels heavier. Simple conversations turn into tension-filled silences. The flow they once relied on has turned into friction. It's not that the world changed. It's that the covering was removed. You see, when God places a chosen one in a space, they become an atmosphere carrier. You don't just walk into a room. You shift it. Your presence brings divine alignment. But when dishonor enters, heaven withdraws what it once allowed to stay. And that's exactly what's happening now. They never thought your absence would matter because they never understood what your presence provided. They were too busy looking at your outer simplicity, while ignoring the spiritual authority you carried quietly. But now the weight is undeniable. The balance is gone. The lightness has turned into a dense fog, and they are beginning to realize you weren't just helpful. You were essential. Every place you prayed over, every relationship you tried to protect, every situation you handled with grace, they're now unraveling because the thread holding it all together was you. They're feeling the gaps. They're noticing the cracks. But it's not because you cursed them. It's because you were blessing them in ways they never had the maturity to see. Now the silence is their teacher. Every time they face an obstacle, your absence whispers a lesson. Every chaotic moment is a reflection of the peace you once sustained. You never wanted to be the center of attention. You just wanted to serve. But now the vacancy you left is the loudest voice in the room. They used to say, "It's not that serious." Now it feels deadly serious. They used to mock your discernment. Now they wish they had your clarity. They used to call you too much. But now they're suffocating in a spiritual drought you used to hydrate with your presence. And here's what they still don't realize. Your absence isn't a punishment. It's a revelation. It's God teaching through distance what they refuse to learn through proximity. But let me warn you, chosen one, this is only the beginning of what they're about to feel. Because when heaven removes a vessel, heaven also removes the access that came with it. Stay with me, because in the next moment, we will uncover why rejecting a chosen one doesn't just close a door, it shifts the entire spiritual atmosphere into a season of consequence. And that is where the weight becomes inescapable. When they dishonored you, they thought they were dismissing a person. But in the spiritual realm, they were dismissing a divine connection. They saw you as just someone trying to help. But heaven saw you as a carrier of solutions they had been praying for. They didn't realize that rejecting you wasn't a personal offense. It was a spiritual misstep, one that heaven would not ignore. You weren't there by accident. You were a sent vessel, an answer wrapped in humility. And when they chose to dishonor what God sent, they activated a law they didn't even know existed. The law of consequence. Not human revenge. Not karma. But divine principle. Because when you reject what God has sent to bless you, you're not closing the door on a person. You're closing the door on a move of God. That's why everything that once flowed with ease started to feel forced. That's why doors that were opening without effort are now sealed shut. It's not about bad luck. It's about dishonor creating a spiritual blockade. Where there was once peace, tension now reigns. Where there was once divine alignment, confusion has taken over. Not because you wish them harm, but because your presence was a spiritual covering, and they tore it down with their own hands. They didn't know that mocking your prayers was mocking their own protection. They didn't realize that their disrespect wasn't hitting you. It was clashing with heaven, and when that dishonor reaches a certain point, God steps in, not with loud warnings, not with thunder from the skies, but with silence. A holy silence that removes grace from environments that refuse to respect His vessels. This is not about ego. It's not about being right. It's about spiritual order. And dishonor disrupts divine order in ways the natural mind cannot comprehend. You see, God's chosen are extensions of His hands on earth. Rejecting them is like slapping away the hand that's feeding you. It's not immediate destruction. It's a slow unraveling, a gradual exposure of what happens when the covering is gone. What once was protected becomes vulnerable. What once was blessed becomes barren. and those who once felt invincible begin to feel the cracks beneath their feet. But here's the part they never saw coming. The consequence is not designed for revenge. It's designed for revelation. God allows environments that reject His chosen to experience the void so that they may see the value they once ignored. But the longer pride holds the reins, the heavier the consequence becomes. They thought they could dishonor quietly, whisper behind your back, dismiss your value with subtle disrespect. But dishonor, no matter how discreet, speaks loud in the spiritual realm. It sends a message to heaven that says, "We don't value what you've sent," and heaven responds accordingly. The resources dry up, the peace evaporates, the opportunities stall, not out of spite, but as a mirror of their own rejection. They broke the bridge, they cut the connection, and now the very source that was sustaining them has been rerouted elsewhere. But here's what they didn't expect: that the blessing they mistreated is now being positioned in places that will honor it. And the contrast of what they lost will become a constant reminder. That dishonor is expensive, very expensive. Chosen one, I need you to understand. You were never the cause of their downfall. You were the opportunity they mismanaged. And as they sit in the tension of their own choices, God is writing a new chapter for you. One where your value will no longer be questioned. But before we get there, you need to know the silent power you carried. Because while they looked for noise, you were moving mountains in secret. Stay with me, because in the next moment, I'll show you how you were transforming lives behind the scenes without them ever realizing it. You never needed a microphone. You never needed a spotlight. Your mission was never about applause. It was about alignment. You were placed there not to entertain them, but to transform them. And you did it in the most powerful way possible. Silently. While they sought validation, you sought intercession. While they fought for attention, you fought in the spirit for their peace. They never saw the battles you fought on your knees. They never heard the prayers you whispered when no one was watching. But heaven heard. Heaven saw. And because of your obedience, things shifted. You didn't stand on a stage. You stood in the gaps. The cracks they ignored, you sealed them with prayer. The wounds they laughed off, you covered them in spiritual balm. Every place that was breaking, you were quietly holding together, but they never noticed because your strength was hidden. Your impact was veiled. That's the mark of the chosen ones. You don't walk into a room to be seen. You walk in and the atmosphere bends to your presence. Even if no one understands why. You shifted energies. You calmed storms before they escalated. You turned chaos into calm with just a word, a glance, or sometimes just by being there. But now that you've stepped away, the dominoes are falling. The conversations that once flowed now feel forced. The peace that used to just happen now feels manufactured and fragile. They don't understand why everything feels so off. But you do. You were the invisible shield, the unannounced intercessor, the one who fought battles in silence so others could enjoy peace without ever realizing the cost. You were the reason certain disasters never happened. You were the reason opportunities kept coming their way. Not because you bragged, but because you stood in the spiritual gap for them. But dishonor has a way of unmasking what was hidden. They mocked your discernment. They laughed at your sensitivity. But now they're searching for that something that's missing. And it's your absence that keeps echoing louder and louder. They called you too serious. But now they're drowning in the very chaos you used to absorb silently. They said you overthink. But now they're making reckless decisions with no one left to bring balance. They underestimated you because they never saw what you were carrying. And let me tell you something. The enemy knew. The spiritual realm knew. That's why you were attacked so often. That's why you felt the heaviness, the exhaustion, the unseen resistance. Because while they lived in comfort, You were fighting off storms that had your name written on the victory and theirs, too. But they never knew. Because true servants don't announce their battles. They just win them quietly. And now that you're gone, they're beginning to see that you weren't just there. You were holding the spiritual structure of their lives together. Every chain you broke in silence, every atmosphere you cleaned with your prayers was a battle they never had to face. But now the air feels heavier. The conversations are strained. The unity is fractured, because the one who silently held it all together has been removed. And here's the mystery they're struggling to solve. How can someone so quiet, so normal, leave such a massive void? It's because heaven placed you there as a strategic anchor, not for recognition, but for divine preservation. But when dishonor meets divine assignment, God will always protect his vessel. And sometimes that protection looks like removal. Chosen one, you were never their problem. You were their shield. But now that the shield is gone, the impact is direct, and every ripple of your absence is exposing a deeper truth they were never prepared to face. But we're not done. Because in the next moment, you'll understand why humility is the only key left that can reverse what dishonor has destroyed. The question is, will they find it in time, or will the weight of their pride keep them trapped in a cycle of consequences they never saw coming? There's a key that unlocks every door pride has sealed shut, a force so powerful it can reverse spiritual droughts, mend fractured atmospheres, and restore what dishonor destroyed. But it's not a strategy. It's not a plan. It's humility. The only way to heal what has been broken is to kneel where ego once stood. Humility is not just an apology. It's not a shallow, "I'm sorry to check a box." True humility is a deep internal surrender. It's the courage to look at what you overlooked, to admit I was blind, I misjudged, I dishonored what heaven sent me, and that level of honesty is rare because the world teaches people to fight for their pride, to double down on their opinions, to never admit they were wrong. But heaven doesn't operate in pride. Heaven moves in humility. When they rejected you, it wasn't just you they closed off. It was the flow of God's hand moving through you. And every ounce of blessing that dried up after your absence is now shouting this truth. Pride will always bankrupt what honor was meant to multiply. But the beauty is, restoration is never out of reach. It's one decision away. One moment of humility can unlock what pride has kept in chains for years. Humility is the mirror no one wants to face. It reveals the parts of us that ego has tried to hide. It confronts the illusions. And for those who mistreated you, it will take everything in them to finally see what was hidden in plain sight. They'll need to admit that quiet presence I dismissed was a divine covering. That soft voice I mocked was a prophetic guide. That person I thought was too much was sent to hold my life together. But here's the catch. Humility will cost them their pride. And not everyone is ready to pay that price. If they choose pride, the weight will continue. The void will deepen, and the ripple effects of dishonor will keep reverberating through their lives. But if humility breaks through, healing rushes in. Because God doesn't withhold restoration out of vengeance. He waits for alignment. He waits for hearts to bow, for eyes to open, for hands to release the grip of arrogance. Once humility steps in, the spiritual blockages begin to dissolve. What felt heavy becomes light. What was stuck begins to flow because God resists the proud but gives grace to the humble. Chosen one, you are not the one who needs to beg for recognition. You were faithful. You did your assignment. But now it's their turn to make a choice, and that choice will determine whether they continue in drought or step into a season of restoration. But here's what they don't realize yet. Humility is not just about fixing the past. It's about unlocking a future they never knew was possible. Because when they finally honor what they once rejected, the heavens respond with multiplication. The peace you carried returns. The blessings that were delayed are released. But it all hinges on one act of courage: humility. So will they bow or will they break? The time for pretending is over. The weight has exposed the truth. Now only humility can rewrite the outcome. But before we close this chapter, there's one last revelation you must hear. Chosen one, because your absence was never the end of your story. It was the beginning of your divine elevation. Stay with me, because in this final moment, you'll understand why everything you endured was preparing you for a platform only heaven can give. Listen to me carefully. Chosen one, they rejected you. Yes, they underestimated you, ignored you, treated you as if you were replaceable. But heaven never let you go. What for them was a discard, for God was a promotion. They saw your departure as the end. But your absence is in reality the opening of a heavenly stage where your purpose will be honored. What once ignored you will now feel the weight of your mission, and what once pushed you aside will witness how God elevates you in places where your value will not only be seen, it will be celebrated. The void they feel today is not punishment. It's an echo. It's the echo of the impact your presence left in their lives. They were forced to learn what you had been holding together in silence. But you are being prepared for dimensions where your essence will not be misunderstood, where your light will not be dimmed, where your mission will not be sabotaged. You were not created to fit in. You were created to shift atmospheres, to open doors that ordinary people cannot even see. And now, you are about to be positioned on platforms where every word you speak will carry eternal weight. They thought your departure would silence you. But in heaven, your voice never stopped resonating. Remember this, chosen one, you are more than what they saw. You are more than what they understood. You are a vessel, an instrument, a spiritual weapon in God's hands. And the time to hide your light is over. This is only the beginning of your unveiling. The world has not yet seen what you carry. But very soon, doors will open that only open for those who endured the weight of being misunderstood. That's why I tell you now, lift your head, strengthen your spirit. What God is about to do with you will be impossible to ignore. If this word ignited something within you, write in the comments, I was the blessing they rejected. Declare it, because your testimony will awaken many others who were also dishonored, but are about to live their restoration. And before you leave, make sure to like this video, subscribe, and share it, because this is not just your story. It is the story of every chosen one the world didn't know how to value. Get ready. What's coming is your season of recognition. Your mission does not end here. Your assignment is just beginning. And this time, no one will be able to dim your light. Chosen one. The enemies are about to lose everything. I repeat, the enemies are about to lose everything. Chosen one, you are not here by accident. You did not click on this message by chance or curiosity. This moment has been orchestrated by heaven with precision. The same God who sees in secret has aligned your steps to hear this word at the exact second your spirit was strong enough to receive it. You are standing on the edge of a supernatural turning point, a divine reversal where justice, elevation, and heaven-sent increase begin to move in your favor. Chosen one. This message is for the one who has endured betrayal, loss, and unfair treatment in silence. You did the right thing. You walked with integrity. You stayed faithful while others took advantage of your effort. Your ideas, your money, or your name. You have carried the weight of injustice, quietly trusting God when nothing made sense, believing that the law of heaven would eventually speak on your behalf. Hear this clearly. When we speak of enemies, we are not only speaking of people, but of systems, forces, and spiritual resistance that drained your resources, blocked your wealth, and delayed your rise. Those forces are being confronted now. Chosen one, by the end of this message, the heaviness you have carried will begin to lift. Clarity will return. Faith will rise. You will begin to recognize the flow of wealth and restoration being realigned toward you. Stay with this message until the end, and allow your faith to be strengthened layer by layer. If this word resonates with your spirit, comment 777 as a sign of alignment, and write the city or place where you are watching from. Because divine justice does not remain abstract. It manifests where you stand. The enemies who stole from you are not about to apologize. They are not preparing an explanation. They are not planning to quietly return what they took and walk away unchanged. What is unfolding now goes far deeper than repayment. What is unfolding is exposure, collapse, and divine reversal. What they built on deception is losing its spiritual support. The structures that seemed stable were only standing because heaven allowed time to run its course. That time has reached its limit. There are moments in life when loss feels random, confusing, even cruel. But what you walked through was not accidental. It was not poor judgment. It was not weakness. What happened to you was deliberate. There was intention behind it. There was awareness behind it. What was taken from you was not only material, it was spiritual. It was time. It was momentum. It was peace. It was confidence. It was the ease you once carried before you learned how calculated some people can be. I want to speak clearly here because clarity breaks shame. This was not a misunderstanding. This was not miscommunication. This was not everyone trying their best. What occurred was a calculated theft, and it targeted something far more valuable than money. It targeted what you carry. There are people who can tolerate your success but cannot tolerate your light. They are comfortable benefiting from you as long as you do not outgrow their shadow. The moment your clarity sharpened, the moment your presence carried weight, the moment your vision matured, resistance formed. Chosen one. What irritated them was not your ambition. It was your anointing. You carry something that exposes shortcuts, laziness, manipulation, and false authority without you ever opening your mouth. Some people steal because they know they cannot compete. They borrow because they know they cannot build. They sabotage because they know they cannot replicate what flows naturally through you. I have lived this. I know what it feels like to watch someone advance using what you labored for. I know the confusion of seeing doors open for them while yours felt sealed. I know the quiet prayer that says, God, did I miss something? I know the nights where you replay conversations, decisions, moments, wondering where you were too trusting, too generous, too patient. That questioning did not come from foolishness. It came from integrity trying to make sense of injustice. They did not just take resources, they took years. They took emotional capacity. They took your ability to trust without flinching. They took energy that should have been compounding in your own life. And for a season, it looked like they got away with it. It looked like there were no consequences. It looked like silence. But silence is not absence. Silence is often evidence that something legal is happening in the unseen. There is a spiritual law that cannot be bypassed, delayed indefinitely, or negotiated away. When someone touches what God has marked, they do not enter a rivalry with you. They enter a case with heaven. Justice does not always arrive quickly, but it always arrives precisely. Heaven does not respond with emotion. Heaven responds with evidence. God's stillness was not indifference. It was restraint. Evidence was being collected. Patterns were being allowed to fully reveal themselves. Motives were being exposed not to you, but to the court that actually matters. There are moments when God allows someone to rise higher than they should, only so that the fall will be unmistakable and final, not dramatic. Final. This is why what is coming will not feel chaotic. It will feel ordered. It will feel sudden but correct. You will not need to explain it. You will not need to defend it. You will recognize it by the peace that accompanies it. There is an ancient pattern in Scripture that reveals how this works. A powerful man once invested his time, resources, and influence into building a device meant to destroy a righteous man. He thought he was preparing an ending. In reality, he was constructing his own exposure. What looked like planning was actually self-incrimination. What looked like dominance was delay before reversal. That same principle is active now. The trap that was engineered for you did not miss its target. It simply landed on the wrong person. Chosen one, understand this. You were never meant to intervene. You were never meant to retaliate. You were never meant to correct the narrative with force. That would have removed the legal right for heaven to act fully. You were protected by restraint even when restraint felt costly. What is unfolding now is not a 1-4 phone exchange. This is not balance. This is restoration with interest. When theft is exposed, the consequence is not merely return. It is loss of authority, loss of covering, loss of influence. The weight they carried because of deception cannot remain once truth is activated. I want to ground this in reality for a moment because prophetic language must land in real life to build faith. This may look like a position suddenly opening that you were told would never be yours. It may look like a conversation you were excluded from becoming the very place your name is reconsidered. It may look like someone who blocked you being quietly removed. It may look like an institution restructuring. It may look like alliances breaking down unexpectedly. You may not hear an apology. You may not receive a confession, but you will see alignment. And alignment is louder than words. What they held was never ownership. It was escrow. What they benefited from was temporary access. That access is expiring. And when it does, you are not stepping into chaos. You are stepping into prepared ground. This is not about ego. This is not about proving anything. This is about demonstration. When God restores, He does so in a way that leaves no confusion about who defended you. You are not being elevated to shame anyone. You are being elevated to establish order. There is a table being prepared not for spectacle but for witness. Those who doubted your integrity will quietly adjust their language. Those who underestimated your endurance will rethink their assumptions. Those who assumed your silence meant weakness will recognize maturity too late to benefit from it. Before we go further, I need to say this with seriousness and care. How you carry what comes next matters. Justice does not grant permission to harden. Vindication does not authorize pride. The final test of the chosen is character after reversal. When the weight shifts, humility keeps you aligned. You are not being trusted with restoration because you are perfect. You are being trusted because you learned restraint under pressure. You learned how to stay clean in dirty situations. You learned how to wait without rotting. That is rare. That is why heaven is responding. What you are stepping into will not require striving. It will require surrender. Let go of the need to monitor outcomes. Let go of the need to track their downfall. Let go of the need to narrate the process. Your responsibility now is to remain open, grounded, and receptive. Take a breath here, not as a pause, but as recognition. Something has shifted. You can feel it in the way this landed. This is not hype. This is confirmation, and this is only the beginning of the restoration that has already been approved. There is a moment that comes after injustice, when the soul grows tired of asking questions. Not angry anymore. Not desperate. Just quietly exhausted from carrying what should never have been yours to hold. That moment is sacred because it is often the exact point where heaven begins to move on your behalf without asking for your input. Chosen one, you reached that place. You stopped trying to explain. You stopped trying to prove. You stopped trying to chase clarity from people who benefited from your confusion. And in that stillness, Something shifted. When striving ends, alignment begins. I want you to understand something deeply important. The delay you experienced was not because God needed more time. It was because you needed more authority. Authority is not given lightly. It is earned through endurance, restraint, and obedience. When obedience feels unrewarded, what you walked through trained you to carry what is coming without being corrupted by it. Some of you are wondering why this reversal is happening now and not earlier. Why did it take this long? Why did you have to lose so much first? The answer is not punishment. The answer is capacity. If restoration had come too early, it would have crushed you. If vindication had come before healing, it would have poisoned you. Timing was mercy, even when it felt like absence. I remember a season in my own life when something I built was taken from me quietly, professionally, legally, and yet deeply personally. On paper, it looked like a clean transaction. In reality, it felt like theft dressed in politeness. For a long time, nothing happened. No correction, no exposure, no justice. And I kept thinking, did I miss our God? What I didn't realize then was that God was not correcting the situation. He was correcting me. He was refining how I trusted, how I listened, how I released control. Then one day, without warning, alignment returned. Not because I fought harder, but because I stopped fighting at all. Doors that had been locked by human authority opened without effort. Conversations I was never invited into began happening without my involvement. What I lost was restored, but not in the same form. It came back, multiplied, cleaner, and without the emotional cost attached to the original version. That is how divine justice works. It does not always restore the same object. It restores position, chosen one. What is being returned to you is not simply money or opportunity. It is standing. It is influence. It is voice. It is the ability to move forward without carrying the residue of what hurt you. That is why this moment matters so much. If you try to measure it only in material terms, you will miss the magnitude of what is happening. There are spiritual laws that govern increase. One of them is this: nothing stolen can remain hidden forever. Exposure is not a punishment. It is a consequence. And consequences do not require your participation. They require alignment. You may begin to notice something subtle before anything dramatic happens. People may speak differently around you. Decision makers may pause longer than usual before dismissing you. Opportunities that once felt inaccessible may start appearing without effort. These are not coincidences. These are indicators that the weight in the room has shifted. There is also something else happening that is just as important. The hold the enemy had on your mind is weakening. You are thinking more clearly, reacting less emotionally, resting more deeply. That is not detachment. That is recovery. That is the return of internal order. I need to speak plainly here. Some of what you lost was never meant to be recovered in its original form. Some relationships will not be restored. Some doors will remain closed. And that is not loss. That is protection. Restoration does not mean returning to the same environment that allowed harm in the first place. Restoration means being repositioned where harm cannot follow. The people who stole from you believed that silence meant safety. They mistook patience for permission. They assumed that because there was no immediate consequence, there would be no consequence at all. That assumption is collapsing now. Not loudly, not dramatically, methodically. When God moves in justice, He does not announce it to the guilty. He announces it to the aligned. That is why this message found you now and not them. You are being prepared to recognize what is yours when it returns. You are being trained to receive without fear. Suspicion, or self-sabotage. There is a temptation at this stage to scan for signs of their downfall, to watch for evidence, to wait for confirmation. Resist that urge. That focus belongs to the old season. The new season requires forward attention. What is behind you is being handled. What is ahead of you requires your presence. I want you to hear this clearly. You did not lose because you were weak. You lost because you were clean. You were not defeated. You were spared from becoming what harmed you. That preservation is why you are trusted with what is coming. Wealth, when it arrives through divine alignment, feels different. It does not carry anxiety. It does not demand constant defense. It does not require compromise. It comes with peace. It comes with clarity. It comes with stewardship rather than survival. Some of you will experience this as a sudden financial opening. Others will experience it as long-term stability, replacing chronic uncertainty. Others will experience it as influence returning without effort. All of it is restoration. All of it is intentional. Do not rush the process. Now, acceleration does not mean haste. It means precision. Every step that opens next will feel strangely calm. That calm is confirmation. You are not entering a season of noise. You are entering a season of order. And order is where multiplication lives. Stay present. Stay surrendered. Stay receptive. The shift is already in motion, and it is unfolding exactly as it should. There is another layer to this moment that most people miss, and it is not visible on the surface. When restoration begins, it does not only rearrange circumstances, it reveals truth. And truth can feel uncomfortable before it feels freeing. This is why some of you have sensed a strange mix of peace and unease at the same time. Peace, because you know something has shifted. Unease, because clarity is sharpening, and clarity changes how you see everything. Chosen one. The return of what was stolen also brings discernment about what should never be allowed near you again. This is not bitterness. This is wisdom. Wisdom is the residue left behind when pain is fully processed instead of suppressed. You are no longer operating from naivety. You are operating from awareness. There are people who benefited from your generosity but never respected your boundaries. There were environments that rewarded your effort but ignored your well-being. There were systems that used your ideas without honoring your contribution. For a long time, you tried to make those spaces work because you believed endurance was the same as faithfulness. It is not. Faithfulness includes stewardship of your own soul. I remember learning this the hard way. There was a time when I believed staying quiet was humility, when in reality, it was fear of disruption. I stayed in places that drained me because I thought leaving would mean failure. What I did not understand then was that God does not measure success by how long you tolerate what is misaligned. He measures it by how quickly you respond when alignment shifts. Chosen one. Alignment has shifted for you. This is why you are feeling less inclined to explain yourself, less compelled to convince, less willing to negotiate your worth. That is not arrogance. That is authority settling in. Authority does not announce itself loudly. It simply takes up space without apology. As restoration unfolds, you may notice that certain people grow uncomfortable around you, not because you changed, but because they can no longer access you the way they used to. Your clarity removes leverage. Your peace removes control. Your silence removes manipulation. And that can be deeply unsettling to those who relied on your openness to take advantage. Do not mistake their discomfort for your responsibility. There is also something else happening beneath the surface. The shame that once tried to attach itself to your loss is dissolving. Shame always lies. It tells you that if something was taken, you must have deserved it. That if you were bypassed, you must not have been enough. That if you were mistreated, you must have misjudged. Shame collapses under truth. And truth is rising now. What happened to you does not define your future. It refined your discernment. This is why heaven can now trust you with more. Not because you became harder, but because you became clearer. Not because you lost compassion, but because you learned where compassion belongs and where it does not. There is a subtle but powerful transition happening within you. You are moving from survival thinking into stewardship thinking. Survival asks, how do I protect myself? Stewardship asks, what am I responsible for carrying well? This shift is critical because what is coming next will require intentional care, not constant defense. When wealth returns without healing, it reopens wounds. When influence returns without discernment, it recreates cycles. But when restoration meets maturity, it multiplies without corruption. Chosen one, you have done the internal work. Even when you didn't realize it, every night you questioned your choices. Every moment you resisted bitterness. Every time you chose restraint over retaliation. Those were not passive moments. Those were investments, and they are paying dividends. Now, you may not recognize the return immediately because it will not always look like a dramatic reversal. Sometimes restoration looks like stability after chaos. Sometimes it looks like consistency after volatility. Sometimes it looks like finally being able to breathe without bracing for loss. Do not underestimate these signs. They are evidence that the atmosphere around you has changed. I want to speak to those of you who are afraid to hope again. Afraid that if you open your heart, something will be taken again. That fear is understandable, but it does not belong in the next season. The answer to past loss is not closed hands. It is wiser stewardship. Open hands guided by discernment are powerful. God is not asking you to trust blindly. He is asking you to trust with wisdom. As you move forward, you will notice that opportunities no longer feel rushed. The urgency that once pressured you to decide quickly is gone. In its place is clarity. Peace does not push. Peace confirms. If something requires you to abandon your values to access it, it is not restoration. If something demands secrecy to succeed, it is not alignment. What is coming to you will not require compromise. There is a reason the timing feels deliberate. This is not a season for scrambling. This is a season for receiving. You may also notice that your prayers are changing. You are no longer asking God to fix things. You are asking Him to order them. That shift matters. Fixing implies brokenness. Ordering implies authority. You are not broken. You are being repositioned. Chosen one, there will be moments when you are tempted to look back and measure how far others have fallen. Resist that temptation. Comparison belongs to the old order. What matters now is how clearly you can see forward. The future being prepared for you requires focus, not reflection. You are not being restored to prove anyone wrong. You are being restored to fulfill what was delayed. That fulfillment will speak for itself. Let your heart stay soft. Let your boundaries stay firm. Let your trust be guided, not guarded by fear. This is how you carry what is returning without losing yourself again. Take another breath here. Feel the steadiness that is replacing tension. That steadiness is not temporary. It is the foundation for what is being built now. There is a sacred responsibility that comes with restoration, and it is rarely talked about because it requires maturity to receive it. When heaven returns what was stolen, it also returns choice. Choice over how you build next. Choice over who has access. Choice over whether you repeat old patterns or establish new ones. This is where many people stumble, not because they are ungrateful, but because they underestimate the weight of what they are being trusted with. Chosen one, the next season is not asking you to prove strength. It is asking you to practice discernment in calm conditions. You learned how to survive under pressure. Now you must learn how to steward in peace. There is a difference between being protected and being prepared. Protection keeps harm away. Preparation teaches you how to carry increase without inviting harm back in. What you are entering now is preparation. And preparation requires honesty with yourself. Some of the doors that are opening will look familiar. They may resemble opportunities you once prayed for, dreamed about, or even lost. But they will feel different. There will be no desperation attached, no urgency to accept before thinking, no fear of missing out. That is how you will know it is aligned. Alignment does not rush you. It anchors you. I want to speak to the internal shift happening right now. You are becoming less reactive and more responsive, less emotionally pulled by outcomes and more grounded in discernment. That shift is not accidental. It is evidence that authority is being restored internally before it manifests externally. Authority always begins on the inside. I have watched people receive sudden restoration without this internal shift, and I have seen how quickly it overwhelmed them. Not because the blessing was wrong, but because the timing was premature. You were spared from that. What felt like delay was actually insulation. God was protecting the version of you that would eventually need to carry this weight without breaking. There will be moments in this season where you feel tempted to explain your story, to tell people what really happened, to clarify misconceptions, to correct narratives. And there is nothing wrong with truth. But not all truth needs to be spoken by you. Some truth is revealed by time. Some truth is revealed by alignment. Some truth is revealed by outcome. Let outcome speak where explanation once tried to survive. Chosen one. You do not need to convince anyone of your worth. Now your consistency will do that. Your stability will do that. Your peace will do that. The way you move without panic will do that. Another thing you may notice is that your tolerance for disorder is decreasing. You are less willing to entertain confusion, less patient with environments that lack integrity, less flexible with boundaries that once felt negotiable. This is not rigidity. This is clarity. And clarity is necessary for stewardship. The next level of your life will require fewer people, not more. Fewer commitments, not more. Fewer distractions, not more. Expansion does not always add. Sometimes it subtracts to make room. This is where discernment becomes practical. Who drains you after conversations? Who requires constant reassurance? Who subtly pressures you to minimize your growth, to remain comfortable? Those dynamics matter now. Not because you are judging, but because you are responsible for what you allow near what is growing. I learned this lesson when restoration came to me quietly. It was not loud. It was not dramatic. It was subtle. And because it was subtle, it was easy to overlook how quickly it attracted attention. People who once ignored me began to reappear. Opportunities that once felt out of reach suddenly felt accessible. And in that moment, I realized that restoration is not just about receiving. It is about selecting. You are selecting now. You are selecting who hears your ideas before they are formed, who sees your plans before they are complete, who has access to your time when your time becomes valuable again. These choices will determine how sustainable this next season becomes. Chosen one. Heaven is not only restoring what was taken, heaven is restoring discernment that was dulled by betrayal. You are seeing more clearly now. Trust that. Honor that. Do not override it to be polite. There will also be moments where you grieve what was lost even as you are being restored. That grief is valid. Loss leaves an imprint. Healing does not erase memory. It reassigns meaning. Allow yourself to feel without interpreting those feelings as doubt. You are not conflicted. You are human. What matters is that you do not build your future while standing in the shadow of your past. Acknowledge what happened. Learn from it. But do not let it dictate how you receive what is coming. You are no longer operating from scarcity. You are operating from sufficiency. That means you do not need to chase. You do not need to compete. You do not need to overextend. What belongs to you will align with you. There is a peace that accompanies true restoration, and it does not depend on circumstances. It settles in the body. It calms the nervous system. It slows reactions. If you are feeling that peace even in small ways, Pay attention. That is not emotional numbness. That is safety returning. Chosen one. Safety is not something you must earn. It is something you allow when trust is rebuilt internally. As this season unfolds, you may find yourself praying differently. Not begging, not bargaining, but listening. That shift matters. Listening positions you to receive instruction, not just relief. And instruction is what sustains restoration long term. There is wisdom available to you now that was not accessible before pain shaped you. You are not the same person who entered that loss. You are clearer, stronger, more grounded. That is why what is returning will stay. Do not rush this season. Do not test it by forcing outcomes. Let things unfold at their intended pace. You are not late. You are exactly on time. Take another breath here. Feel the steadiness in your chest. That steadiness is not fragile. It is the foundation upon which the next chapter is being built. There is a quiet confidence that begins to form when restoration becomes real. Not because everything is perfect, but because fear no longer has the final word. This confidence does not announce itself. It does not need validation. It settles into your posture, your decisions, your pace. And once it settles, nothing external can easily shake it. Chosen one. This is the confidence that comes from knowing you survived what was meant to break you. And you did not become bitter in the process. You did not lose your integrity. You did not trade your soul for survival. That matters more than you realize, because the next season of your life will require inner stability more than outer strength. Many people think wealth is about accumulation, but heaven views wealth as flow. What you resisted in the last season was stagnation. What you are stepping into now is circulation. Circulation of ideas, circulation of resources, circulation of influence, and flow only remains healthy when it moves through clean channels. You are a clean channel. This is why you had to endure pruning. Not because you were wrong, but because you were becoming ready. Pruning is never punishment. It is preparation for fruit that can be sustained. And sustained fruit requires roots that go deep enough to hold weight without collapsing. There is something important happening in your emotional world right now. You are no longer reacting to reminders of the past with the same intensity. Situations that once triggered anxiety now pass through you without anchoring. Conversations that once stirred frustration now feel distant. That is not suppression. That is healing. Healing changes how memory behaves. The past no longer controls your nervous system. And when your nervous system stabilizes, your discernment sharpens. You are able to sense alignment without overthinking. You are able to decline invitations without guilt. You are able to say yes without fear of being trapped. This is where authority begins to express itself naturally. Chosen one, I want you to understand something deeply. You do not owe access to anyone who benefited from your former version. You do not owe explanations to people who did not protect you when they had the chance. You do not owe proximity to those who only valued you when you were convenient. Release that obligation. Freedom is not cutting people off aggressively. Freedom is no longer being pulled toward what does not honor your growth. You are allowed to move on quietly. You are allowed to choose differently. You are allowed to build without announcing. The restoration you are experiencing is not meant to be consumed all at once. It is meant to be stewarded slowly. This is why patience is returning to you. Not forced patience, but natural patience. The kind that comes from trust rather than fear. Fear rushes. Trust waits. You may notice that your relationship with time is changing. You feel less pressured to catch up. Less obsessed with timelines. Less anxious about progress. That shift is significant. It means you are no longer measuring your worth by outcomes. You are measuring alignment by peace. Peace is the confirmation. Now there is also a strengthening of your inner boundaries taking place. You are becoming more selective with what you entertain mentally. You are less willing to spiral into hypothetical outcomes. You stop certain thoughts before they finish forming. That is not avoidance. That is discipline. Discipline is not restriction. It is protection for what matters. As wealth, opportunity, or influence begins to re-enter your life, there will be moments when old voices try to resurface. Voices that whisper doubt. Voices that remind you of what went wrong before. Voices that question whether this will last. Those voices are not prophetic. They are echoes. Echoes lose power when they are not answered. Do not argue with echoes. Keep moving. Chosen one. What is coming into your life now is coming with instruction. Not instruction that feels heavy or controlling, but guidance that feels intuitive. You may feel prompted to organize, to simplify, to prepare, to release certain habits or to refine certain skills. Follow those nudges. They are not random. They are alignment cues. Heaven prepares you before it promotes you. I remember a season when restoration began for me quietly. I felt compelled to clean things up in my life that no one else could see. I reorganized how I spent my time. I became more intentional with my energy. I stopped explaining my decisions to people who were not invested in my well-being. At the time, it felt subtle. In hindsight, it was strategic. Those internal adjustments created space for what came next. You are in that same phase. Now this is also a season where humility protects increase. Not performative humility, not self-diminishing humility, but grounded humility. The kind that recognizes that everything you carry now is stewarded, not owned. That perspective keeps your heart clean and your hands open. Chosen one. You are not meant to hoard what is returning. You are meant to circulate it wisely. That does not mean giving everything away. It means understanding purpose, understanding timing, understanding where your yes carries weight and where it does not. Wisdom multiplies resources. Emotion drains them. You have learned that lesson already. That is why you are being trusted again. There will be moments when you realize how much stronger you are now compared to who you were before the loss. Not harder, stronger. Strength without hardness is rare. That is the kind of strength that builds legacy, not just success. Legacy is formed quietly. As this season unfolds, keep choosing presence over projection. Keep choosing alignment over appearance. Keep choosing faith over fear. You do not need to monitor outcomes. You do not need to defend timing. You do not need to prove readiness. You are ready because you endured. You learned, and you did not lose yourself. Take a breath here. Feel the steadiness in your body. That steadiness is not temporary. It is the signal that your internal world is catching up with what heaven has already approved. There comes a moment when restoration stops feeling like a promise and starts feeling like a responsibility. Not a burden, but a calling, a quiet awareness that what is returning to you is not simply meant to repair what was broken, but to position you for something larger than you originally imagined. Chosen one. This is that moment. You are no longer waiting for justice. Justice has already been set in motion. What you are learning now is how to walk forward without dragging the weight of the past behind you. This is not denial. This is mastery. Mastery over memory, over emotion, over reaction. Mastery that only comes after you have faced pain honestly and chosen not to live inside it. One of the clearest signs that restoration is real is this. You no longer feel the urge to replay old scenarios. You remember them. Yes, but they no longer demand your attention. They no longer hijack your imagination. They no longer determine how you approach new opportunities. That is freedom. Freedom does not shout. It settles. As this freedom settles, you may notice something surprising. Your vision is expanding. You are thinking beyond recovery, beyond getting back to where you were. Beyond proving that you can still succeed, you are beginning to think about impact, sustainability, and purpose. That shift is not accidental. It means you are no longer defined by what you lost. You are being defined by what you are here to build. Chosen one. You were never meant to simply reclaim what was taken. You were meant to surpass it. This is why the path ahead will not look like a return to the past. It will look like advancement into something new, something cleaner, something stronger, something that does not require constant defense because it is built on alignment rather than effort. You may feel a sense of gravity around decisions now. Not heaviness, but importance. Choices feel more consequential. Time feels more valuable. Energy feels more precious. That awareness is not pressure. It is stewardship awakening. Stewardship changes how you move. You are less likely to overcommit, less likely to say yes impulsively, less likely to tolerate environments that drain clarity. This is not because you are closed off. It is because you are focused. Focus is the currency of this season. There will be moments when people from the past reappear, not always to apologize, not always to reconcile, sometimes simply to see where you are now. How you respond internally matters more than what you say externally. You do not need to reopen doors to prove healing. Healing speaks through boundaries just as much as it speaks through forgiveness. Forgiveness does not require access. Chosen one. You are allowed to forgive fully and still move forward without revisiting what wounded you. That is not hardness. That is wisdom matured through experience. As wealth, influence, or stability begins to settle into your life again, you may feel an unexpected sense of quiet. Not the silence of waiting, but the quiet of order. Chaos demande attention. Order creates space. In that space, creativity returns. Vision returns. Energy returns. You may start to feel inspired again in ways you forgot were possible. Ideas come without force. Solutions appear without panic. Confidence rises without comparison. These are not personality changes. They are indicators that your nervous system is no longer operating in survival mode. Survival mode blocks creativity. Safety restores it. I want to speak directly to those of you who are afraid that enjoying this season will make you vulnerable again. That fear is understandable, but it does not belong in this chapter. Enjoyment does not invite loss. Carelessness does. And you are not careless anymore. You have discernment now. Discernment does not make you suspicious. It makes you selective. You know the difference between opportunity and distraction. You sense when something aligns with your values and when it only appeals to ego. That discernment will protect what you build far more effectively than fear ever could. Chosen one. You are not being asked to relive the past to avoid repeating it. You are being asked to integrate its lessons and move forward with clarity. This is also a season where your voice carries weight not because you are louder but because you are grounded. People may seek your perspective. They may ask how you stayed steady when things fell apart. You do not need to dramatize your story. Your presence will answer most questions without words. Presence is powerful when it is not trying to impress. There is also a humbling truth in this season. Some of the people who hurt you did not realize the full impact of what they were doing. That does not excuse them, but it releases you from carrying unnecessary resentment. Resentment is heavy. You do not need it now. You are moving too quickly forward to carry unnecessary weight. As you continue, you may find yourself redefining success. Success is no longer just about results. It is about sustainability, about peace, about alignment between who you are and what you do. That redefinition will guide your decisions more accurately than ambition ever did. Ambition pushes. Alignment pulls. Chosen one. Trust the pull you feel now. It is not restlessness. It is direction. You are being drawn toward environments that can support who you have become, not who you used to be. That may mean leaving certain roles, routines, or relationships behind. Not in anger, in clarity. Clarity does not require explanation. There will be moments when gratitude rises unexpectedly. Not forced gratitude, but deep appreciation for what you learned through hardship. That gratitude is not approval of pain. It is recognition of growth. Growth that now allows you to stand where you are without resentment. You did not waste those years. They refined you. And now, as you step fully into what is being restored and expanded, remember this: you are not walking alone. You are walking with wisdom. Earned discernment sharpened, and faith deepened. That combination is rare. That is why what you build now will last. Take one more breath here. Notice how your body feels. Notice the absence of urgency. Notice the presence of steadiness. That steadiness is not temporary. It is the evidence that restoration is no longer a promise ahead of you. It is a reality you are already living inside. Chosen one, take a deep breath and let your spirit settle. Do you feel that shift? That is not imagination, that is alignment. The spiritual work that needed to be completed has been completed, and what remains now is manifestation. You are not standing in hope alone. You are standing in your Kairos moment, your divinely appointed time where heaven and earth are meeting on your behalf. Anointed one, the transfer you have sensed is already in motion. What was delayed is being released. What was hidden is being revealed. What was held back is now being reassigned to you with precision and purpose. Do not rush. Do not strive. Stay faithful. Stay grounded. And let gratitude lead you forward. God's silence has done its work, and His timing will speak louder than any explanation ever could. As you move into the days ahead, guard your heart, remain humble, and steward well what is coming. You did not endure for nothing. You were prepared for this. Walk gently, walk wisely, and walk expectantly, knowing that heaven has gone before you. If this word resonated with your spirit, remain connected to this flow. Subscribe and stay aligned with what God is releasing here. And if you feel led, share where you're watching from your city, your place, as a quiet act of agreement, because divine order does not stay abstract. It manifests where you stand. Go in peace, chosen one. The reversal is active. The blessing is released. And what comes next will confirm everything your spirit already knows. Chosen one, wealth is coming. I repeat, wealth is coming. Chosen one, you are not here by accident. This moment was arranged by heaven with precision. What you are hearing right now is not random content. It is a divine appointment, a signal that you are standing at the edge of something supernatural. I see you. You have worked hard, spoken little, and yet no one listened. You carried ideas others ignored. You knew deep inside that you were not ordinary, but you lacked the power, the platform, the proof to make them believe. You have been overlooked in conversations, dismissed because you didn't have money, labeled a dreamer, told you were unrealistic, told to be quiet and stay in your place. And still you endured, not because you were weak, but because you were being prepared. Chosen one, this is not just about money. Wealth is coming as restoration, as authority, as alignment. Heaven has seen your effort. God has counted every silent sacrifice. And now you are approaching a moment of sudden elevation, just as it is written. The vision waits for its appointed time, but it will surely come. But hear this carefully. When wealth comes, silence must become your protection. You were silent when you had nothing, and you will remain silent when you have everything. Stay with me. What you are about to hear will prepare you for what is coming and protect what heaven is releasing. Subscribe now so we stay connected, and comment 777 as agreement, not for performance, but as confirmation that you will listen until the end and allow God's wisdom to settle deep into your spirit. Chosen one. Hear this carefully. Sudden wealth does not arrive as a reward for intelligence alone, nor as proof that someone is better than others. More often, it arrives without warning, before the soul has fully adjusted to carrying weight. I have watched people step into abundance too quickly and crumble under the pressure of attention, expectation, and noise. Heaven does not release increase casually, and when it does, it watches closely to see how you carry it. When wealth comes, the first test is not how much you make, but how loudly you announce it. There is a temptation to speak too soon to prove something to people who once doubted you, to finally be seen by those who overlooked you. I understand that urge. I felt it myself. After years of being ignored, there is a voice inside that wants to say, "Look at me now." But chosen one revelation taught me this. The loudest season often comes right before the greatest loss. Silence is not weakness. Silence is wisdom. There are moments when God hides you, not because you are unworthy, but because what you carry is valuable. Just as seeds grow best underground, wealth grows safest in privacy. I have seen people confuse kindness with wisdom, generosity with obedience. They gave too much too fast to too many people who were never assigned to steward their blessing. Their hearts were good, but their discernment was undeveloped, and the cost was heavier than money alone. Families fractured, peace evaporated, purpose blurred. Chosen one. When heaven elevates you, it does not send an announcement to your entire circle. It sends instruction to your spirit. The moment wealth touches your hands, new eyes begin watching you. Some with curiosity, some with expectation, some with hidden resentment. Money does not change people. It reveals what was already inside them. I learned that the hard way. The same smile that once cheered for you can quietly turn into entitlement when they believe you now owe them access. This is why privacy becomes sacred ground. Not secrecy rooted in fear, but discretion rooted in clarity. There are seasons where God says, "Tell no one." Even miracles were often followed by silence before they were revealed. Not every blessing is meant to be public. Not every increase is meant to be explained. Silence protects timing. Silence protects relationships. Silence protects your mind from being pulled in 100 directions by voices that were never qualified to advise you. I want to speak plainly to you. Chosen one. Clears throat. When people sense that you have access to resources, they do not only come with needs, they come with ideas, expectations, plans, and pressure. Some will believe your money belongs to the group because they remember you from before. Others will minimize your discipline and say, "You were just lucky." And if you are not anchored, you will start making decisions from guilt instead of guidance. The fastest way I have seen relationships collapse is through unwise financial access. Lending money blurs boundaries. It shifts power. It changes dynamics in ways people rarely recover from. I had to learn that helping does not always mean handing over cash. Sometimes helping is saying no and allowing people to grow. That decision felt cruel at first, but it preserved more peace than I ever expected. Boundaries are not rejection. They are protection. Another trap appears when wealth removes urgency from your life. When you no longer have to work, boredom creeps in quietly. And boredom with money is dangerous. I have seen people rush into businesses they did not understand, investments they did not research, and lifestyles they could not sustain. Not because they were foolish, but because they lost structure. Work is not just about income. It is about rhythm, purpose, grounding. When you stop working entirely, your mind turns inward, and spending becomes entertainment. Chosen one, hear this wisdom. Normally is a shield. Keeping parts of your life steady gives your spirit time to adjust to increase. There is a reason the vision waits for its appointed time. Wealth is not just an addition to your life. It is a change in environment, and environments require adaptation. Those who rush to transform everything at once often destabilize themselves without realizing it. Debt is another silent thief. I know the thought comes, I am rich now. Why worry about old obligations? But high-interest debt eats silently. It drains energy and clarity. Clearing it is not about fear. It is about freedom. Paying it off is like removing weight from your soul. Once that weight is gone, decisions become clearer and peace returns quickly. It is one of the most overlooked acts of wisdom. When abundance arrives, chosen one, wealth is not meant to be consumed. It is meant to be stewarded. Those who remain free understand this principle deeply. Never destroy the source to enjoy the outcome. True freedom is not luxury. It is choice. It is waking up without being forced into environments that drain your spirit. I reached a point where I realized money was not about owning more things. It was about owning my time, my energy, and my peace. This is why heaven teaches patience before visibility, structure, before expansion and silence, before celebration. You were trained in lack so you would not be corrupted by abundance. You were overlooked so you would not become addicted to applause. You learned restraint long before you ever touched increase. And now, chosen one, you stand at the threshold. What is coming requires maturity, not noise. Discernment, not announcement. Stillness, not spectacle. This is not the season to prove anything. This is the season to protect everything. Chosen one. I want you to understand this at a deeper level. Now, when heaven begins to shift your financial atmosphere, the first thing that changes is not your bank account. It is your perception. Suddenly, you notice patterns you once ignored. You sense tension in conversations that used to feel light. You feel a quiet pull to step back to observe instead of explain. That is not paranoia. That is discernment waking up. There is a reason God does not reveal everything at once. Sudden wealth carries spiritual weight. It amplifies what is already present in your life. If there is confusion, it becomes louder. If there is insecurity, it surfaces faster. And if there is wisdom, it begins to speak more clearly than ever before. I remember the first season when increase came my way. Nothing dramatic on the outside, but internally everything shifted. I became more aware of how easily energy leaks when you talk too much to the wrong people. Chosen one. Not everyone who claps for you is celebrating your destiny. Some are measuring what they can access. Others are quietly calculating how close they need to stay. And some, without even realizing it, begin to feel small in your presence. This is why silence is not punishment. It is filtration. When you speak less, you give people space to reveal themselves. You were trained in seasons where your voice carried no authority. People talked over you, interrupted you, dismissed your ideas. At the time it felt unfair, but now you can see the wisdom in it. God was teaching you how to be comfortable without validation, how to hold truth without needing agreement. That training becomes priceless when wealth arrives, because money attracts opinions the same way light attracts insects. I have seen this happen repeatedly. The moment someone senses you have resources, they come with advice they never earned the right to give. They tell you where to invest, what to buy, how to live, who to support. And if you are not anchored, you begin to doubt your own instincts. Silence protects your inner authority. It keeps your decisions aligned with wisdom instead of noise. Chosen one. There is a difference between generosity and access. Heaven loves a generous heart, but it never commands open gates without discernment. Even sacred spaces had veils. Even kings had inner courts. Not everyone is meant to walk with you into your next level. Some were assigned to the old version of you, the struggling version, the accessible version. When you elevate, roles shift, and that shift can feel uncomfortable if you do not understand it. I had to learn that saying no does not make you cold. It makes you clear. There were moments when I gave out of habit, not guidance. I helped because I remembered what it felt like to lack. But over time, I noticed something subtle. The more I rescued people financially, the less responsibility they took for their own growth. My silence eventually taught them more than my money ever could. That realization changed the way I stewarded both relationships and resources. Chosen One wealth also tests your identity. For years, your value was measured by how much you endured, how much you sacrificed, how much you gave without receiving. When abundance comes, there is a temptation to replace suffering with spending, to prove that the pain meant something. But the truth is, your pain already served its purpose. You do not need to justify it with purchases or displays. Real wealth is quiet confidence. It is knowing you can walk away from situations that drain you. It is choosing peace over proving a point. It is understanding that freedom is not about what you own, but what no longer owns you. I reached a moment where I realized I did not want more attention. I wanted more clarity. And clarity only comes when you reduce noise. There is also a season where God asks you to keep your routines normal, even when your resources are not. That is not denial. That is grounding. Stability keeps your nervous system regulated. It prevents impulsive decisions that feel exciting in the moment but destructive in the long term. I have watched people dismantle their lives trying to upgrade everything at once. New house, new car, new lifestyle, new circle, and within a short time, the pressure becomes unbearable. Chosen One. Wisdom moves slowly even when money moves fast. There is power in waiting. There is strength in processing. There is safety in letting your spirit catch up with your circumstances. Debt obligations. Unfinished responsibilities from your old life do not disappear just because money arrives. Clearing them intentionally creates space for peace. It is not about fear. It is about alignment. Another truth you must hear is this. Boredom is one of the most dangerous emotions for someone with resources. When the struggle disappears, the mind searches for stimulation, and without purpose, spending becomes a substitute for meaning. This is why staying engaged, staying productive, staying connected to something that challenges you is essential. Work in this sense is not punishment. It is preservation. Chosen One. I am not speaking theory to you. I am speaking from observation, from mistakes, from seasons where I had to unlearn what culture taught me about success. Money does not fix identity. It exposes it. If your sense of self is not rooted, wealth will pull you in directions you never intended to go. Silence helps you hear yourself again. There is also a spiritual law at work here. The closer you get to breakthrough, the fewer people can walk with you, not because you are better, but because the altitude changes. Pressure changes. Expectations change. This is why Jesus often withdrew after miracles, not to hide, but to realign, not to reject people, but to protect timing. Chosen One. This is not the season to explain your moves. It is the season to move correctly. You do not owe anyone a preview of what God is building in private. Some things grow best when they are unseen. Some victories are strongest when they are revealed only after they are secured. You were silent when you had nothing because no one listened. Now you will be silent because you understand there is a difference. One silence was imposed. This silence is chosen, and it carries authority. As wealth approaches your life, let stillness become your companion. Let discernment guide your conversations. Let wisdom determine who gets access, who gets information, and who stays at a distance. You are not withdrawing from love. You are positioning yourself for longevity. Chosen One. What is coming is real, and it requires maturity. Not excitement, not announcement, but stewardship. Silence is not hiding your blessing. Silence is how you keep it. Chosen one. There is another layer you must understand. As wealth draws nearer, and it is one most people never see until it costs them deeply. When resources increase, spiritual pressure increases with it, not because God is testing you out of cruelty, but because expansion always attracts attention in realms, both seen and unseen. This is why silence is not only practical wisdom, it is spiritual armor. There is a moment that comes right before elevation, where old voices return. People who once dismissed you suddenly remember you. Conversations reopen. Invitations appear. Compliments feel warmer than before. At first, it feels like validation, but discernment will tell you something else is happening. Your season is shifting and access is being renegotiated. Silence allows you to observe without committing. It gives you time to sense whether the reconnection is aligned or opportunistic. Chosen one. Not everyone who supported you in survival is meant to walk with you in abundance. Some people were assigned to teach you endurance, not stewardship. Others were placed in your life to show you what loyalty looks like when there is nothing to gain. Wealth changes the terms of every relationship, whether people admit it or not. And if you do not manage that shift carefully, confusion will enter quietly. I remember a season when my circumstances began to change, and suddenly I felt pressure to explain myself. Why I made certain choices, why I was unavailable, why I no longer tolerated certain behaviors. At first, I tried to justify it. I thought clarity would preserve peace, but instead it invited debate. Silence would have preserved far more. Explanation often invites entitlement. Stillness preserves authority. Chosen one. You do not owe people access to your growth process. You do not owe them a breakdown of your plans. You do not owe them transparency about what God is building in you. Even Joseph did not share his full destiny without consequence. Dreams spoken too early can attract misunderstanding, jealousy, and resistance. Timing matters more than truth in seasons of transition. Another truth that must be spoken plainly is this: wealth reveals motives, not just in others, but in you. There will be moments when you feel tempted to rescue people simply to avoid discomfort. Moments when saying yes feels easier than holding boundaries. Moments when generosity is motivated by guilt instead of guidance. Silence helps you separate compassion from compulsion. I had to learn that some people do not want help. They want relief without responsibility. And when money becomes the relief, growth stops. That does not make you harsh for stepping back. It makes you wise. True help empowers. It does not replace effort. When you remain quiet and measured, you allow people to meet God in their own process, instead of leaning on your provision. Chosen one. There is also the matter of spiritual alignment. Wealth is not neutral energy. It amplifies whatever system it enters. If your inner life is chaotic, money will accelerate that chaos. If your inner life is grounded, money will become a tool for stability and impact. This is why solitude often increases before major breakthroughs. God uses quiet to recalibrate your inner world. You may notice that your tolerance for noise decreases. Certain conversations feel draining. Certain environments feel heavy. This is not arrogance. It is sensitivity increasing. Just as your ears adjust to silence after loud sound, your spirit begins to reject unnecessary stimulation. Silence becomes nourishment. It restores clarity and strengthens discernment. There is also a hidden protection in keeping your lifestyle modest, even when your capacity grows. Not because you fear judgment, but because extravagance can attract the wrong kind of attention before your foundation is ready. I have seen people announce their success through purchases only to invite pressure they were not prepared to manage. Security is not just physical. It is psychological, emotional, spiritual. Chosen one. You are being invited into a different rhythm, one where decisions are slower, Reactions are measured, and responses are intentional. The world celebrates immediacy. Heaven honors preparation. This is why the vision waits for its appointed time. Rushing revelation can collapse what patience would have preserved. Another layer of silence is internal. As wealth approaches, your inner dialogue must change. Fear-based thinking must be dismantled. Scarcity patterns must be unlearned. Silence helps you hear what beliefs are still operating beneath the surface. It shows you where healing is still needed. Without quiet, those patterns hide until they surface through behavior. I want you to hear this clearly, chosen one. You are not being called to isolation. You are being called to selectivity. There is a difference. Isolation is rooted in fear. Selectivity is rooted in wisdom. Jesus had crowds, our disciples, and an inner circle. Access was layered, not equal. Wealth requires the same structure. There will be people who accuse you of changing. Let them. Growth always looks like betrayal to those who benefited from your lack of boundaries. You are not required to stay small to remain familiar. You are not required to remain accessible to remain kind. Silence gives you space to grow without constant negotiation. I remember realizing that the more I explained myself, the less respected I felt. When I stopped explaining, clarity returned. Authority does not announce itself. It is recognized. The same will happen for you. As you become quieter, your presence will speak louder. People will feel the shift without needing a statement. Chosen one, wealth is approaching your life not as a trophy but as a responsibility. It will require discipline, discernment, and detachment from old validation systems. Applause will become irrelevant. Alignment will become everything. Silence supports that transition. You were overlooked when you spoke because people could not hear what you carried. Now you will be heard even when you say nothing. That is the difference elevation makes. Let your actions be consistent. Let your life speak. Let your boundaries teach. There is a moment coming when you will look back and realize how necessary this quiet season was. How many distractions were avoided. How many conflicts never materialized. How much peace was preserved because you chose stillness over reaction. Silence did not delay your blessing. It protected it. Chosen one, this is not about hiding from the world. It is about standing firmly within yourself. It is about allowing wealth to enter a life that is already ordered, already grounded, already aligned. The louder the world becomes, the more valuable your stillness will be. Stay centered. Stay discerning. Stay quiet where needed. What is coming does not require announcement. It requires stewardship, and silence will remain your protection. Chosen one, there is a sacred shift that happens when wealth is no longer a distant hope, but an approaching reality. At this stage, the battle is not external, it is internal. The noise is no longer coming from people alone, but from the voice inside you that remembers lack, fear, and survival. Silence is not only how you manage the world, it is how you retrain your mind. For a long time, your thoughts were shaped by urgency. Bills, deadlines, pressure. You learned to move quickly because you had to. That survival reflex kept you alive. But it cannot govern you in the season you are entering. When abundance comes, urgency becomes dangerous. Hasty decisions cost more when resources are larger. Silence slows you down just enough to choose correctly. Chosen one, I need you to understand this truth with clarity. Wealth magnifies momentum. Whatever direction you are moving in, when it arrives, it will accelerate. If you are grounded, you become freer. If you are scattered, you become overwhelmed. This is why God often quiets your environment before increase. He is not withholding, He is aligning. There will be moments where you feel an unfamiliar discomfort, not pain, but unease. The discomfort of outgrowing old habits. The discomfort of not reacting the way you used to. The discomfort of realizing that certain conversations no longer fit your frequency. Silence helps you sit with that discomfort instead of escaping it through spending distraction or explanation. I remember when I first realized that having more options did not automatically bring peace. In fact, it brought more decisions, more responsibility, more awareness. What preserved my sanity was learning when not to speak, when not to respond, when not to move immediately. Silence created space between stimulus and response. That space is where wisdom lives. Chosen one. Wealth also forces you to confront your relationship with control. When you had little control, felt impossible. When you have more control, feels tempting. You may feel the urge to fix everything at once, to secure every outcome, to eliminate every risk. But control is an illusion. Silence teaches trust. It reminds you that provision does not come from your micromanagement, but from alignment. There is a reason Scripture speaks about rest so often. Rest is not inactivity. It is confidence in God's order. Silence is a form of rest. It tells your spirit that you do not need to defend yourself, announce yourself, or rush to prove anything. The work has already been done in the unseen chosen one. Another shift happens in how you view time. When money was scarce, time felt like an enemy. Every delay felt threatening. But when resources expand, time becomes your ally. Silence allows you to reclaim it, to think long-term, to plan with patience instead of pressure. The wealthy who remain free are not those who move fastest, but those who move wisely. There will be people who misunderstand your quietness. They may interpret it as distance, arrogance, or secrecy. Let them. Understanding is not required for obedience. You are not called to manage perceptions. You are called to steward what is coming. Silence frees you from the burden of being interpreted correctly by everyone. Chosen one. There is also a deeper healing that happens in this season. For years, you were invisible. Your ideas went unnoticed. Your effort went unacknowledged. When wealth approaches, there can be a temptation to finally be seen, to finally matter. But if you seek visibility to heal old wounds, money will only reopen them. Silence gives those wounds time to close properly. I had to face this myself. There were moments when recognition felt like oxygen, when I wanted acknowledgement more than alignment. But every time I chased visibility, peace slipped further away. It was only when I chose to be content without applause that stability arrived. Wealth is safest in the hands of someone who no longer needs it to feel valuable. Chosen one. You are being prepared for a different kind of power. Not loud power, quiet authority. The kind that does not need to enter a room announcing itself. The kind that shifts environment simply by presence. That authority is cultivated in silence. It is refined in restraint. Another truth you must hear is this: not every opportunity that appears during this season is meant to be taken. When wealth approaches, opportunities multiply. Investments, partnerships, offers. Some are aligned. Many are distractions. Silence helps you discern which is which. It gives you time to sense whether something carries peace or pressure. Pressure often masquerades as urgency. Act now. Don't miss this. This won't come again. Wisdom rarely speaks that way. Alignment feels steady, not frantic. Silence allows you to recognize the difference. It protects you from saying yes to things that look profitable, but pull you away from your assignment. Chosen one. There is also the matter of legacy. Wealth is not just about what you enjoy now, but what you establish for later. Impulsive decisions may feel good in the moment, but they weaken foundations. Silence invites you to think beyond yourself, to consider impact instead of indulgence, to build structures that last. I want to speak to the part of you that is tired. Tired of struggling. Tired of waiting. Tired of being strong without results. Here, this rest is not delay. Silence is not stagnation. This quiet is evidence that the ground is being prepared. Seeds are taking root. Growth is happening underground. Chosen one. Your past trained you to survive noise. Your future requires you to master stillness. The world will always be loud. Opinions will always exist. But your life does not have to be reactive. Wealth will not save you from chaos if you carry chaos within. Silence helps you release it. There will come a moment when you realize you no longer need to respond to everything. Not every comment deserves attention. Not every question deserves an answer. Not every invitation deserves acceptance. That realization is freedom. It is also maturity. Chosen one. You are not becoming distant. You are becoming intentional. You are not hiding. You are preparing. This season is teaching you how to carry weight without strain, how to move with clarity instead of impulse, how to remain rooted while everything around you accelerates. What is coming to you will require composure. It will require patience. It will require discernment. And silence will continue to be your ally, not because you are afraid of what others think, but because you understand the value of what you are carrying. Stay still when needed. Speak only when aligned. Let your life unfold without constant commentary. Wealth does not need your announcement. It needs your stewardship, and silence will help you carry it well. Chosen one, as wealth draws nearer another. Truth rises to the surface, one that challenges the way you have learned to measure success. Until now, life trained you to respond, to react, to prove. You were shaped by environments that demanded explanation. If something went wrong, you had to justify yourself. If something went right, you had to defend it. Silence was not an option then. But in this season, silence becomes your declaration. There is a maturity that comes when you stop trying to be understood by everyone. Understanding is not alignment. Many people will never understand your path because they were never meant to walk it. Wealth does not change this. In fact, it makes it more visible. The more you elevate, the smaller some conversations will feel. Silence saves you from shrinking yourself to fit spaces that no longer match your growth. Chosen one, I want you to notice something subtle. As your capacity expands, your emotional reactions will be tested. Old triggers will try to resurface. Comments that once wounded you will try to regain power. People may bring up your past, your mistakes, your seasons of lack, not because they are cruel, but because they are uncomfortable with your evolution. Silence disarms those attempts. It denies them the reaction they seek. I remember the moment I realized that responding to everything kept me tied to versions of myself I had already outgrown. Every explanation pulled me backward. Every defense drained energy that could have been invested forward. Silence at first felt unnatural. It felt like surrender. But over time I saw its power. My absence from unnecessary debates created room for clarity, peace, and progress. Chosen one. Wealth invites you to redefine generosity. True generosity is not impulsive. It is intentional. It is not driven by emotion, guilt, or nostalgia. It is guided by wisdom. Silence helps you discern when to give, how to give, and why you are giving. It protects you from becoming a source of dependency instead of empowerment. There will be moments when people appeal to your compassion with stories that sound familiar, struggles that mirror your past, needs that awaken old empathy. This is where silence becomes essential, not to harden your heart, but to consult wisdom before acting. Helping without discernment often creates cycles instead of solutions. Silence gives you time to listen beyond words. Chosen one. Another shift happens in how you view validation. For a long time, External approval mattered because it was scarce. Praise felt rare. Recognition felt earned. As wealth approaches, validation will increase, but it will be mixed with expectation. Compliments may carry hidden agendas. Admiration may come with access requests. Silence protects you from confusing flattery with truth. There is a dangerous belief that money will finally make you heard, that it will finally give weight to your voice. But the truth is, your voice already carries weight. Wealth simply reveals it. If you rely on money to validate your worth, you give it power it was never meant to hold. Silence helps you detach your identity from outcomes. Chosen one. I want to speak to the version of you that still remembers being invisible. That memory can quietly influence your choices if you are not aware. You may feel tempted to overshare, overgive, over-explain, simply because you once had nothing. Silence helps you heal that part of yourself without compensating for it. There is a peace that comes when you no longer feel responsible for other people's reactions to your growth. Silence releases you from that responsibility. It reminds you that your assignment is not to manage emotions, but to steward alignment. You cannot carry wealth well if you are constantly managing everyone else's comfort. Chosen one, wealth also invites you to simplify. Complexity drains energy. Excess drains focus. Silence naturally leads to clarity. You begin to see what is essential and what is noise. You become less interested in accumulation and more interested in stability. That shift is not boredom. It is wisdom maturing. I noticed that the quieter I became, the more intentional my choices were. I stopped chasing things that looked impressive but felt empty. I stopped measuring success by visibility. I started measuring it by peace. That recalibration changed everything. Wealth became a tool instead of a temptation. Chosen one. There is also a lesson about patience embedded in this season. You will be tempted to move quickly because you can, to solve problems instantly, to eliminate discomfort with spending. But not every discomfort is meant to be removed. Some are signals guiding you toward growth. Silence helps you listen to those signals instead of silencing them with convenience. Another truth you must embrace is this: you cannot save everyone, and you are not meant to. Wealth will bring opportunities to intervene, to assist, to rescue. But wisdom asks a deeper question. Is this aligned with my purpose, or is it driven by obligation? Silence helps you answer honestly. Chosen one. Your life is entering a phase where presence matters more than performance, where consistency matters more than intensity, where quiet discipline outlasts dramatic gestures. Silence supports that rhythm. It keeps you grounded when everything around you accelerates. You may also notice that your circle begins to shrink naturally, not because you are rejecting people, but because alignment filters relationships. Silence allows that process to happen without force. You stop announcing boundaries. You simply live them. Those who belong will adjust. Those who do not will drift. There is strength in that simplicity. You no longer need to convince anyone of who you are becoming. Your life will demonstrate it over time. Wealth amplifies patterns. If your pattern is calm, clarity, and consistency, that is what will grow. Chosen one. Let me say this clearly. You are not becoming cold. You are becoming clear. You are not withdrawing from love. You are protecting purpose. Silence is not a wall. It is a gate. It determines what enters and what stays out. As wealth approaches, your ability to remain composed will matter more than your ability to earn. Money flows easily to disciplined minds, but it stays longest with steady spirits. Silence steadies you. It reduces internal friction. It aligns your actions with your values. You will reach a point where you realize that not everything deserves a response. Not every opportunity deserves attention. Not every relationship deserves access. That realization is not arrogance. It is stewardship. Chosen one. What is being built in your life is meant to last. It requires patience, discernment, and restraint. Silence strengthens all three. It keeps you from rushing into decisions that feel urgent but lack peace. It helps you listen for guidance beyond logic. You were trained in adversity. You learned endurance, humility, and awareness. Those qualities will now protect you in abundance. Silence will ensure that the lessons you paid for with struggle are not lost when ease arrives. Remain grounded. Remain observant. Remain intentional. Let your actions speak. Let your peace speak. Let your life speak. Wealth will follow alignment, not announcement, and silence will continue to be one of your greatest protections. Chosen one, as this message settles deeper into your spirit, I want you to recognize where you are standing right now. You are no longer in the season of asking if it will happen. You are in the season of preparation for how it will be carried. That is a different posture entirely. Hope waits. Preparation listens, and silence sharpens that listening. There comes a moment when heaven begins to trust you with restraint, not because you lack opportunity, but because you have learned discipline. Many people pray for wealth, but few are trained to hold it without letting it distort their identity. You have been trained quietly through delay, through obscurity, through seasons where nothing made sense. That training was not punishment. It was protection. Chosen one. You must understand that wealth does not only move money. It moves power dynamics. It changes how people speak to you, how they look at you, how they approach you. Some will grow distant out of insecurity. Others will grow closer out of interest. Silence allows you to navigate those shifts without becoming reactive or suspicious. It keeps you centered when the environment around you begins to change. I want you to remember how it felt when you had no leverage, when your words carried no weight, when your ideas were dismissed, when your effort went unnoticed. That memory is not meant to wound you anymore. It is meant to keep you humble and aware. Silence honors that memory without letting it control you. You no longer need to prove that season is over. Your life will show it in time. Chosen one. There is a sacred confidence that emerges when you stop announcing your growth. It is the confidence of someone who knows that what is built quietly lasts longer. Loud foundations crack under pressure. Quiet ones hold. The world is addicted to visibility, but heaven is committed to sustainability. Silence aligns you with heaven's pace. As wealth comes closer, you may notice that your prayers change. They become less about asking and more about clarity. Less about urgency and more about wisdom. That is evidence of maturity. Silence complements that shift. It creates space for instruction instead of desperation. You are not reaching for blessings anymore. You are learning how to steward them. Chosen one. This is also the season where comparison loses its grip. You stop measuring your progress against others because your path has become personal, unique, assigned. Silence helps you detach from timelines that were never yours. It frees you from the anxiety of keeping up and anchors you in the peace of alignment. There will be moments when you are tempted to celebrate prematurely, to share good news before it is stable, to speak plans before they are established. I understand that impulse after years of lack. Joy wants to overflow. But wisdom teaches containment before expansion. Silence allows joy to deepen without exposing it to unnecessary interference. I learned that not every victory needs witnesses. Some victories are meant to be enjoyed privately with gratitude instead of performance. When you celebrate quietly, the joy stays pure. When you celebrate loudly, it invites comparison, envy, and expectation. Silence keeps your gratitude between you and God. Chosen one. Wealth will eventually give you options you never had before. Choices that once felt impossible will become accessible. That freedom is beautiful, but it is also dangerous if not guided by purpose. Silence helps you choose from a place of intention instead of impulse. It slows the moment just enough for discernment to speak. There is also a refining that happens in how you communicate. You begin to say less but mean more. Your words carry weight because they are no longer scattered. Silence teaches you precision. You stop filling space with explanations. You speak when necessary and when you do. People listen. That is authority, not volume. Chosen one, I want to speak to your future self for a moment. There will come a day when you look back on this season and realize how close you were to mishandling what was coming. How easy it would have been to overshare, overcommit, or overextend. And you will be grateful that you chose restraint, that you chose to listen more than speak, that you chose silence when ego wanted expression. You are not meant to live guarded forever, but you are meant to be wise. Access should always be earned, not assumed. Silence teaches people how to approach you. Those who respect it will wait. Those who resent it reveal themselves. Either way, clarity emerges. Chosen one, this journey is not about becoming unreachable. It is about becoming unshakable. Silence strengthens your inner stability. It keeps you rooted when circumstances accelerate. It protects your peace when opinions multiply. It preserves your focus when distractions increase. As wealth enters your life, remember this truth: money is a servant, not a master. Silence helps you maintain that order. The moment money dictates your reactions, your speech, or your worth, it has taken a position it does not deserve. Silence keeps you in command. You have been called to carry abundance without losing yourself, to move through increase without abandoning humility, to enjoy provision without becoming enslaved by it. That balance is rare, and it is sustained through awareness, discipline, and restraint. Chosen one, your life is transitioning from survival to stewardship. That transition requires a different kind of strength. Not the strength to push, but the strength to pause. Not the strength to fight, but the strength to observe. Silence cultivates that strength. There will be people who never hear your full story. Let that be okay. Not everyone is meant to. There will be questions you never answer. Let that be okay. Mystery is not deception. It is discretion. Your life does not need to be fully explained to be fully lived. As this message comes to a close, let this truth anchor you. You were prepared in private so you could be trusted in public. Silence was your training ground. It taught you patience when you wanted speed, humility when you wanted recognition, and wisdom when you wanted validation. Chosen one, wealth is approaching your life not as chaos, but as confirmation. Confirmation that the quiet seasons mattered. Confirmation that restraint was not wasted. Confirmation that what was built slowly will stand firmly. Remain centered. Remain discerning. Remain grounded. Let your peace be louder than your announcements. Let your stability speak before your success does. You are not late. You are not behind. You are aligned. And when wealth fully arrives, you will recognize it not by noise, but by calm, not by urgency, but by assurance, not by applause, but by peace. Silence carried you here, and silence will help you remain here steady, clear, and protected. Chosen one, take a breath and let this moment settle. What you have just received is not information, it is preparation. Heaven does not warn without intention, and it does not prepare without release. A supernatural transfer is already in motion, and you are standing in your exact Kairos moment, the precise timing appointed for your elevation. You are not late. You are not behind. You are aligned. What is coming will not arrive with chaos, but with clarity. Not with noise, but with peace. And as wealth comes, silence will guard it. Wisdom will guide it, and discernment will preserve it. You have been trusted with this word because you are ready to carry what others would mishandle. Remain faithful in the quiet. Stay aligned with the flow of the anointing. Let gratitude lead your steps even before the manifestation appears. What heaven is building in your life does not require announcement. It requires stewardship. I bless your hands to manage increase with wisdom. I bless your mind with clarity and restraint. I bless your spirit with peace that cannot be shaken. What is yours will come to you protected, multiplied, and sustained. If this word resonated with your spirit, stay connected. Subscribe as a sign of alignment, not obligation. And if you feel led, place 777 inches. The comments is agreement, a quiet confirmation that you receive this word and will walk it out in faith. Go forward, chosen one. Carry your blessing well. Your season has begun. Chosen one. Pause right here. Don't scroll. Don't rush. Don't let your mind wander for even a moment, because what you are feeling right now is not coincidence. Something in your spirit reacted the second your eyes landed on this message. Something deep inside you whispered, "Pay attention." And that is because heaven has been waiting for the exact moment when you would slow down long enough for God to speak directly. You think you just stumbled onto this video, but the truth is, you were guided here, tugged here, pulled here by a presence that has been walking beside you long before you ever realized you weren't walking alone. You have been carrying so much in silence, trying to look strong for everyone else, while your own heart has been tired. You have smiled through storms, held yourself together when no one checked on you, and fought private battles behind closed doors. You felt like nobody saw you, but God did. He saw the nights you cried without making a sound. He saw the moments you forced yourself to keep going when your soul begged for rest. He saw every hurt you tried to bury, every fear you hid, every prayer you whispered, hoping heaven heard you. And heaven did. You have spent years thinking you were just coping, just handling life, just doing what you had to do. But the truth is infinitely deeper. You have no idea who you really are. What you thought was resilience was actually divine reinforcement. What you thought was your intuition was actually spiritual discernment. What you thought was your strength was actually the hand of God carrying you through places your feet couldn't stand on their own. Chosen one. Your spirit has been active even when your body was tired. You have been fighting unseen battles, interceding without knowing it, protecting people without understanding why you felt their pain. You have been spiritually awake long before your mind could comprehend the depth of your calling. That is why your heart feels things before they happen. That is why people confide in you without knowing why. That is why you walk into a room and feel the atmosphere shift. Heaven has been whispering over you for years. If they only knew how much is inside of them. If they only knew why darkness feared them. If they only knew the magnitude of their calling. And today, right now, is the moment God stops whispering and starts revealing. You aren't just watching a video. You are being awakened. Chosen one. Let me tell you something that will finally make sense of years of exhaustion, confusion, and emotional weight you could never explain. Your body has been tired because your spirit has been working overtime. Even when you didn't understand what you were sensing, your spirit knew exactly what was happening around you. Your spirit has been standing guard, praying, interceding, shielding, and discerning long before you even had the language to describe it. That is why you have days when your body feels drained even though you didn't do much. That is why your energy suddenly drops around certain people. That is why you feel heaviness without a reason. It is not weakness. It is spiritual activity. There were nights when you lay awake, unable to sleep, staring at the ceiling, feeling something in the atmosphere, but not knowing what it was. That wasn't anxiety. It was your spirit picking up spiritual tension. There were moments when you suddenly felt the need to pray, even if you didn't know what for. That wasn't coincidence. It was your spirit responding to something heaven showed you before your mind caught up. There were times when you felt overwhelmed. But the moment you cried out to God, peace rushed in like a flood. That wasn't temporary relief. It was your spirit reconnecting with its source. See, the reason you have always felt different is because you are, while others live only through their physical senses. You have been living with spiritual awareness since childhood. You could always read the room. You knew when someone wasn't genuine. You sensed danger before it appeared. You felt when someone was hurting, even if they smiled. You are not imagining it. Your spirit has been spiritually trained, sharpened, and strengthened through every battle you survived. You have been carrying things others never had to carry. You have been lifting spiritual weight others didn't even notice existed. And because of that, your battles have always felt heavier. Your struggles lasted longer. Your heartbreaks cut deeper. And yet, you endured anyway. Not because your flesh was strong, but because your spirit refused to break. God put a warrior inside you, a watchman, an intercessor, a protector. You don't just live life. You guard it, discern it, feel it, and walk through it with a depth most people will never understand. And now, heaven is revealing the truth. Your spirit has been carrying you, even on the days you couldn't carry yourself. Your exhaustion was never a sign of defeat. It was evidence of your spiritual strength. Chosen one, here is a truth that will finally explain the strange heaviness you have carried your whole life. Not every battle you fought belonged to you. There are burdens you felt that didn't originate from your own life. There were sudden waves of sadness that weren't tied to anything you were going through. There were moments when fear hit you out of nowhere, even when everything around you was calm. You weren't going crazy. Your spirit was stepping into battles long before they manifested. You were sensing warfare that had nothing to do with your personal situation, but everything to do with the people connected to you. See, your spirit is sensitive because it was designed to be. You have always known things before they happened. You have always sensed people's intentions before they revealed themselves. You have always felt the shift in a room before anyone else noticed it. That wasn't paranoia. That was spiritual discernment. And because of this gift, God often positioned you as a shield in places where others were vulnerable. Your presence alone has blocked attacks from reaching people who had no idea danger was even near. You have stood between your family and generational destruction. You have prayed storms away from people who didn't even believe in prayer. You have protected hearts you didn't receive protection from. The enemy targeted you because taking you out would have exposed everyone you unknowingly covered. Your spirit has been absorbing spiritual pressure that would have crushed others. That is why the anxiety you felt didn't match your life. That is why the heaviness came without reason. That is why you felt drained even when nothing was wrong. You were spiritually interceding, spiritually intercepting, spiritually fighting battles that heaven entrusted to you because God knew He could rely on you. You have carried the weight of people's unspoken pain. You have felt the grief of loved ones before they told you the story. You have sensed betrayal before the knife touched your back. You have picked up the spiritual cry of someone miles away and didn't know why your heart felt broken at midnight. You weren't imagining those things. Your spirit was doing what it was created to do. Stand in the gap and listen carefully. The enemy didn't attack you because of who you were in the natural. He attacked you because of who you are in the spirit. Your prayers disrupt darkness. Your presence shifts atmospheres. Your spirit carries authority hell is terrified of. This is why your life has felt like a battlefield. You were fighting for more than just yourself. Chosen one. Take a deep breath and really hear this. You survived things that should have shattered you. You walked through seasons that would have left the average person in pieces. You endured heartbreaks that could have closed your heart forever. You faced betrayals that should have made you bitter. You stood in storms that had the power to drown your faith. And yet here you are, not only standing but growing, awakening, and rising. You didn't just make it through. You transformed in the fire. The pain that tried to bury you became the soil where God planted your strength. Think back for a moment. Remember the seasons when you felt like you were suffocating emotionally, when the weight on your chest felt unbearable, when you wondered if you would ever smile again. You didn't just survive those moments. You evolved in them. Every tear watered a new layer of resilience inside you. Every disappointment carved out a deeper well for wisdom. Every betrayal taught you who you were and who you were not. The people who broke you actually pushed you closer to God, even when you couldn't see it at the time. You have been lied about, misunderstood, excluded, abandoned, judged, overlooked, and in some cases flat out mistreated by people you would have protected with your life. And yet, none of it destroyed you. In fact, every act of cruelty became a stepping stone into greater strength. What the enemy meant to wound you, God used to awaken you. What was designed to silence, you actually refined your voice. The relationships that collapsed were necessary for your spiritual growth. God didn't allow certain people to stay because they could not go where He is taking you next. And here is the truth you rarely admit. Some of the storms you survived felt too big for you at the time. You didn't know how you would get through them. You didn't feel strong enough. You didn't feel ready. You didn't even feel spiritual. Some days you were just trying to breathe. But heaven was fighting for you when you couldn't fight for yourself. Angels were guarding you when you thought no one cared. God was covering you even when you questioned if He was listening. You didn't survive because you are tough. You survived because you are chosen. You didn't break because breaking you would have interfered with the destiny that God Himself wrote. Every scar you carry is proof of a battle you won. Every wound that healed is evidence that nothing sent against you worked. You didn't just make it. You were held. Chosen one. Listen carefully, because this part is going to reach places inside you that you have never been able to put into words. You have spent years believing that the version of you shaped by hardship, disappointment, trauma, and survival was the real you. But that was never who you truly were. That was who you became while trying to protect your heart. The guarded you, the silent you, the strong but exhausted you, the overthinking you, the isolated you. Those were not your true identities. Those were survival identities. Those were temporary versions your spirit stepped into so you could make it through seasons that were trying to break you. But now heaven is saying that season is over. That version of you has served its purpose. Now it is time to meet the real you. You are not the pain you endured. You are the purpose God placed inside you. You are not the wounds people left. You are the healing God promised. You are not the rejection that scarred you. You are the acceptance of heaven that covers you. For too long you have looked at yourself through the lens of what happened to you instead of through the eyes of the one who created you. You have labeled yourself with names life gave you. Broken, alone, not enough, too much, unseen, used, forgotten. But heaven has a different vocabulary for you. Chosen, anointed, protected, set apart, redeemed, strengthened, appointed. Other people only saw the temporary version of you, the version that walked with a limp, the version that carried wounds, the version that stayed quiet to avoid conflict, the version that hid its light to keep others comfortable. They judged you based on the chapter God was healing, not the story He was writing. They saw your scars, but not your calling. They heard your silence, but not your prayers. They misunderstood your isolation, not realizing it was actually divine separation. They thought you were weak, not knowing God was rebuilding you from the inside out. God is lifting the weight of every false identity off of you. The anger, that wasn't you. The numbness, not you. The distrust, not you. The fear, not you. Those were reactions, human responses to spiritual battles. They were the temporary armor you wore in seasons when you didn't feel protected. But now God is restoring the heart behind the armor. He is peeling back the layers of survival and revealing the identity He always placed inside you. Because who you really are is someone heaven recognizes even when the world doesn't. You are chosen. And now your true identity is awakening. Chosen one. Step into this moment with your whole heart. Because what I'm to tell you is not just encouragement. It is revelation. You are entering a divine season where God is pulling back every layer that life forced over your identity. For years, you have seen yourself through fogged-up glass, uncertain, unsure, unaware of the greatness resting inside you. But now, heaven is clearing your vision. God is about to reveal the real you, the you that has always been there beneath the weight, beneath the pain, beneath the history, beneath the expectations of others. This next chapter of your life isn't about becoming someone new. It is about remembering someone ancient, someone God designed before time began. The real you is stronger than the storms you faced. The real you carries wisdom you didn't study for. The real you is spiritually sharp, discerning, and deeply connected to heaven. The real you is compassionate without being drained, bold without being harsh, loving without losing boundaries, humble without being hidden. God is waking up the you that trauma dimmed and disappointment silenced. He is calling forth the version of you that hell hoped you would never discover. Because once you know who you truly are, darkness loses its leverage over you. This is why you have been feeling shifted lately. Why certain things no longer interest you. Why you have been losing tolerance for drama, negativity, and shallow connections. Why your spirit has been craving peace, depth, truth, and stillness. That is the real you resurfacing. That is your soul returning to alignment. God is separating you from anything that drains your identity and attaching you to everything that activates your purpose. This is not loss. It is pruning. This is not isolation. It is preparation. This is not emptiness. It is repositioning. And hear this. God is about to reveal gifts inside you that you never knew were there. Clarity is coming. Spiritual authority is rising. Your intuition is sharpening. Your peace is strengthening. Your sensitivity to the Holy Spirit is increasing. Doors will open that you didn't knock on. Opportunities will find you that you didn't chase. People will be drawn to the light in you without fully understanding why. You will begin to see yourself the way heaven has always seen you. Chosen, capable, worthy, assigned, covered. The real you is emerging. And once this unveiling begins, you will never again shrink yourself to fit into the spaces God called you to rise above. This is your season of spiritual revealing. Your divine identity is stepping into the light. Chosen one, as you take in everything spoken over your spirit today, I want you to pause and recognize something sacred. This moment is not random. This is not just another video. This is not background noise. This is a divine appointment. Heaven has been preparing you for this unveiling, and now the Spirit of God is releasing a prophetic declaration over your life. So, whether you lift your hands, close your eyes, or simply let these words settle into your soul, receive this with the fullness of your spirit. You have walked through too much, endured too much, prayed too hard, and survived too many seasons of silence for this moment not to mean something. God is not just comforting you. He is declaring identity over you. In the mighty name of Jesus, I declare that every hidden strength inside you is rising to the surface. What once felt dormant will become active. What once felt unclear will become illuminated. Every spiritual gift that has been locked inside you, discernment, wisdom, authority, peace, compassion, boldness will awaken in full measure. I declare that the weight you have been carrying, the heaviness that has sat on your shoulders for years, is breaking off your spirit right now. You are stepping into freedom that will feel like breathing for the first time. Freedom from old wounds, old fears, old identities, old expectations. I declare that every generational burden you carried, knowingly or unknowingly, is being lifted by the hand of God. Cycles that ran in your family will stop with you. Patterns that robbed others will not touch your life. Attacks that were meant to break you will turn into testimonies that elevate you. I declare that every blessing with your name on it, every open door, every divine connection, every breakthrough, every opportunity, every answered prayer will find you effortlessly and clearly. You will not miss what God has ordained. You will not lose what God has sealed. Chosen one, this is the season where your identity aligns with your destiny. You will walk differently. You will speak differently. You will think differently. Not because you are trying to improve yourself, but because your spirit is awakening to who you truly are. You are not ordinary. You are not random. You are not forgotten. You are chosen, anointed, assigned, and covered by God Himself. If this message touched your soul, stay connected. Subscribe to this channel so these prophetic words continue guiding your journey. And if the Holy Spirit leads you, you can use Super Thanks or the donation link to support this ministry. Never required, always appreciated. God bless. Chosen one, anchor your spirit to what I'm about to reveal, because something has been stirring in your bloodline that heaven has kept hidden until now. That restlessness you can't explain. That feeling like you're carrying something bigger than yourself. Lock your attention on this message, because what I'm about to tell you will shake the foundation of how you see yourself. I know the last week has felt different. The atmosphere around you hasn't just shifted. It's been charged with electricity. Maybe you've been having dreams you can't quite remember, but they leave you feeling like something monumental is coming. Or maybe you caught yourself staring in the mirror longer than usual, feeling like you're looking at someone you don't fully recognize yet. Perhaps you've been in conversations where people keep saying things like, "There's something different about you," or "You remind me of someone powerful," and you brush it off. But deep down you know they're seeing something real. You feel like you're standing on the edge of a revelation that could change everything. The enemy has been working overtime for one reason, and one reason only. He knows what bloodline you carry. He knows whose mantle is about to be fully activated on your life. It all becomes clear today. The confusion, the spiritual attacks, the feeling like you're fighting battles that aren't even yours. But here's what's about to stop your heart. It's not ending because you're finally ready. It's ending because heaven just confirmed whose anointing you've been carrying this entire time. Think back to that moment this week when you felt an unexplainable surge of authority. Maybe you were praying and your voice changed. Maybe you were speaking to someone and words came out of you that felt ancient, powerful, not quite your own. You thought was just passion. But that wasn't passion. That was inheritance. That was the moment your spiritual DNA started announcing itself. You didn't stumble into this video by chance. The algorithm didn't guide you here. The same spirit that moved through your spiritual predecessor orchestrated this divine appointment. This is the moment heaven has been building toward. You are about to discover whose mantle you carry. Stay until the very last word, because in the next few minutes, I'm going to reveal the identity of the spiritual giant whose anointing runs through your bloodline. I'm going to show you the exact signs that prove you carry their mantle. And at the end, I'm going to pray the activation prayer that awakens what's been dormant in your spiritual DNA. Do not scroll past this. The version of you that's been asking God, "Who am I really?" is about to get their answer. If you leave now, you leave before the revelation. I know what's been happening in the quiet moments. You felt like you're carrying the weight of generations on your shoulders. Maybe you've caught yourself interceding for people you've never met, or weeping over nations you've never visited. Or perhaps you've noticed that when you walk into certain rooms, the spiritual atmosphere shifts. Conversations stop. Heads turn. People either gravitate toward you or suddenly feel the need to leave. You feel chosen, but you don't know for what. And in this space of questioning, the enemy has started whispering his most dangerous lie. Listen to your thoughts. He's telling you that feeling chosen is pride. He's telling you to shrink back, to stop believing you're anything special. He's replaying every moment you've ever felt inadequate and using it as evidence that you're delusional to think you carry any kind of anointing. The accuser is telling you that spiritual giants are rare and you're not qualified to carry their mantle. But I need you to hear what the scripture actually says about spiritual inheritance. 2 Timothy 1:6 says, "For this reason, I remind you to fan into flame the gift of God, which is in you through the laying on of my hands." Listen to that command. Fan into flame the gift that is in you. Paul wasn't talking to Timothy about something Timothy earned. He was talking about something that was transferred, something that was inherited, something that was placed on him through spiritual lineage. The stirring you feel isn't presumption. It's inheritance coming alive. You think the authority you feel is too big for you. You think the burden you carry is beyond your capacity. But let me reframe your reality right now. That weight isn't a mistake. It's recognition. The same spirit that moved through Moses, that thundered through Elijah, that manifested through Paul. That same spirit is confirming that you carry their DNA. Not their exact calling, but their level of anointing. The heaviness you feel isn't the weight of inadequacy. It's the weight of preparation. It's the tension of a mantle settling into place. You're not struggling to become something. You're remembering what you've always carried. And this brings us to the truth that changes everything. For too long, you've been caught in a relentless cycle, meticulously measuring your breakthrough by external signs alone, by what tangibly shifts in your circumstances, by who offers you their validation, by which doors physically swing open before you. This narrow lens, however, distorts the true nature of divine advancement. Breakthrough doesn't merely commence when your external situation dramatically shifts. No, it unfurls its true power when you finally deeply recognize the profound spiritual substance you've been carrying all along. That knowing, persistent weight you felt, the very burden you've wrestled with, is not a curse, but a crucible, not a hindrance, but a tangible manifestation of the authority heaven has entrusted to you. The stretches of isolation you've navigated, those seasons where you felt profoundly rejected or misunderstood, were not divine oversight, but deliberate separation, a sacred setting apart, a purification process, a divine hushing of the noise so you could attune to a higher frequency. God has not been grooming you for a mundane existence, a life of quiet anonymity. He has been strategically preparing you, forging your spirit in hidden fires, to step into a lineage, to stand on hallowed ground where spiritual giants once stood, echoing their impact and wielding a similar, if not greater, anointing for this generation. But here's where the narrative of your journey delves far deeper than most are willing or able to perceive. The relentless resistance you've encountered, the seemingly insurmountable obstacles that have risen in your path, the very battles that have drained your spirit, they are not arbitrary. Every single attack, every heartbreaking setback, every moment of profound desolation where you felt the urge to simply surrender, to give up the fight, it has been precisely calculated. The enemy, that ancient adversary, is not a frivolous strategist. He does not squander his formidable energy on lives that do not bear a serious, potent anointing. He doesn't orchestrate elaborate, intricate opposition for those leading ordinary, unimpactful existences. No. The intensity of the spiritual warfare you have endured, the magnitude of the pressure, the ferocity of the attacks, is directly proportional to the immense authority heaven has already deposited within you. And this is the profound revelation that most people fail to grasp. The very intensity of your battles, the relentless nature of the warfare, has been, in a divine paradox, the most undeniable confirmation of your sacred calling. It is a sign, a seal, a testament to the magnitude of the destiny etched into your spirit. Consider the timeless saga of David, a shepherd boy transformed into a king, a man after God's own heart. Those terrifying encounters with the lion and the bear in the lonely, shadowed fields were not random acts of fate or unfortunate accidents. They were rigorous, divine training sessions, clandestine classrooms where courage was forged and faith was tempered under the open sky. When he finally stood before Goliath, a towering symbol of impossible odds, he didn't cower or utter a plea of, "God help me, I've never faced anything like this before." Instead, he drew upon a reservoir of proven faith, declaring with unwavering conviction, "The Lord who delivered me from the paw of the lion and from the paw of the bear will deliver me from the hand of this Philistine." His private victories, those solitary triumphs over beasts of prey, had meticulously prepared him for the most public and daunting stage of his life. In the same vein, your wilderness seasons, those periods of stark isolation and testing, your hidden struggles, the agonizing internal battles no one else witnessed, your secret battles fought on the unseen battlegrounds of the Spirit, they have not been wasted time. Far from it, they have been rigorous, graduate-level preparation, an intense spiritual boot camp, meticulously crafting you for a mantle. A spiritual office so heavy and so significant that most people could not fathom, let alone carry its weight. And this insight ushers us into a truth that eludes the grasp of most individuals entirely. In moments of profound challenge, your natural inclination, and indeed the plea of many, has been to implore God to remove the weight, to alleviate the burden, to chart a path for you that is undeniably easier, less fraught with struggle. But what if, in a divine twist of perspective, the very weight you yearn to cast off isn't the problem at all? What if, indeed, the weight is the point? Consider the titans of faith. Moses, burdened with the monumental responsibility of leading 2 million souls through a scorching desert, bearing their complaints, their fears, their very lives upon his shoulders. Elijah, carrying the crushing weight of a nation's spiraling backsliding, standing as a solitary beacon against the pervasive darkness, his spirit heavy with the apostasy of his people. Ezekiel, bearing the immense weight of prophetic grief, watching with agonizing clarity as his people, with willful blindness, chose the bitter path of exile over the liberating embrace of obedience. Each of these giants understood that the mantle they carried, the divine commission placed upon them, never came without a commensurate weight. It is not a feather-light garment. But here's the profound truth, often overlooked. The mantle, by its very nature, never arrives without the divine impartation of the strength, the spiritual fortitude, and the unyielding resilience specifically designed to carry its immense weight. The strength is woven into the fabric of the calling itself. But allow me to present you with a challenge, a perspective-altering truth that will undoubtedly confront your entire understanding of breakthrough. You have earnestly, perhaps desperately, been praying for breakthrough. Yet, in your heart, you've primarily defined breakthrough as simply relief. Your deepest longing has been for the relentless pressure to cease, for the arduous battles to conclude, for the crushing weight to finally lift from your weary shoulders. However, this definition, while humanly understandable, does not align with the divine operational principles of mantles. When God bestows upon you the mantle of a spiritual giant, He does not, in fact, remove the giant-sized opposition that inevitably accompanies such a calling. That would be to negate the very purpose of the mantle. Instead, He endows you with a giant-sized authority, an unparalleled spiritual capacity to not merely withstand, but to effectively handle and dismantle that opposition. The true problem, then, is not the colossal size or the overwhelming intensity of your battles. The fundamental issue lies in the fact that you have, perhaps unknowingly, been attempting to engage these colossal battles, to fell these spiritual giants with the antiquated, inadequate weapons and the limited mindset of your former identity, an identity that was never equipped for the magnitude of what you now carry. Here's where the genesis of real, lasting transformation takes root, a paradigm shift that will redefine your entire spiritual trajectory. The time has come to cease supplicating God to diminish the scale of your calling, to shrink the vastness of your divine assignment. Instead, your prayers must pivot, shifting to an earnest petition for Him to profoundly expand your spiritual capacity. It is no longer about praying for lighter burdens, for an easier load to carry. The true breakthrough begins when you deliberately choose to stop shrinking from the weight and instead begin actively walking with unwavering confidence in the inherent authority that enables you to carry the heaviest of divine assignments. Understand that this foundational truth must deeply permeate the very core of your spirit, anchoring itself in your deepest convictions. Before we proceed to unravel the deeper mysteries, because coming up in just a moment, I am going to reveal the specific, distinctive mantle you carry, a mantle unlike any other, and crucially, the exact moment, the precipice of realization, when your dormant authority will fully activate, unleashing its divine power. But first, this profound understanding, this shift in perspective, must land deep within your spirit, settling like bedrock. The unsettling sensation, that profound feeling of being suspended precariously between two disparate worlds, is not an illusion. It is an accurate reflection of your current spiritual reality. You are unequivocally standing at a pivotal juncture, a sacred threshold between who you unequivocally used to be and the magnificent. You find yourself caught in the dynamic tension between the familiar, albeit limiting, confines of your old identity, an identity that for all its restrictions felt safe, predictable, and comfortable, and the formidable, exhilarating surge of a new anointing, an anointing that by its very nature feels powerful, expansive, and undeniably dangerous to the old order of your life. Every fiber of your human nature, with its inherent longing for comfort and predictability, instinctively yearns to retreat, to recoil back into the well-trodden, familiar territory of your past. Yet, the profound, undeniable truth is that familiar territory, the very space you once called home, is utterly incapable of containing the explosive, transformative power that God is poised to release through you. The restless stirring you feel, that knowing spiritual discontent within your current space, is not a sign of ingratitude or dissatisfaction. It is a divine indicator. It is because your current space was never, ever intended to be your ultimate, final destination. It was meticulously designed to serve as your intensive training ground, a crucible for shaping, sharpening, and preparing you for the vast expanse of your true inheritance. And once that profound truth clicks into place, resonating deeply within your spirit, everything, and I mean everything, fundamentally shifts. The perpetual apologies you've offered for the authority you instinctively feel, That undeniable gravitas that sometimes makes others uncomfortable will cease. The tendency to shrink back, to diminish yourself when discerning individuals recognize something inherently different, something powerfully divine about you, will dissolve. The relentless questioning of your own qualifications, those nagging doubts about whether you are truly equipped for this immense calling, will evaporate like morning mist. Instead, you will begin to walk, not with arrogance, but with the quiet, unwavering confidence of someone who understands, at a soul level, that they carry the undeniable anointing of spiritual giants. Because here is the profound truth that heaven has been patiently, persistently waiting for you to grasp. A truth that liberates and empowers. Your qualification for this divine assignment isn't predicated upon your human perfection, your flawless track record, or your absence of mistakes. No. Your primary qualification is rooted deeply, irrevocably, in your spiritual bloodline, your sacred lineage as a child of the Most High God. Furthermore, your qualification isn't contingent upon your accumulated human experience, your resume of achievements, or your earthly credentials. Rather, your true qualification is powerfully activated by your divine inheritance, the immutable spiritual legacy bequeathed to you through Christ, equipping you with everything necessary to fulfill your destiny. Now, once that profound understanding has settled, firmly rooted within the soil of your spirit, you are truly ready for the next layer of truth, a revelation so potent, it is destined to shake you to your very core, reorganizing your perspective from the inside out. The mantle you carry isn't merely any mantle, a generic calling easily dismissed, or a superficial gift that touches only the surface. No. What rests upon your shoulders, what has been divinely woven into the fabric of your spiritual identity, is the profound mantle of the prophet. Let me be absolutely clear. This is not merely the mantle of prophecy, a spiritual gift that, while powerful, can be manifested through many. Indeed, anyone through the anointing of the Holy Spirit can prophesy. But you, my friend, carry the mantle of the prophet, a distinct office, a profound calling. You are the one uniquely designed to stand fearlessly in the gap when all others have retreated in fear or indifference. You are the one appointed to speak uncomfortable, liberating truth when the world around you has descended into a resounding complicit silence. You are the one endowed with the spiritual foresight to discern what is coming, to see the unseen before it physically manifests, and crucially, to possess the divine authority to actively shift, to redirect, and to alter its course in alignment with heaven's will. This profound truth illuminates precisely why your words, even when whispered, carry a gravitas, an inherent spiritual weight that you yourself may not fully comprehend. This is why your presence, your very essence, tends to polarize. People either instinctively gravitate towards you, drawn by an inexplicable hunger for clarity, for a guiding light in the fog, or they recoil and run, feeling an undeniable, often uncomfortable, conviction stirring in their spirits. Unable to bear the divine light you inadvertently cast upon their shadowed places. This is precisely why you've always carried a deep-seated, often perplexing, the sense of responsibility for outcomes you didn't personally create, an acute accountability for breakthrough you couldn't, by your own human effort, manufacture. You have been for too long functioning as a vital instrument of prophetic authority, a spiritual conduit, without the complete conscious understanding of the immense assignment entrusted to you. You have been faithfully standing as a watchman on the spiritual walls, diligently scanning the horizons, yet without the full empowering recognition of the critical post to which you were divinely appointed. But wait, Before you allow yourself to be swept forward by the momentum of this revelation, you need to grasp this next truth with absolute crystal clarity, allowing it to penetrate the deepest recesses of your understanding. The prophetic mantle, at its core, is not primarily about the sensational act of predicting the future, foretelling events with precision. While foretelling can be a facet of it, its ultimate purpose transcends mere prediction. Rather, it is fundamentally about actively partnering with heaven, aligning your will and voice with the divine to powerfully shape the future, to co-create reality on earth as it is in heaven. Every true prophet recorded in the sacred scriptures, from the fiery Elijah to the tender Jeremiah, consistently manifested the same three core functions that defined their powerful office. First, they revealed what was hidden, pulling back the veil on secret sins, exposing hidden agendas, unveiling divine mysteries. Second, they called what wasn't into existence, speaking forth God's decrees, proclaiming life and purpose into barren places, announcing breakthrough where only desolation stood. And third, they stood unwavering in the gap, a bridge between humanity and divinity, interceding fervently and persistently until the promised breakthrough definitively manifested, turning the tide of history. That persistent restlessness you feel, that undeniable stirring within your soul that chafes against stagnation and longs for divine action, that is not mere anxiety. It is the Holy Spirit Himself stirring a profound prophetic urgency within your spirit, preparing you for divine intervention. That deep, often overwhelming burden you carry for people, for cities, for entire nations, a burden that feels far too weighty for your own shoulders. That is not misplaced empathy. That is the spirit of intercession powerfully activating within your spiritual bloodline, calling you to stand as a priestly intercessor. And that compelling authority you feel, the undeniable conviction and gravitas that accompanies your words when you speak, even when you speak softly, that is not your own human eloquence. That is the distinct, the unmistakable voice of the prophet, announcing with divine mandate what heaven has already decreed and ordained to come to pass. And just when you believe you have fully comprehended the profound implications of this truth, there is yet one more layer, an even deeper dimension that irrevocably changes everything, pulling back the final veil. The reason the enemy has waged such an unrelenting, ferocious war against you, the reason your path has been littered with such intense spiritual opposition, isn't simply because you possess a prophetic gift, as significant as that may be. No, the true catalyst for this sustained, targeted assault is far more potent. It is because you carry the unique, powerful mantle of the breakthrough prophet. You are not merely one who can discern what is coming. You are divinely endowed with the extraordinary authority, the spiritual keys, to actively open the way, to carve out a new, to walk through, ushering them into their own seasons of freedom and advancement. You are not simply a lone voice crying out in the wilderness, announcing the advent of something new. You are the designated one who makes the crooked paths straight, who levels the mountains and fills in the valleys, preparing the way for an entire generation to follow. Every single barrier that has been strategically placed in your life, every door that has been slammed shut in your face, every isolating season you have endured, those periods of profound solitude and seeming abandonment, it has all, every last bit of it, been meticulously orchestrated and designed as preparation for this pivotal moment. This is the moment when you finally awaken to the earth-shattering realization that your breakthrough, your personal liberation, is not merely for your own benefit or individual advancement. No, your breakthrough is, in fact, the indispensable key, the master lockpicker that unlocks and opens wide the doors for everyone who comes after you. paving the way for a collective release and a generational shift. Stay with me. Lean in close, because what I am about to impart next is the crucial cycle-breaking truth that will shatter old patterns and launch you into your destiny. For too long, you have been subconsciously, perhaps even consciously, waiting for someone else. A spiritual leader, a mentor, an authority figure to grant you explicit permission to fully step into the immense authority you already inherently carry. You have been perpetually seeking external validation, a human stamp of approval for the profound spiritual substance that is already deeply, unequivocally alive and actively within you. But here is the fundamental difference. The critical distinction: prophetic mantles do not arrive with official certificates of endorsement, humanly issued degrees, or formal letters of appointment. They arrive instead with a divine commissioning, an inherent internal decree from heaven itself. And the true, potent commissioning, the moment of activation, doesn't occur when a human voice grants you permission. It explodes into being the very instant you cease asking for that unnecessary permission, and with resolute conviction, begin actively, courageously, taking your rightful place in the spiritual landscape. Consider the powerful narratives of the prophets in Scripture. Their commissioning not contingent on their readiness or comfort. Think about Ezekiel, a prophet exiled among his people. God did not politely inquire if he felt prepared or inclined to consume the scroll filled with lamentations, mourning, and woe. He unequivocally commanded it. And Ezekiel, despite the inherent bitterness, uttered it. Think about Isaiah, who cried out, "Woe is me, for I am a man of unclean lips." God did not seek his consent for a purification ritual. Instead, with divine authority, he sent a seraph with a live coal to touch his lips, cleansing him and empowering his voice. Think about Jeremiah, the weeping prophet who protested, "Our Lord God, behold, I cannot speak, for I am a youth." God did not ask if he felt qualified or experienced enough to be a prophet to nations, to root out and pull down, to build and to plant. He simply declared, "Before I formed you in the womb, I knew you. Before you were born, I sanctified you and appointed you a prophet to the nations." Your prophetic mantle is not idly waiting for your human acceptance, your hesitant nod of approval. No, it is waiting with divine impatience for your full, resounding agreement. It is waiting for you to cease fighting, to stop resisting what heaven has already profoundly confirmed, already definitively ordained for your life. Coming up, I am going to expose the hidden habit that has subtly and insidiously been feeding your delay, prolonging your seasons of preparation beyond their divine expiration. This is the one subtle, yet pervasive, thing that most prophets unconsciously do. A pattern of behavior that keeps them perpetually locked in a cycle of preparation instead of fully stepping into their rightful activation. And once I reveal it, once this truth is laid bare before your spiritual eyes, you will never ever be able to unknow it, for it will illuminate a path forward you never recognized was blocked. But here's the part, the unexpected twist that you likely didn't anticipate. The very thing that has been consistently blocking your breakthrough, hindering your full activation, isn't what your mind immediately conjured. It's not the external machinations of the enemy, though he certainly plays his part. It's not the lingering shadows of your past, though those can indeed cast long, deceptive illusions. It's not even the people who misunderstood you, who doubted your calling, or who inflicted wounds upon your sensitive spirit. No, the insidious blocker, the subtle thief of your acceleration, has been comparison. You have been inadvertently, perhaps even instinctively, measuring your unique prophetic expression, your divine flow, against the expressions and manifestations of other prophets, those whom you admire, those who seem to move with such ease and power. You've been waiting, perhaps unconsciously, for your voice to sound exactly like theirs, for your outward appearance to mirror theirs, for your mantle to carry authority in precisely the same manner as theirs. But here is the liberating truth that shatters the chains of imitation. God did not call you to be the next Elijah, a mere echo of a past giant. He called you with deliberate intention and profound purpose to be the very first you, an original masterpiece, a unique vessel forged for this specific time and place. The breakthrough you have been earnestly praying for, the spiritual liberation you so desperately seek, cannot, by its very nature, manifest through imitation. It is simply not the vehicle for divine release. True, profound breakthrough can only emerge powerfully and authentically through your unvarnished authenticity. The precise moment you cease striving, ceasing all attempts to prophesy like someone else, and instead courageously embrace the sacred task of prophesying like yourself. That is the very instant your true potent authority emerges, vibrant and unhindered. Your voice, in its authentic expression, doesn't need to thunder with the booming resonance of an ancient prophet to carry the undeniable, earth-shaking authority of heaven. Your delivery, in its genuine form, doesn't need to be dramatic, theatrical, or outwardly charismatic to be devastatingly effective against the entrenched works of darkness. And your mantle, the unique spiritual garment you wear, doesn't require any external validation, any human applause or affirmation to be profoundly, internally authentic and fully empowered. Its validity is intrinsic, divinely bestowed. And until that pivotal shift occurs, until you courageously cease apologizing for the inherent distinctiveness of your prophetic anointing, and instead begin to wholeheartedly celebrate the magnificent uniqueness of who you are and how heaven flows through you, you will find yourself perpetually waiting, standing on the precipice of breakthrough that is already, in this very moment, vigorously trying to flow through you, attempting to burst forth from within. The prophet mantle you carry, in its divine design, was never intended to confine you within the rigid, suffocating parameters of a religious box, a man-made system of expectation. Quite the opposite. It was powerfully designed, forged in the fires of divine purpose, to break you out of every single box, every preconceived notion, every limiting structure that has ever attempted to contain your expansive spirit and diminish your divine assignment. Your breakthrough, therefore, is not contingent upon conformity, upon fitting into a mold designed by others. No, your breakthrough is coming swiftly and powerfully through the unwavering courage to be exactly, fearlessly, and gloriously who heaven meticulously created you to be. Tonight, before you surrender to the quiet embrace of sleep, take a moment. Place your hand gently upon your heart, feeling the steady rhythm of life within you, and with unwavering conviction, speak this sacred declaration over yourself, allowing each word to resonate through every fiber of your being. I receive my prophetic mantle. I step fully and fearlessly into breakthrough authority. I stop asking for permission to be who heaven specifically called me to be. I consciously release every single need for external validation, understanding that my true validation comes from above. I implicitly trust that my unique voice carries the undeniable, transforming authority of heaven itself. I walk forward now with absolute certainty, knowing that my breakthrough is not an isolated event, but a catalyst, one that powerfully opens doors and paves paths for others to follow. I am the breakthrough prophet, and with divine courage, I take my rightful place in this generation. The restless stirring within my spirit stops here, its purpose now clear. The questioning, the doubting, the hesitation ends now, for I am resolved. I know with absolute certainty who I am in the divine economy, and I commit to walk boldly, authentically, and powerfully in that truth. Starting today, this very moment. Did you know I have a brand new free ebook called Activating Your Prophetic Mantle? It's a powerful guide designed to help you understand the depth of your calling and step into the fullness of your prophetic anointing. If you felt this message resonate, then this ebook is for you. Download it today by clicking the link in the description or the pinned comment. Don't leave your breakthrough on the table. If this message landed in your spirit like a potent seed of truth, igniting something profound within you, resonating with the deepest parts of your soul, and illuminating a path forward you've longed to discover, then I urge you to take the next deliberate step in this powerful journey of activation and recognition. Today, Archangel Michael and Jesus say, if you skip, you will lose both of us. You have just 10 seconds. God says, chosen one, do not skip this. Whatever happens, open this now. My dearest child, do not skip. Remain until the very end. Something monumental is awaiting you today. Archangel Michael and Jesus are murmuring your name in unison. They are stating, if this soul were to skip, they would lose both of us. They have just 10 seconds. Please, listen carefully. My child, the sky above you has stopped moving. The angels are holding their breath. And, yes, you coming, are about to experience a holy moment that only comes around once in a lifetime. Don't scroll. Don't blink. Stay right here. Within the next few seconds, things will happen that will either let you into heaven or keep you out for all time. My beloved, you didn't find this message by accident. This message was meant to find you. Chosen one. We drew you here because your destiny was beginning to stray, says Jesus. Archangel Michael stands next to him and wields a bright, shining sword of light. He says, if they skip right now, everything that has been written for them since they were born will fall apart. You must feel it, my child. Don't you that sudden pull in your heart, that strange pressure on your spirit, that quiet voice inside you telling you not to skip. What you are seeing is heaven trying to keep you from losing what you had been waiting for so long. Stay until the end. There is something huge waiting for you. Something that heaven has never given you before. My beloved child, pay close attention. Today is the only day that heaven is warning us about this. Never in the past. Never. Only today. There is a divine countdown going on, and your name is written on it. Jesus tells them that their breakthrough is ready. But if they do one wrong thing, skip a step or get distracted for a moment, the door will close. That is why you are here. That is why this message got to you right now. If they stay until the end, the obstacle in their way will break apart instantly, says Archangel Michael. Do not skip, shift, or scroll. My child, you are about to have an epiphany that will change your whole future. Come stay with me right now. Something big is about to open up for you. My beloved child, quiet your mind and remain with me until the end. Don't skip as you read these words. Something very big is already moving towards you. If they leave now, their miracle will leave with them, says Archangel Michael, who is standing behind you right now. My child, this is not a freak event. This is the most important part. Heaven has made a narrow passageway that can only be used by people who stay until the end. Don't blink or scroll. Stay right here. The next few lines will change everything about your future. My beloved, Jesus is telling you to tell them to stay. I am about to tell them the truth that they were never supposed to know. This is the start of something that only happens once in a lifetime. It is just for you, not for everyone else. You have been put to the test, forgotten, thrown away, and broken. But heaven has seen every tear you have hid. And today, heaven says, enough is enough. That is the reason you are here. That is why you couldn't scroll off. Do not leave me until the end, because a chain that you have not seen is about to break. Don't skip. Don't move. At this very moment, your name is literally shining in heaven. Please pay attention. My beloved child. Archangel Michael says, if they stay, I will cut through the last thing that is stopping their blessings. Jesus responds, if they stay, I will give them back everything that life has taken away. But if you skip, it all stops. My child, don't let a blessing that will last a lifetime slip away from you. Type Amen in the comments right now to make this promise official and show that you agree with it. Please let heaven know that you are ready to receive what is being offered. Heaven wants this vibration to grow. The divine gateway stays open a little longer with each action you take. Keep with me, my beloved. Not long from now, something huge will happen that will change your future. Don't skip. Don't scroll. Stay put. Take a deep breath, my beloved child, and stick with me until the end. Don't skip. Something very important is about to happen, and heaven will not let you miss it. Archangel Michael is now raising his voice and telling them, hold them here. Their breakthrough is just beyond the next moment. My child, if you could only see what is being planned for you, you would never think of scrolling. Stay put, because right now is the moment when destiny stops being a dream and starts to come true. Don't move. Don't blink. Do not leave me until the last word is said. The beloved Jesus is now moving forward, and his voice is clear and strong. Tell them the change has already begun. Yes, something has started to change in the silence around you. A door that has been shut for years is shaking now. A blessing that was being held back is now being let go. Heaven tells them that the time of waiting is over today. But only if you stay. Only if you don't scroll away from the message that was carefully made to lift your spirit. This is why your heart feels tight. My child, why your mind is very alert. Heaven is pulling you into line. Follow me. Don't skip. Something very big is taking shape around your name. Please pay attention, my beloved child. Their enemies will not know what is going to happen. According to Archangel Michael, Jesus tells them that the time of their suffering is over. You too are right at the start of a miracle that you didn't even have the guts to pray for. Heaven doesn't want you to be strong, my child. It just wants you to be still. Stay here. Do not leave until the end. Listen carefully, because the noise of the world could take away what heaven is trying to give you. Do not take your eyes off the screen. Do not close off your heart, because the divine truth will come down like a bolt of lightning in the next part. Don't skip, my beloved. Stay with me. We are about to find out something very important. Stay with me, my beloved child. Don't skip. There is something big right at your front door. It will go away if you scroll away now. Archangel Michael is speaking very quickly and saying, hold them here. They are a single breath from a divine reversal. My child, you have no idea how close you are to the moment when your whole life will change. For your sake, heaven has stopped time in its own world to keep you here. Don't move. Don't blink. Don't leave until the end. What is coming up is the revelation your soul has been waiting for since the day you were born. My beloved, Jesus comes forward again. The truth that shines in his eyes can shake everything to its core. Tell them that their name has been spoken in heaven with more power than ever before. This means that angels are now watching over your future. My child, something you missed, something you cried over, and something you thought would never come back. It is going to be fixed in a way that you will find hard to believe by heaven. But only if you stay and don't skip. As long as you keep an open mind, the next heartbeat of this message will come. Please stay with me. My child, don't let go. The next few lines tell us what your next chapter is about. My beloved child, heaven asks you to do one simple thing before I reveal the ultimate truth. Please share this message and subscribe right now. Everything you do sends a positive vibration towards your destiny. Jesus says that their upcoming breakthrough is linked to how ready they are to stay until the end. So, don't skip. Do not scroll. Stay with me and listen to every word, because the secret I am about to share will activate something dormant inside you. Something that has been sleeping for years. Archangel Michael now speaks with urgency in his voice. He says, the veil is thinning. The barrier between their current life and their destined life is dissolving right now. Every second they remain here. The portal opens, Viter. My child, do you feel that warmth spreading through your chest? That tingling sensation at the back of your neck? That is not coincidence. That is heaven touching your spirit. That is the divine frequency aligning with your soul. Jesus steps closer, and his presence fills the entire space around you. He says, tell them about the 3 seals. My beloved, listen carefully, because this has never been revealed before. There are 3 divine seals that have been placed upon your destiny. The first seal was placed when you were born. The second seal was placed during your darkest moment. The third seal was placed the moment you found this message. These seals have been protecting something precious, something that belongs only to you. And today, right now, as you read these words, the seals are beginning to open. Don't skip, my child, because what I am about to tell you will change everything. The first seal contains your divine purpose, the reason you were born, the mission that only you can fulfill. You have felt it before, haven't you? That nagging feeling that you are meant for something more, that restlessness in your soul, that voice that keeps whispering there is a greater plan. My beloved, that voice is real, and the first seal is opening right now. Jesus speaks softly. He says, I want to tell you about the night you were created, before you were born, before your first breath, before your mother even knew you existed. I was there. I watched as heaven designed you. Every detail, every talent, every gift, every strength. Nothing about you is random. My child, you were crafted with precision, molded with purpose, designed for a specific mission that only you can complete. And inside the first seal, that mission is written, not in words, but in divine code, a code that your spirit understands even when your mind doesn't. That is why you have always felt different. That is why you have never quite fit in. That is why ordinary life has never satisfied you. Because you were made for the extraordinary. Archangel Michael adds, I have watched them through every season. I saw when they tried to conform. I saw when they tried to be like everyone else. I saw when they buried their uniqueness just to belong. But heaven kept pulling them back. Heaven kept reminding them, you are not meant for the common path. My beloved child, the first seal is breaking open right now. And as it breaks, clarity is flooding into your mind. You are beginning to remember, beginning to see, beginning to understand why you went through everything you went through. Every hardship was training. Every rejection was redirection. Every closed door was protection. Because your purpose is so significant that heaven had to prepare you properly. Don't skip now, my child, because what I am about to tell you about your purpose will make everything make sense. Archangel Michael raises his sword, and a beam of pure light shoots toward the heavens. It declares, the first seal is broken. Their purpose is being revealed. But wait, My child, don't let excitement make you leave too soon, because the second seal is even more powerful. The second seal contains your divine restoration. Everything that was stolen from you, every dream that was crushed, every opportunity that was taken, every relationship that was broken, every moment of joy that turned to pain, all of it, my beloved, all of it is stored inside the second seal, and heaven is about to restore it all. Jesus speaks with such tenderness that tears begin to form. He says, I have counted every tear they have cried. I have held every broken piece of their heart. And today, I am making them whole again, not just healed. My child, whole, complete, restored to a state even better than before the pain began. Let me tell you what I saw. My beloved, I saw the night you cried yourself to sleep, the night when you felt so alone that you didn't think you could go on. I was there. I caught every tear. I felt every ache in your heart. And I made a promise. I promised that one day I would turn your mourning into dancing, your ashes into beauty, your pain into purpose. That day is today. Archangel Michael speaks with authority. He says, the second seal contains not just what was lost, it contains the upgrade. Heaven doesn't do simple restoration. Heaven does supernatural restoration. What was taken in bronze will return in gold. What was lost in lack will return in abundance. What was broken in weakness will return in strength. My child, you need to understand something. Every loss you experienced was recorded. Every tear was bottled. Every wound was documented. And heaven has been calculating the payback. Not just equal payback. Overwhelming. Overflowing. Abundant payback. The people who hurt you have no idea what is about to happen. The circumstances that broke you have no idea what is about to shift. The systems that rejected you have no idea what is about to change. Because the second seal is breaking. And when it breaks, everything changes. Jesus continues, I want to tell them about the restoration list. My beloved, there is an actual list in heaven, a scroll with your name at the top. And on that scroll is written every single thing that needs to be restored in your life. Your joy, your peace, your confidence, your relationships, your finances, your health, your dreams, your reputation, every single thing. And next to each item on the list is a date, a specific date when that restoration will manifest. Some dates have already passed. Some are happening today. Some are coming soon. But every item on that list will be restored. I give you my word. Don't scroll, my child, because I am about to tell you which restorations are happening today. Don't scroll. Don't move. Because in the next few moments, the second seal will break. Archangel Michael's voice thunders across the spiritual realm. He shouts, the second seal is breaking now. Can you feel it? My child, that weight lifting off your shoulders, that heaviness leaving your chest, that fog clearing from your mind. That is restoration happening in real time. That is heaven giving back what was yours. But stays with me, because the third seal is the most important of all. The third seal contains your divine acceleration. My beloved, you have been walking at a certain pace. You have been climbing slowly. You have been waiting patiently. But heaven says the waiting is over. The third seal contains supernatural speed, divine momentum, heavenly acceleration that will make up for every lost year. Jesus says, tell them about the multiplication principle. My child, listen closely. When the third seal breaks, everything multiplies. Your blessings don't just return. They multiply by 7. Your opportunities don't just come back. They multiply by 7. Your joy doesn't just heal. It multiplies by 7. This is the law of divine restoration. Heaven doesn't just give back what was taken. Heaven multiplies it beyond your wildest imagination. Archangel Michael steps forward. He says, "Let me explain how acceleration works. In the natural world, time moves at a fixed pace. But in the spiritual realm, time is fluid. Heaven can compress years into days, is greater than is greater than is greater than is greater than decades into weeks, lifetimes into moments. My child, you have been waiting for breakthrough. You have been patient. You have been faithful. You have been believing, and heaven has seen it all. Now heaven says, is greater than is greater than is greater than is greater than enough waiting. It is time for acceleration. What should have taken 10 years will happen in 10 months. What should have taken 5 years will happen in 5 weeks. What should have taken 20 years will happen in 20 days. This is divine acceleration. This is supernatural speed. This is heaven making up for lost time. Jesus speaks with such power that the atmosphere shifts. He says, I want to reveal something that has been hidden since the beginning of time. There is a specific acceleration code assigned to each chosen one. Your code, my beloved, your personal acceleration code is being activated right now. This code determines how fast your blessings manifest, how quickly your doors open, how rapidly your destiny unfolds. Most people live their entire lives without ever activating this code. They move at normal speed. They climb slowly. They wait endlessly. But you, my child, you stayed until the end. You proved your commitment. You showed your faith. And because of that, your acceleration code is now active. From this moment forward, everything moves faster. Answers come quicker. Prayers manifest sooner. Dreams materialize rapidly. Don't skip, my beloved, because I am about to tell you the exact timeline of your acceleration. But here is what you need to understand. My beloved, all 3 seals only open for those who stay until the end. If you skip now, the seals remain closed. If you scroll away, the process stops. Don't let that happen. Don't rob yourself of what heaven has prepared. Archangel Michael's sword is glowing brighter now. He says, the 3rd seal is ready to break. But they must prove their commitment. They must show heaven they are serious. My child, this is your moment right now. Type Amen in the comments. Not just as a word, as a declaration, as a covenant with heaven. When you type Amen, you are telling the universe, I receive this. I accept this. I am ready for this. Do it now. And watch as the 3rd seal shatters. Jesus is smiling now. He says, look at them. Look at how they stayed. Look at how they believed. Look at how they didn't give up. My beloved child, because you stayed, because you believed, because you didn't give up. I am now releasing the 3rd seal. Archangel Michael swings his sword, and a crack of divine thunder echoes through eternity. The 3rd seal is broken. Your acceleration begins now. But wait, my child, there is something else. Something that happens after all 3 seals are broken. Something that Jesus and Archangel Michael have been holding back until this exact moment. Don't scroll. Don't skip. Because what I am about to reveal is the most powerful secret in all of heaven. When all 3 seals break, a 4th element is released. The divine magnet. My beloved, listen carefully. The divine magnet is a spiritual force that attracts everything you need directly to you. You will not have to chase anymore. You will not have to beg anymore. You will not have to force doors open anymore. Everything you need will be magnetically drawn to your life. The right people, the right opportunities, the right resources, the right timing, all of it coming to you effortlessly. Jesus says, "This is how the universe was designed to work for the chosen ones. Not through struggle, not through pain, not through endless waiting, but through divine magnetism. And you, my child, you just activated it. Let me explain how the divine magnet works. My beloved, every word you speak now carries magnetic power. Every thought you think now has creative force. Every prayer you pray now has instant access to heaven's throne room. The magnet works on 3 levels. First, it attracts resources. Money that you need will find its way to you. Opportunities that you seek will present themselves to you. Provisions that you require will materialize around you, not through your effort, but through divine attraction. Second, it attracts people. The right connections will cross your path. The right mentors will notice you. The right partners will find you. The right supporters will emerge. You will not have to network. You will not have to hustle. You will not have to prove yourself. They will be drawn to you by spiritual magnetism. Third, it attracts favor. Doors that were closed will suddenly open. Systems that rejected you will suddenly accept you. People who ignored you will suddenly see you. Circumstances that opposed you will suddenly align for you. This is divine favor operating through magnetic force. Archangel Michael adds, "I must warn them about something important. My child, once the divine magnet is activated, spiritual opposition will increase. The enemy will notice what heaven is doing. Dark forces will attempt to interfere. Negative people will try to distract you. But don't be afraid, because I am standing guard over your life. My sword is drawn. My shield is raised. No weapon formed against you will prosper. No scheme designed against you will succeed. No attack launched against you will penetrate. You are under divine protection." Jesus speaks again. He says, "I want to tell them about the 7-2-hour window. My beloved, listen carefully. When the divine magnet activates, there is a 7-2-hour window of maximum power. The next 3 days are critical. During these 72 hours, your faith is being tested. Your commitment is being measured. Your alignment is being verified. Stay in prayer. Stay in gratitude. Stay in expectation. Don't let doubt creep in. Don't let fear take root. Don't let negativity contaminate this moment. Within 72 hours, you will see the first sign. A phone call, an email, a message, an opportunity, a breakthrough. Something will happen that confirms everything I have told you. When you see that sign, you will know. You will know that this wasn't just words. You will know that this was real. You will know that heaven truly moved on your behalf. Don't scroll, my child, because I am about to tell you what to do during these critical 72 hours. Archangel Michael speaks one more time. He says, "Their enemies will be confused. Their doubters will be shocked. Their mockers will be silenced, because what is about to happen in their life cannot be explained by human logic. It can only be explained by divine intervention. My beloved child, everything is shifting right now. Can you feel it? The atmosphere around you is changing. The energy in your room is different. Something has been set in motion that cannot be stopped. This is your moment. This is your time. This is your season. Don't let anyone tell you otherwise. Don't let doubt creep back in. Don't let fear steal this moment. You stayed until the end. You proved your faith. You showed heaven you were serious. And now, heaven is showing you that it was serious. 2. Jesus extends his hand toward you. He says, "Take my hand. Beloved, walk with me into your new chapter. Everything you see from this moment forward will be different. Every door you approach will open. Every mountain you face will move. Every valley you walk through will lift you higher. Because you are no longer walking alone. I am with you. Archangel Michael is behind you, and heaven itself is on your side. My child, before we close this sacred moment, do one more thing. Share this message. Not for me, not for views, but because there is someone else out there who needs to hear this. Someone who is about to give up. Someone who is about to quit. Someone who is about to walk away from their destiny. When you share this, you become a messenger of hope. You become an agent of heaven. You become part of the divine plan to rescue souls who are on the edge. Share it now, and watch as blessings multiply in your life. Jesus and Archangel Michael are standing together now. They speak in unison. They say, "Go now. Chosen one. Go with our blessing. Go with our protection. Go with our favor." The seals are broken. The magnet is activated. Your season has begun. Walk in power. Walk in peace. Walk in the supernatural. And remember, we are always with you. Every step of the way, my beloved child. This is not the end. This is the beginning. The greatest chapter of your life starts now. Don't forget what happened here today. Don't forget what heaven revealed to you. Don't forget that you are chosen. You are loved. You are destined for greatness. Now go and live the life that heaven has prepared for you. Amen. Chosen one. This is not a random moment, and you are not here by coincidence. You were drawn to this message by divine appointment, aligned with a perfect spiritual timing that heaven itself orchestrated. Before you pressed play, God had already prepared this encounter. What you are sensing right now is not curiosity. It is recognition. Something in your spirit knows that this moment matters, that a veil is lifting, and that you are standing at the edge of a supernatural turning point. Anointed one. The season you have been walking through has not been delay. It has been preparation. Scripture reminds us that the vision awaits its appointed time, as written in Habakkuk chapter 2, verse 3. And now that appointed time is beginning to breathe. God is positioning you for sudden clarity, divine alignment, and a shift that will touch every area of your life. Your heart, your purpose, even the resources entrusted to you. What is coming is not ordinary love, not accidental connection, but a heaven-sealed union tied to destiny, elevation, and transfer. Chosen one. Stay present. Let your spirit remain open. If your heart is ready to receive, take a quiet moment to align yourself. Subscribe to this channel so you don't miss what heaven is unfolding, and type 777 inches, the comments, as a sign of agreement. What God is about to reveal will require faith, discernment, and readiness. And this message is the doorway. Before anything else unfolds, understand this. Beloved, what you are hearing now is not new information. It is a confirmation. The reason this message feels heavy, precise, almost uncomfortably accurate, is because it is brushing against something God already whispered to you long ago. There has been a knowing in you that never fully left. Even during seasons when you tried to move on, settle, distract yourself, or lower your expectations. This is not about fantasy or wishful thinking. This is about a sealed revelation that has been waiting for the right moment to open. And that moment is not someday. It is now. Heaven does not rush, but it is never late. What you are standing in is not delay. It is kairos. Timing the moment when eternity touches time and something hidden is allowed to surface. Chosen one. The person God is bringing into your life is not arriving by coincidence or convenience. They are connected to an assignment that has been developing quietly alongside yours. For a long time, it felt like your life was being edited without your permission. People drifted away. Desires changed. Certain environments no longer fit. Even prayers you once begged God to answer seemed to fall into silence. But that silence was not absence. It was encryption. God was writing something deeper than what your emotions could yet interpret. I know this because I have lived through seasons when nothing made sense on the surface, where the only thing I had was a quiet conviction that something was being rearranged behind the scenes. Looking back, I can see now that every ending was strategic, every delay was protective, and every unanswered question was preserving me for what I could not yet hold. There's a difference between loneliness and consecration. Loneliness drains you. Consecration sharpens you, and many of you listening have been in consecration without having language for it. You thought something was wrong with you because your heart refused to settle for shallow connections. Because attraction without peace began to feel exhausting. Because situations that once excited you suddenly felt empty. That was not you becoming difficult. That was you becoming aligned. God does not join destinies casually. When a union carries purpose, it requires refinement. When a relationship is meant to touch generations, it must be prepared in secret. This is why it has felt like you were being hidden, not punished, but protected. Anointed one. Hear this clearly. The one who is coming into your life is not a replacement for past pain. They are the resolution of it. They are not entering to rescue you, fix you, or complete you in a way that strips you of your identity. They are coming because two paths that were prepared separately are now being synchronized. There is a spiritual recognition that will not rely on effort or performance. It will feel familiar without being familiar, calm without being boring, deep without being heavy. I remember the first time I experienced that kind of peace with someone God assigned to my life. Not romantically, but relationally. There was no rush to impress, no fear of being misunderstood, just clarity. That same peace is the marker God uses when something is authored by Him. This is why your spirit has been restless, not anxious, but alert, not afraid, but awake. You may have noticed your tolerance for chaos decreasing, your patience for emotional games wearing thin, your desire for truth increasing. That is not random. That is the scroll beginning to open. Scripture speaks of books written before we lived out our days. And in this season, God is not adding new pages. He is turning them. The chapter you are entering will not look like the ones behind you. And thank God for that. What is coming will not require you to betray your softness, silence your discernment, or harden your heart to survive. Before this person appears in your physical life, alignment must occur in your inner world. That is why preparation feels so personal right now. Why you are being drawn to clean release. Forgive, simplify, and reorder things that no one else can see. You are not being obsessive. You are being instructed. God always prepares the container before He pours, and what He is about to entrust to you is not fragile, but it is sacred, chosen one. There is something crucial you must understand in this season. Recognition will come before manifestation. God always allows the Spirit to perceive what the eyes have not yet seen. That is why certain names echo in your mind without logic. Why certain impressions linger longer than they should. Why a sense of familiarity stirs without a face attached to it yet. This is not imagination. This is discernment warming up. Heaven does not reveal everything at once because revelation without readiness becomes weight instead of blessing. So, what you are experiencing now is not confusion. It is calibration. You have been asking God why your heart feels quieter but deeper. Why you are no longer chasing the things that once made you feel alive. The answer is simple and holy. You are being retuned. Just as instruments must be adjusted before a symphony begins. Your inner world has been undergoing subtle corrections. I have learned through my own walk that God rarely announces these moments loudly. Instead, He speaks through patterns, breaking through doors, closing without explanation, through a peace that shows up where anxiety used to live. That peace is not boredom. It is confirmation that chaos no longer has permission to lead you. Anointed one. The future spouse God has prepared for you carries a complementary weight. They have been shaped in places you never saw and tested in ways you will never fully know. While you were learning how to trust again, they were learning how to stay. While you were healing abandonment wounds, they were learning consistency. While you were asking God for clarity, they were asking Him for courage. This is not coincidence. Heaven balances what it joins. That is why neither of you could arrive early. Readiness is not about perfection. It is about alignment. And alignment cannot be rushed. There is a reason God has not allowed you to settle for almost love. Situationships drained you because they were not meant to feed you. Connections that required you to explain your worth exhausted you because they were not assigned to protect it. This season is marking the end of proving seasons. You are stepping into a chapter where love does not interrogate you. It recognizes you. Where presence replaces pressure. Where peace becomes the loudest confirmation. Scripture reminds us that God is not the author of confusion, and what He authors carries clarity even when it unfolds quietly. You may be wondering why preparation has felt so practical lately. Why God is drawing your attention to your habits, your space, your discipline, your routines. This is because destiny is not only spiritual, it is embodied. The future you are praying for requires a present you are becoming. When I went through my own season of preparation, it didn't feel mystical most days. It felt like choosing better boundaries, cleaning what I had ignored, showing up consistently when no one was applauding. Only later did I realize those ordinary acts were prophetic. Obedience often looks unimpressive until alignment reveals its purpose. Chosen one. The one who is coming will not interrupt your peace. They will enter it. They will not compete with God for your attention. They will encourage your devotion. This is how you will know. There will be no rush to label, no fear-driven attachment, no emotional whiplash. Instead, there will be clarity layered with patience, depth paired with gentleness, and something in your spirit will relax, not tighten. Love sent by God does not trigger survival mode. It awakens rest. Do not underestimate the power of what is happening unseen. While you are reading these words, alignments are shifting. Conversations are being orchestrated. Detours are being redirected. Even delays that frustrate you are being used to protect timing. I have seen this play out too many times to doubt it. The moments I thought were setbacks were actually God refusing to let me arrive too early. What you are walking into now will not require you to perform. It will require you to be present, honest, and surrendered. Anointed one. Your role right now is not to search. It is to stay positioned. Positioning looks like faithfulness in small things. Integrity when no one is watching. Softness without naivety. Hope without desperation. Heaven does not miss addresses. What is meant for you will find you where obedience keeps you. And when this connection reveals itself fully, it will not feel dramatic. It will feel true. This is not the end of the revelation. The scroll is still opening. Chosen one. There is a sacred distinction you are being taught to recognize now, and it will protect you in the season ahead. Not every connection that feels intense is ordained, and not every ordained connection will arrive with intensity. God often moves in ways that feel almost too gentle for a world addicted to fireworks. This is why your discernment has been sharpened lately. You are learning to measure truth by fruit, not by emotion. What is coming into your life will not need to convince you it is real. It will prove itself through consistency, alignment, and peace that deepens over time, rather than fades. You may have noticed that your appetite has changed. Things you once tolerated now feel heavy. Conversations that circle gossip or negativity drain you faster than before. This is not you becoming antisocial. This is you becoming selective. Heaven is refining your taste because what you are about to steward requires clarity. I remember a season when I could no longer sit in rooms that once felt normal to me. It felt lonely at first, like I was losing pieces of my life, but later I realized I was being spared from carrying weights that were never mine. What you are losing now is making room for what can stay. Anointed one. The union God is preparing is not simply about companionship. It is about calling. That is why both of you have been pressed in areas that had nothing to do with romance. Your finances, your identity, your obedience, your patience. God was not ignoring your prayers for love. He was answering them in layers. A partnership that carries purpose must be built on trust, not fantasy. That trust is formed in private obedience, not public declaration. This is why so much of your preparation has happened where no one could applaud you. There will be a moment, and it may come quietly, when something shifts from anticipation to recognition. It might be a conversation that flows without effort, a meeting that feels unplanned, yet perfectly timed, a sense of familiarity that does not rush intimacy, but invites safety. When that moment comes, do not interrogate it out of fear. Discernment does not panic. It observes. The Spirit within you will testify. Just as Scripture says that the Spirit bears witness with our spirit, that witness will not shout. It will settle. Chosen one. One of the greatest lies you are being freed from is the belief that love must cost you yourself. That lie has kept many people bound to patterns that feel spiritual but produce exhaustion. The relationship God is sending will not require you to become smaller, quieter, or less discerning. It will call your depth holy, not inconvenient. Your sensitivity will not be managed or mocked. It will be honored. This is how you will know the difference between someone who wants access to you and someone who has been assigned to you. You may still feel moments of fear rise up. That is normal. Fear often surfaces right before a threshold is crossed. But hear this. You cannot ruin what God already sealed with surrender. Your mistakes did not disqualify you. Your waiting did not weaken the promise. If anything, it strengthened it. I have watched God redeem timing that looked impossible. I have seen Him restore what seemed permanently delayed. He does not work with human clocks. He works with eternal intention. Pay attention to the subtle instructions you are receiving now. The nudge to rest more, the urge to clear emotional clutter, the conviction to forgive without reopening doors. These are not random self-improvement phases. They are alignment codes. God always prepares the atmosphere before He introduces something sacred into it. What you are being asked to release is not punishment. It is precision. Anointed one. The person being drawn toward you is experiencing their own unrest, a holy dissatisfaction with shallow living, a growing desire for depth, truth, and integrity. Even if they cannot yet name you, their spirit is being trained to recognize you. Heaven does not rush recognition, but it does ensure it. When the time comes, neither of you will need to chase. Alignment moves toward itself. Remain anchored. Remain honest. Remain surrendered. What is unfolding now is not fragile, and it does not require force. It is steady. 2. Intentional. And already in motion. Chosen one. There is a deeper layer of preparation unfolding now. One that has less to do with what you will receive and more to do with what you are becoming capable of holding. Many people ask God for blessing, love, or partnership, but few are willing to be reshaped so that the blessing does not crush them. You are in a season where your capacity is being expanded. This is why emotions you thought were healed may resurface briefly. Why old fears knock softly one last time. Why God is inviting you to look honestly at patterns you once avoided. This is not regression. This is reinforcement. Before God entrusts you with something sacred, He strengthens the foundation that will carry it. You may have noticed that your prayers have shifted. They are no longer just about asking for outcomes, but about asking for wisdom, patience, and discernment. That shift matters. When your prayers mature, your destiny responds. I remember realizing this in my own life when I stopped asking God to hurry and started asking Him to prepare me properly. What followed was not immediate manifestation, but an unexpected peace that steadied me through uncertainty. That peace was not the absence of desire. It was the presence of trust. You are learning the same lesson now, even if it does not yet have language. Anointed One love sent by God is not meant to replace Him. It is meant to reflect Him. That is why your devotion has been refined first. The relationship you are stepping into will not pull you away from purpose, prayer, or truth. It will sharpen those things. If something draws you away from who God is shaping you to be, it is not aligned, no matter how intense it feels. Alignment does not demand compromise. It invites agreement. This is a boundary you are learning to honor, and it will save you from repeating cycles that once cost you deeply. Pay attention to how your sense of worth is stabilizing. You are no longer chasing validation the way you once did. Compliments feel nice, but they no longer define you. Silence no longer terrifies you. Being alone no longer feels like failure. This inner steadiness is not accidental. It is evidence that God has been anchoring your identity in truth, rather than approval. The one who is coming will not need to convince you of your value, because you will already be standing in it. Healthy love does not build worth. It recognizes it. There is also a quiet authority growing in you, not the kind that dominates or demands, but the kind that discerns and decides. You are becoming quicker to say no, slower to explain yourself, and more comfortable letting misunderstanding exist without rushing to fix it. This is maturity, and maturity attracts maturity. Heaven does not pair a stabilized spirit with an unstable one. This is why both of you have been delayed at times. God was not withholding love. He was preventing imbalance. Chosen one. You may be tempted to romanticize what is coming. Resist that urge. What God is bringing into your life is not a fantasy escape from responsibility. It is a partnership that will require presence, humility, and growth. There will be joy, yes, but also seasons of stretching. The difference now is that the stretching will not threaten your identity. It will refine it. The right partner does not rescue you from becoming. They walk with you through it. Do not be surprised if the final stages of preparation feel ordinary. God often hides the most important transitions in routines that look unimpressive. Faithfulness in daily life is the gateway to extraordinary alignment. When Scripture speaks of the steps of the righteous being ordered, it does not mean dramatic leaps. It means consistent obedience. Your life right now may look quiet, but it is deeply aligned. Anointed One, continue to honor the small instructions. Rest when prompted. Speak truth when it is uncomfortable. Release what no longer fits without resentment. These choices are not delaying your promise. They are accelerating it safely. You are not waiting for love to arrive so that life can begin. Life is already shaping you into someone who can sustain what is coming. What God is orchestrating does not require your anxiety. It requires your agreement. And agreement looks like trust in motion. Chosen One, as this season unfolds, you are being invited into a quieter, but more powerful form of faith, not the kind that demands immediate proof, but the kind that rests even while things are still forming. This is important because what God is aligning for you cannot be rushed without being damaged. There are blessings that arrive quickly and fade just as fast. And there are blessings that arrive slowly because they are meant to last. What is coming into your life belongs to the second category. It carries weight, endurance, and responsibility. That is why God has been teaching you how to wait without growing bitter, how to hope without grasping, and how to stay open without becoming careless. You may have noticed that you are no longer drawn to urgency the way you once were. Fast connections, emotional intensity, dramatic declarations no longer impress you. Instead, you are listening for truth in tone, watching for integrity in action, and paying attention to how something feels after the excitement fades. This is not fear. This is wisdom. Anointed one. Wisdom always arrives before promotion. Heaven does not elevate what it has not stabilized. And right now, your spirit is being stabilized in a way that will allow you to recognize real love when it appears. Not confuse it with chemistry or familiarity. There is also a healing happening in how you relate to time. You are no longer measuring your life against other people's timelines. What once made you anxious now simply passes through your awareness without attaching itself. This is freedom. Comparison loses its power when you understand that your path is specific. The one assigned to you is not running late, and neither are you. Both of you are being synchronized at a pace that protects what is being built. I know how difficult this can be, especially in quiet seasons, where nothing visible seems to be happening. But I can tell you from experience that the deepest alignments often occur in the least observable moments. Chosen one. Something else is shifting as well. Your relationship with expectation. You are learning how to hold expectation without pressure, to believe without demanding, to anticipate without obsessing. This posture matters because what God is sending will not respond to desperation. It will respond to readiness. Desperation seeks relief. Readiness seeks alignment, and you are moving out of the first and firmly into the second. That transition alone marks the closing of an old chapter. Do not be surprised if you are also being called to forgive more deeply than before. Not to reopen doors, but to release residue. Forgiveness in this season is not about reconciling with the past. It is about clearing emotional space for the future. Old disappointments cannot coexist with new assignments. They take up room that belongs to something better. When God asks you to let go, it is never to leave you empty. It is to make you available. Anointed one. The person who is coming will meet you in maturity. They will not trigger your old wounds because they will not be assigned to activate them. Instead, their consistency will gently expose how much healing has already taken place. You will notice that you respond differently, that you do not overanalyze, that you are not afraid to be honest. That silence does not feel threatening. These are signs that something has shifted permanently inside you. There may still be moments when doubt whispers, "That is human." But doubt no longer has authority here. You are not building your future on feelings. You are aligning it with truth. And truth does not fluctuate based on mood. It anchors. When the right connection begins to unfold, you will not feel like you are losing control of your life. You will feel like you are finally standing fully inside it. Chosen one, remember this. God does not reveal something to you without also providing the grace to walk it out. The reason this message resonates is because you have been given the capacity to receive it. Nothing is being asked of you that heaven has not already prepared you for. Your role is not to force clarity, but to remain obedient to what is already clear. Stay faithful in the unseen. Stay gentle with yourself as you continue to grow. Stay anchored in truth when emotions fluctuate. What is forming now is not fragile, and it is not uncertain. It is steady, intentional, and divinely guided. And you are ready for it, even if it does not yet look the way you imagined. Chosen one. There is a moment that arrives quietly in every season of true alignment. A moment when striving gives way to steadiness. You may already be sensing it. Your prayers are no longer frantic. Your questions are fewer. You are not demanding signs every hour. Instead, there is a grounded awareness growing inside you that says, something is already in motion. That awareness is not wishful thinking. It is discernment settling into place. God often speaks loudest when he no longer needs to convince you, only guide you. In this stage, heaven is not asking you to do more, but to remain consistent. Consistency is the language of trust. It is easy to believe when emotions are high. It is faithfulness when emotions are neutral that proves alignment. I learned this the hard way in my own walk. There were seasons when I thought intensity meant devotion, only to realize later that endurance is what carries destiny forward. You are learning that now. Your faith is becoming quieter, but stronger, less performative, more rooted. That kind of faith does not collapse under pressure. Anointed one. Understand this clearly. The union God is preparing is not meant to distract you from your calling, but to walk alongside it. That is why your sense of purpose has been sharpened before the relationship arrives. God never introduces partnership before identity is established. He secures who you are before aligning who will walk with you. This is why you have been drawn back to the core of who you are, lately revisiting dreams you once buried, clarifying values you once compromised, and reclaiming parts of yourself you gave away too easily. Nothing about this is accidental. There is also a subtle courage rising in you, not loud bravery, but quiet conviction. You are less afraid of being misunderstood, less tempted to explain yourself into acceptance, more comfortable letting truth stand on its own. This courage will matter deeply in the relationship ahead. Healthy love does not require self-erasure. It requires presence. The person God is aligning with you will not fear your clarity. They will respect it. They will not be intimidated by your boundaries. They will recognize them as wisdom. Chosen one. You may be tempted to think that because things feel calm, nothing is happening. That is a lie that urgency often tells us. Calm does not mean stagnant. Calm often means ordered. Just as waters settle before reflecting clearly, your inner world is being stilled so that recognition can occur without distortion. When the time comes, you will not second-guess peace. You will trust it. Peace will not feel boring. It will feel safe, and safety is where covenant grows. There is something else unfolding that you may not have named yet. Your ability to receive. Many people can give love, but few know how to receive it without suspicion or self-sabotage. God has been healing that place in you quietly. You are learning that receiving does not make you weak. It makes you open. The right partner will not overwhelm you with intensity. They will meet you with presence. And presence requires the humility to receive without questioning worth. Anointed one. The preparation you are undergoing is not only for romance, it is for stewardship. Stewardship of time. Stewardship of energy. Stewardship of another person's heart. That is why God has been teaching you to slow down, to listen more than react, to choose response over impulse. These lessons will not end when the relationship begins. They will sustain it. What God builds, He builds to last. Pay attention to how your reactions have changed. Things that once triggered you no longer control you. Conversations that once derailed your peace now pass without sticking. This is evidence of authority returning to its rightful place inside you. Authority does not shout. It rests. And rested people recognize each other easily. Chosen one. Continue to walk faithfully in what you already know. Do not chase what has been promised. Do not force what is forming. Alignment is already doing the work that effort cannot accomplish. The path ahead is being cleared not dramatically, but deliberately. When the next step becomes visible, you will not feel pressure to take it. You will feel ready. Trust the quiet. Honor the process. Remain surrendered. What is being prepared is not fragile, and it is not distant. It is approaching at the speed of wisdom, and wisdom never arrives too late. Chosen one, as you move deeper into this alignment, There is a subtle but powerful shift happening in how you perceive connection. You are no longer drawn to what feels familiar just because it echoes the past. Instead, you are learning to discern what feels right because it reflects truth. Familiarity once kept you cycling through patterns that felt safe but unfruitful. Now truth is drawing you forward even when it feels unfamiliar. This is growth, and growth often feels like standing still while everything inside you is being rearranged. You may have noticed that your intuition has become clearer. You sense when something is off without needing proof. You feel peace when something is aligned without needing explanation. This clarity did not come overnight. It was earned through seasons of confusion, disappointment, and learning to listen when your spirit whispered instead of shouted. God has been teaching you to trust that whisper. That whisper will be essential when recognition happens, because divine connections rarely announce themselves with noise. They arrive with knowing. Anointed one. There is a reason God has been healing your relationship with honesty. You are learning to speak truth gently but firmly, to express needs without fear of abandonment, and to hold space for another without losing yourself. These are not small lessons. They are covenant skills. The love that is coming will not thrive on assumptions or silence. It will be built on communication that is grounded in respect and clarity. God prepares both people for this simultaneously, even when they are unaware of each other. I want you to notice something important about your journey. You did not arrive here untouched. You arrived refined. Every heartbreak taught you what you will no longer accept. Every disappointment clarified what you actually need. Every season of waiting strengthened muscles you did not know you had. Nothing was wasted. Even the relationships that ended painfully served as instructors. They showed you where you abandoned yourself, where you stayed too long, where you hoped someone would become who they never intended to be. Those lessons are now wisdom, and wisdom attracts what can remain. Chosen one. The connection God is preparing will not require you to convince yourself it is right. You will not need to override your discernment to keep it alive. It will not thrive on intensity followed by confusion. It will grow through steadiness, honesty, and mutual investment. This kind of love may feel unfamiliar at first because it does not activate adrenaline. Instead, it activates trust, and trust feels quiet until you realize how much peace it brings. There is also a humility being formed in you, not insecurity, but teachability. You are open to learning, to adjusting, to growing alongside